Take you, take you to the border. ZhpX News. Donald J. Trump speaking.
After walking to the convenience store, these criminal migrants kidnapped Jocelyn, tied her up for 2 hours, violently assaulted her, and strangled her violently to death. Charged with Jocelyn's wicked murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border. Just walked across like there was nothing to it. Couldn't do that 5 years ago, 4 years ago. They were in Border Patrol custody. They were gotten, they were nabbed, and were then released into our country. Alexis, we cannot fathom your pain. There are so many people that are going through this pain. But we pledge to always hold Jocelyn in our hearts. And Alexis, I'd like to have you maybe come up and say a few words. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So I would love to thank Donald Trump for giving us this invitation to be here and to say a few words to the staff that's been so kind to help us in this very hard time. My daughter was just 12. She had dreams to be famous. She wanted to be a famous actor. She was so funny. She was her own personality. And it's been very hard. It's been very hard. June 17th was the day her life was taken. She was left with no clothing from the waist down, was thrown in a bayou, left. Was strangled to death. We believe, yes, she was assaulted off of DNA kit that has been, but it's still very, very early, and it's still very, very raw, and it's still very, very surreal. And they had no reason to do anything that they did to Jocelyn. There was over 300 detention beds that they should have been at because they were detained and they were released when they shouldn't have been released. One had an ankle monitor, didn't stop anything. So now I have to go through the rest of my life with my son, always asking for his sister. And I just really, really, really want everybody to please take into consideration how important border control is, because we're losing very innocent people to heinous crimes that shouldn't be happening in the first place. So please, please, I really hope everybody can hear my pain, to just, please, please, he needs to be in office, and we need better control. We need to stop this. We need to stop losing our littles. We need to stop losing children, mothers, sisters, because now I get to grieve every single day. Every milestone that hits gets harder because she's not there for it. She was gonna be a 7th grader. She had her whole life ahead of her. Her whole life ahead of her, and it was viciously taken away by 2 evil, evil, heinous monsters. So thank you again for taking the time to listen to my words. And please, help him make a change. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, darling. So what, President Trump? Just take care of yourself, okay? So Jocelyn is in heaven now, looking down on us right now. And in her name and her memory, we'll be fighting to protect every American daughter and child. That's why we're here, because this will happen and has happened by the thousands. There are thousands of people that are in horrible situations like this. As Kamala gives her convention speech tonight, She will not mention the victims. She won't even talk about them, although now that she sees us, maybe she will. She'll not say their names or express remorse to their families. Kamala says she wants to talk about the future. No, these people want to go back to the safe past. We don't have a future with open borders and all of the other problems this country has. The crime problem, just like they rigged the 818,000 jobs number, they rigged the crime numbers too. And that's also been a proven fact, just came out. But she's stolen the future of Lake and Riley and Rachel and our precious Jocelyn, just taking their lives away for no reason. When I left office, I gave Kamala Harris the strongest and most secure border in American history. These people have done an incredible job. They worked with lots of others. And if you came here illegally, you got caught, and you were deported or put in jail, depending on what. In some cases, we put them in jail because we didn't want, they were so violent, we didn't want to take a chance that they'd come back. But generally, they were deported and brought into countries that wouldn't accept them before me. With me, they accepted them. They wouldn't take them back, but with me, they accepted them. I said, you're going to have a lot of problems if you don't. We ended catch and release. We had remain in Mexico. The greatest policy, remain in Mexico. How good was that? Everybody remained in Mexico until they were checked out, and either they came in or not. Most of them didn't qualify. Title 42, Safe Third agreements, and 500 miles of border wall that was very, very difficult to even think about getting over, around, or under. The final gaps of the wall were about to be sealed. Then Kamala came in.
We are monitoring Donald Trump. He is at a border community just along the Arizona-Mexico border. But all of this at the same day we learned in the middle of it all, there's a manhunt underway for a suspect authorities believe have made threats against Donald Trump. We don't know much more than that the manhunt is on. A 66-year-old gentleman by the name of Ronald Zerberd. He is a registered sex offender, has some prior DUI convictions. We don't know much more than that, but Aisha Hasni has been following these developments very closely, joins us now from Washington. Aisha.
Neil, this is such an extraordinary moment. I mean, think for a second here what we're watching on the screen. President Trump just walked out in front of cameras in the last 30 minutes next to the border wall. No plexiglass that we can see from our point of view, has made some brief remarks before bringing those families of victims to the podium as well. Still talking, going through the event as planned here, even with this potential assassin on the loose. In fact, a few of us in the newsroom were wondering if the Secret Service was going to let him go ahead with this event, even though they don't have this man in custody. And you're looking at him here again, just to refresh our viewers as to what's going on here. This is 66-year-old Ronald Lee Servid from Benson, Arizona. He is from Arizona, 6 feet tall, 220 pounds. And there is a widespread search for the guy right now. He's got outstanding warrants in Wisconsin and Arizona for a DUI, for a hit and run, a felony to register as a sex offender, a long rap sheet. And so the Cochise County Sheriff's Department say that he was threatening to shoot Trump at this border visit today. That's according to the Daily Mail. That's what they're reporting. So everyone is on high alert. We've seen the snipers in the area, the Secret Service snipers, and yet the president's still going on with these remarks. In fact, at one point, kind of took my breath away, Neil, because the president takes out this graph, a border graph about border stats, that he obviously has talked about a lot before, because he says that's what saved his life in Butler, Pennsylvania, when he turned to look at that graph, and that's why the bullet missed him. All while this is going on, a search for another potential assassin. And then he talks to the media about how dangerous not the situation is, but the border is. Listen to, actually, we don't have the sound bite, but I'll kind of like summarize it for you, Neil. But he says, oh, we have it. Let's take it. This is interesting. Listen to this.
This is a very famous chart now because this chart probably saved my life. I'm so glad that we decided to do this. It's a little dangerous to do. I hate to tell you, you guys are in danger with the kind of weaponry that we have, but I felt it was important to do.
So there you have it. He's talking to the press, hasn't addressed this manhunt just yet. We are still listening in to see if he's going to talk about it at all. But he's sticking to the event. He's sticking to the topic of the day. He's getting through it. And he doesn't seem to be breaking a sweat at all, knowing that this man on the right side of your screen, as far as we know right now, is not in custody. He's still out there, and we're not sure if police have a good idea of where they might find him or where he's hiding right now. But there is a suspect on the loose, and the president continues on with this event as scheduled. It's pretty remarkable, this moment, Neil.
You know, Aisha, how did authorities even become aware of this guy?
Yeah. Well, we know that we became aware of it from the sheriff's department. So it wasn't a leak. It was the sheriff's department that shared it on their Facebook page, and I imagine that they may have wanted to do that as quickly as possible, because you'll remember after Butler, Pennsylvania, there was, some criticism out there and sort of like raised eyebrows at the local police department and the local officers that were helping and aiding the Secret Service in trying to protect and secure the perimeter and still trying to figure out who let the ball drop in Butler, Pennsylvania. So I think the sharing of information was done as quickly as possible to get it out there to the press. I don't know yet. I don't think anyone knows yet how they even became aware of this threat, whether it was perhaps someone who knew the guy, maybe he himself put a note out there somewhere on social media. We don't know. I mean, this is all just sort of, trying to grab something out of the air right now. But the fact that they have a picture of him and they've got the name out there, and I would imagine the entire area is now, being searched, not just around the border, but around where this guy is from and just that entire zone. I do know that area has just covering the president and just being on the trail with him. It is incredibly secure. I mean, I think before Butler and after Butler even more so. So I know Alicia Acuna is on the ground there, and I know that she's had to go through a security sweep, her and her team. I think they got put on a van, a bus, and then they were shuttled in. They weren't even allowed to drive their own cars in. They were shuttled in, and that's how they will leave the premise, because that is how secure Secret Service has made that area. Now, on the other side of the border, I can't tell you what's happening, because that's, of course, the Mexican side, and we don't know how secure. I would imagine they've sort of worked something out with the Mexican side, but I can tell you that area as well is probably highly secure. And you can see that crane behind him, that blue crane. I think that's the same crane we saw earlier that was up in the air with those snipers in the air, sort of on the lookout.
Got it.
But this is, I mean, just the visual of this, Neil. I mean, just take it in for a minute. However you feel about the president's border policies, and he's trying to get through this event and trying to keep it on the issues, and hasn't once mentioned yet what's happening, this threat against his life. But he's doing this and doing it, as far as we know, without plexiglass that I can see.
Yeah.
And I don't think Alicia has reported that there's any plexiglass, and he's doing it. I mean, that tells you a lot.
All right. Thank you very much, Aisha Hasni, on that. I want to go right now to Bill Daley, the former FBI investigator, as we continue to watch the president at the border. Bill, we're hearing from the Cochise County Sheriff's Office that there are no known ties to Pennsylvania or the Butler of the shooting developments. They are working with local, state, and federal officials. We've heard much the same out of the Secret Service. I don't know much more than that outside of the fact that something triggered interest in this particular individual. I don't know whether they were verbal or written threats, whether there's anything that came through on social media, but what do you think of what you've heard thus far?
Well, so far, Neil, first, very good coverage down there on the border about what's happening. And as Aisha pointed out, I mean, they have this crane, this tower with the Secret Service anti-snipers up there trying to look, I guess, over past Donald's shoulder and into the hills beyond. It is a very remote area, as was mentioned. The actual site itself is quite contained. However, because he's out in the open, and as we know from Butler, you have to look at line of sights and those people who may have access to some point, a vantage point nearby. Certainly the wall is to one side of him, so protection from, let's say, the Mexican side is probably mitigated just by the fact you have the wall there. However, I would say from a standpoint of more kind of emergency response to this, and we're not too sure exactly when authorities became aware of this threat, But let's even say that, kind of go back a bit. It was just earlier today, something we all became aware of it only a few hours ago, but they've been working on this. There are a number of things that happened. Certainly an all points bulletin for state and local police looking for this individual from both where he lives, looking for his vehicle, having all that information posted. They're also going to be looking to see, does he have the capability, meaning does he have any weapons? Does he have access to weapons where they need to be even more concerned about kind of the immediacy of the issue? At the same time, because it is a threat, a potential threat, at least the alleged threat at this point, against foreign, there is the Title 18 U.S. Code 879, which also brings in the FBI. So the resources from the technology resources to be able to try to perhaps identify where this individual is by some type of location devices electronically is also there. So Secret Service protecting the president up front, certainly on very high alert, keen after Butler to do all that they can through their enhanced security for the president. But all these investigative things are happening, behind the scenes. So it is something that I think that ultimately the former president was left with the choice. What should he do? Informed by the Secret Service and perhaps by law enforcement. And he's decided to go forward, which certainly says a tremendous amount about him and his intent to make sure they get his message through.
Bill, we're trying to glean anything we can on this Ronald Servoud, 66 years old. He's a registered sex offender. These prior, I believe, 4 DUI convictions. And then this added notation that caught my attention that he had been on authorities' radar for a while. What does that mean? When that could explain the seriousness with which this is being looked at by authorities, that he has been on their radar for a while. What does that mean?
Well, if the suggestion here is on the radar because of a potential kind of threat actor against politicians, the former president, current president, certainly would be something the Secret Service would be looking at, what information he may be posting on social media, what information is out there from other assets or resources that may have informed them as to what he's talking about. Not enough for them to act, not enough for them to interdict, but certainly there are many people, by the way, Neil, many people that are constantly being looked at by the Secret Service and authorities in and around the former president, the current president, the vice president. At any time, these people are out there, and there's a cadre of people that are being looked at. And where are they when one of these politicians, one of these leaders visits a city, visits a location, and can they identify all those people there? Have they posted anything recently? Are they seem to be actively planning something? And so there's a number of things that go into kind of the intelligence around the former president as well as the current president when you come to these potential threat actors. What he may have said or posted in the past, we don't know. But again, my instincts tells me is that it wasn't enough for them to interdict to make an arrest, but it was something for them to be certainly wary about and cognizant that this person may be saying things that are threatening in nature or potentially have a threat behind them.
Yeah, Bill, separately learning that this guy, there are separate outstanding warrants for him, and warrants for his arrest in Wisconsin and Arizona. Then it becomes the issue of intelligence and other agencies coordinating with one another. That was lacking, obviously, in the Butler, Pennsylvania case, where we had this attempted assassination of Donald Trump almost 5 weeks ago. That's important, though, to coordinate, right? And then who cedes what to whom in that event when they follow up on things?
Well, in this particular case, again, different than Butler, we're having some advanced notice on this. So various agencies are able to get mobilized. But as I suggested to you, because there is a federal component to it, there's a Title 18 threat where the FBI can get involved, is that I would imagine they're kind of taking the lead on the investigation. Certainly security falls to Secret Service, kind of local all points bulletin, and trying to track this individual locally in the area. Perhaps even some counter surveillance of aerial surveillance may fall to local and state authorities. So I would probably say at this point, even though we're probably only a few hours into it from our perspective, is that certainly the FBI's role has kind of taken a lead position, again, because of this federal aspect of violation, but also coordinate information and using their resources, both from technology, behavioral analysis individuals to maybe understand, what the actual situation is with him and pull that information together.
Got it, Bill. Don't wander too far, my friend. I want to bring in right now Richard Starpoli, a former Secret Service agent. Richard, thank you for your patience here. The U.S. Secret Service, Richard, had said and told Fox Digital News not too long ago that it was aware of and tracking the manhunt in Arizona and referred all inquiries to the Cochise County Sheriff's Office. That office earlier saying it is coordinating with local officials as well. So what is the pattern here, and what is the strategy here?
Well, the strategy here is this is not a remarkable incident. It's remarkable in the sense that we've got a face and an identification to an individual who's made a threat and who's telegraphed what his intentions are. But every Secret Service agent, every day when he's certainly with the President of the United States, has to go out and think about, hey, I may not know who it is, no one may have telegraphed his intentions, but I have to operate under the assumption that there was someone out there looking to take a shot at the President. And certainly
Richard,
since the events that occurred,
the former president is being asked questions right now, for all I know, on this very issue.
But he's a very smart guy. He's loved by a lot of people, and I'm hearing that he wants to leave. Don't forget he was treated very unfairly. I think he would have beaten Biden in a primary, the Kennedy name and him in particular. I think he would have beaten Biden in a primary, and they made it impossible. They said you have to get 70% of the vote just to qualify or something. They created standards that nobody could have met. Biden couldn't have met them. And I think he would have lost Biden, and they really treated him very badly. Then he went out as an independent, and it's a tough thing to do, independent. It wasn't set up that way, the country. It's really a two-party system, whether people like it or not, Republican, Democrat. And I have spoken to him in the past over the last number of months, but not recently. But there are rumors that he's going to make an endorsement. That would be a great honor for me. Great honor. I don't know. I can't say that. But I know we're in the same state, so we're not very far away. But I can't tell you that yet. No plans have been made at this moment. Brian?
As a parent, I'm hearing these stories. You're a parent yourself. What was going through your mind when you're hearing all these just horrible stories about losing your children?
What was going through my mind is that, and I almost hate to say it in front of them, I don't know how they take it. I don't know how they can take it. You understand that? I think probably most of the people standing. No. How do you take it? How do you do it? It's, it's like devastating when you see what happened. And these are incredible people. These people are incredible people. I got to know them. They're unbelievable. And they loved, like, as much as you can love someone. I spent time with all of them. And what goes through my mind is I don't know how the hell they take it, to be honest. Yes.
For Texas earlier visiting them, it was a big deal for those small border communities. It's a big deal when you come here. Obviously, the border means a lot to you.
A lot.
Your campaign.
Always has.
So why not support that bipartisan border security bill? And how do you get people on board with all the things that you talked about, the policies that you just laid out? How do you get people to come to the table?
Ready?
Yeah.
The bipartisan, and it wasn't bipartisan. They had a couple of people on the other side. It was weak. It was ineffective, and it would have allowed, as you know, millions and millions of people to pour through, and largely unvetted. It was a horrible bill. It was a weak bill, and they don't need a bill. All Biden had to do is look to the border and say, close the border. He didn't need a bill. He knows that. They didn't want a bill. The bill was terrible. If it was good, I would have approved it. The House passed a bill before that. I'd approve that bill right now. That was a real bill. But this bill was a weak bill, and it was a shame that they got a Republican. They got somebody who's a very good person, by the way, but they got him to lead it. But it didn't make any difference. If they wanted to close the border, which they don't, they'll have 100 million people come in and totally destroy, ruin our country. If they wanted to close the border, I didn't have a bill. I said, close the border. I said, Brandon, close that border, Brandon. And what happened? He closed the border. They all did. Paul, the whole group of them. This group is incredible. They closed the border. I looked at him. I said, we don't have a bill. We don't need a bill. Close the damn border. They closed the border. They could do the same thing.
It's happening now, though. The encounter
really low right now. So that's what's been done.
Right now, what's happening is people are waiting to see what's going to go with the election. And wait till you see what happens after the election, one way or the other. But right now, you take a look at the numbers for the last year. They're horrendous, absolutely horrendous. And it's also election time, don't forget. They want to put on a little bit of a squeeze. All they do and all they want to do and all they have to do is say, Biden, although I'm not sure, you take a look at, nobody even knows where he is. He's on a beach someplace, but he could even do it from the beach. Close the border. And the border is closed. They will close the border immediately. That's what I did. But we had great people. We've lost a lot of those great people because they want to be respected, and they weren't respected because of this administration. And the worst person in, far worse than Biden, was Kamala. That's why I call her comrade, because she's a radical left person who really wants to have an open border. She'll never close the border. She'll never drill for oil and gas. She's not going to do it. She might do it for a couple of months. You know, she stopped, and that's where the inflation came in. Then she went back to the Trump policy. What they don't say is that if I were there, I'd be now 4 times higher than I was at that moment. But the gasoline prices are still very high right now. But they would have been double if they didn't go back to the Trump policy of drilling. But we would have been close to 4 times higher. We would have been energy dominant. We were energy independent. They would have been energy dominant. But if I want the border closed, if I'm the president, I don't need a bill. I just have to say close the border, and they close the border.
Are you confident that you can reach a consensus with Democrats on how to fix the border?
Well, I think right now you look at it, and I'm one that believes that we want to unify our country. But when you have an issue like this where some people, and, you know, I don't happen to believe it's the Democrats. I think it's Democrat leaders that want the open borders. I think it's Democrat leaders that say, we don't want voter ID. We talk about elections. I always start, okay, we start with voter ID. We don't want voter ID. He said, no, everything has ID, identification. They said, we don't want any identification. We don't want it. Now, there's only one reason, so we can't even negotiate after that, because they don't want voter ID. So I say to them, why don't you want? Well, we just don't want it. We think it's discriminatory. They have all sorts of excuses. They don't want it because they want to be able to cheat. And we want voter ID. And we want same-day voting. And we want paper ballots. And we want proof of citizenship. Very simple. You know, France did it. France went to 38 million votes, and they did it because they had mail-in ballots, and they were very unsafe, very bad. They had tremendous problems, and they went 2 years ago with an election, and it worked out incredibly. 10 o'clock in the evening, they had 37 million votes. They were all counted, and there were no problems. That's where our country should go. But the Democrats don't want to go there because it doesn't allow them to cheat. Okay, how about one more?
There was a manhunt going on in this county. Somebody made death threats to you. Did you hear about that before coming? And what are your thoughts coming down here? Some people told me it's dangerous for you to be here.
I've heard it's dangerous, but I also have a job to do. I've heard it's very dangerous. I haven't heard about that. They probably want to keep it from me. Thank you for telling me. Let's get out of here right now. No, thank you very much for saying. But no, and I have great respect for Secret Service, the job they do, including a month and a half ago when they were jumping on top of me with bullets flying right at them. So mistakes were made, and they're going to learn from the mistakes. But I have great respect. But no, I haven't heard that, but I'm not that surprised. And the reason is because I want to do things that are very bad for the bad guys. So I have heard it's very unsafe to make this trip. There were some people that really didn't want me to make it. Yeah, please. Yeah, we'll work on that. You know, they're missing so many children right now under this administration, over 300,000. Many of them are dead. You know that. Many of them are dead. Many of the hostages in Israel are dead. This is why Hamas isn't talking. You know, Hamas doesn't want to negotiate very much because I think they probably don't have very many alive right now. And so they don't want to really get into too much of a negotiation because I think many of those hostages, unfortunately, are dead. But the 300,000 children that are missing, many of them are dead. And many of them are in sex rings and all sorts of things going on. It's a terrible thing. They have done such a bad job in this government in terms of everything, foreign relations, border, crime, jobs. And today you found out that the job numbers are fake on top of everything else. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you.
Someone that I've spoken with, I've interviewed before,
Yes.
he's very much in support of your policies. But when it comes to something like mass deportation, how would you work with blue states and blue cities that might not be as supportive as some of the folks here?
Let me tell you, they're much more supportive than you think. I've watched New York, Eric Adams. I've watched the body language. A lot of people that are in charge of that, they want to straighten it out. They can't live like this. New York has hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants in their midst. Many of them are very, very hardened criminals. And I've watched the mayors, I've watched governors talking, and it's almost like they're talking because they're demanded from Washington now. They want it out much more than people would understand. They want them out. They don't want to see their cities overrun. New York is overrun, Chicago's overrun. They're all, and you would be surprised. And the people, including Democrats want to have a secure border. Democrats want to have a secure vote. It's the leadership that doesn't. So I think that'll be a very easy situation to solve. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Mr. President?
I hope so.
All right, a remarkable finding there in this Q&A with reporters that Donald Trump did not get a heads up or was aware that there's a search going on right now for a guy who had threatened to kill him. We don't know much more than that, but a manhunt that's been happening now for the better part of, I believe, 3 hours. Ronald Servat is his name. He's 66 years old. He's a registered sex offender, prior DUI convictions. Wanted for arrest in the states of Wisconsin and Arizona. We don't know much more than that, but it's serious enough that the FBI is also tracking this, but not leading any search, working in coordination with Secret Service and the Cochise County Sheriff's Office. It is in Cochise County that you saw the president attending this event. He was warned that it might be dangerous, but not given the specifics on a guy who, in fact, had threatened to kill him. Whether it would be at this event, we have no idea, but it was the first time he was made specifically aware of that specific threat. When a reporter asked him about it, Bill Daley back with us, the former FBI investigator. I don't know if it would have made a difference one way or the other. It looked like the former president would have been there. This is his second outdoor rally since the Butler rally, a little bit close to 5 weeks ago. But were you surprised that he was not briefed or alerted to this particular threat going into this event, Bill?
Yeah, actually, quite surprised. You know, in the president's remarks, he said he wasn't aware of this particular threat, although kind of generally knowing that it's dangerous to be out giving these outdoor type of events. You know, I would say, Neil, is that, you know, furtherance of this, and I think discussion around how the threat kind of became manifest, is that according to your local Fox affiliate in Arizona, they spoke with the Cochise County Sheriff's Office and reported that it was made online. And I think the statement they made to the local affiliate was that it was a threat against a presidential candidate. Again, you know, certainly we can draw some very strong conclusions. The fact that the president is in Arizona at the same time.
Yeah, they later did specify,
Bill,
that it was in fact Donald Trump who was the target. But continue that thought.
Right. Yeah, no. So, you know, either way, you know, it certainly is interesting the fact that, you know, they were very much aware of this individual, the threat that was made, and that would not have been specifically communicated to the president. So, you know, we'll have to see about all those details exactly, you know, now when the president will learn further about what those threat issues are. However, I would just say is that, you know, the event itself that we discussed before was fairly tightly contained right there by the border. It's in a very remote area. Certainly the concern is that kind of line of sight, much like we saw in Butler. I certainly don't think the buildings nearby seem to present an issue, but there are hillsides and open areas in and around this event. So I would imagine that both from a Secret Service as well as local law enforcement having additional eyes. We know they had snipers up in kind of cherry pickers and you know, cranes. But in addition to that, some type of aerial assets just looking at the immediate perimeter. As the investigation continues, it will continue even after these events. This individual has made these threats, and so therefore there are ones that need to be acted upon, and he needs to be taken into custody and to answer for those threats.
So
Yeah, I was going to say, it is kind of a chilling moment when we're just a few weeks after the Butler incident that we have now a very specific threat against the former president.
Got it. Bill Daley, thank you very much. Before I wrap this up here, I just want to clarify one thing the former president said that isn't quite right when he talked about the so-called leaked jobs information about the 818,000 fewer jobs reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That wasn't part of something that was done by a whistleblower. This is something that's routine. The Bureau of Labor Statistics does essentially every year, where they go over the adjustments in the jobs data. And in this particular case, they had to adjust it sharply downward. So the roughly 2.9 million jobs, which were thought to have been gained in that 12-month period between April 2023 and March 2024, was not 2.9 million, more like 2.1 million. But there was no cabal here of the information that was leaked. This was a planned adjustment that the economic officials in Washington do at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and not political at all, right or left, and they came up with that number. A jarring number at that for a lot of people who thought this recovery wasn't quite as strong as some thought. The Biden folks immediately came out to say, bottom line, we have had a lot more jobs gained than lost. Now it's 14 million while we've been here, not 15 million. Gene Sperling, key economic advisor to Joe Biden, now a senior advisor to Kamala Harris, is next.
One thing we know is true, no matter race, gender, ethnicity.
The need to screen when due.
For colon cancer's a priority.
Indeed. Everyone 45 plus at average risk should screen for colon cancer. These folks are getting it done at home with me, Cologuard.
Cologuard is a one-of-a-kind way to screen for colon cancer that's effective and non-invasive. It's for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider for Cologuard.
I did it my way.
As much as we appreciate what our mechanics can do and who they are, no one looks forward to seeing the inside of an auto shop. Because if you're here, your car is too. And that means something's wrong. And likely it means an expensive repair bill. That is, unless you've called CarShield. If you can dial this phone, you can get your expensive repair bills paid, and you'll never dread seeing the inside of an auto shop again.
A very long day with the news today. Got the fourth DNC here about 4. It'll end about 10:30, like usual. Stay tuned to ZhpXnews Live.
Mechanic can, and they'll charge an arm and a leg to fix, if you haven't called CarShield.
My first interaction with CarShield, I was actually calling in a claim for one of our customers. And I was very impressed about the ease it was when I was talking to the adjuster. It was seamless. And when I talked to the administrator on the phone, he actually, he cared about making sure the customer's car was fixed right. I feel great about recommending CarShield.
Plans also include 24/7 roadside assistance with courtesy towing, flat or damaged tires, lockouts, and rental car options. Best of all, you'll get access to CarShield's concierge service, who can even help you find a repair shop near you.
If you have a phone in your hand, you have the power to save thousands of dollars on expensive car repairs. Don't wait. Call CarShield today before it's too late, and start enjoying your visit to the repair shop.
Call CarShield now. CarShield is America's #1 auto protection company, offering you even more for your money with the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. It's not a matter of if your car will break down, but when. Call CarShield now before it's too late and save money with the CarShield guarantee. Call 800-956-4881. 800-956-4881. 800-956-4881.
Check these out, Harry. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. You just step in and they're on.
I must be dreaming.
No, mate, they're real.
Well, if I'm not dreaming, why is Snoop Dogg here?
I got a show at the stadium tonight.
Ah, that makes sense.
No hands-free with Skechers slip-ins.
If you're shopping for a home, Realtor.com's Real Commute tool lets you find homes close to work, school, even grandma's house.
Don't all apps do that?
Not really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust.
Kamala Harris's big moment has come. She will address Democrats at the convention in Chicago tonight. Ahead of that, we're going to talk to a top advisor, Gene Sperling, on what's at stake. He's next.
If you have wet AMD, you never want to lose sight of the things you love. Some things should stand the test of time. Long-lasting EYLEA HD could significantly improve your vision. More people on EYLEA HD had no fluid in the retina compared to those on EYLEA at 4 months. EYLEA HD is the only wet AMD therapy that helped 8 out of 10 people go up to 4 months between injections after 3 initial monthly treatments. If you have an eye infection, eye pain or redness, or allergies to EYLEA HD, don't use. Eye injections like EYLEA HD may cause eye infection, separation of the retina, or rare but severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye. An increase in eye pressure has been seen. There is an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke associated with blood clots. The most common side effects were blurred vision, cataract, corneal injury, and eye floaters. And there's still so much to see. If you are on EYLEA or a similar type of treatment, ask your retina specialist about EYLEA HD today for the potential for fewer injections.
All right, it is her big night for Kamala Harris, a chance to connect with the American people for whom she's still a blank slate. Gene Sperling is joining us right now. He has served under so many presidents, now the Harris campaign senior advisor. Gene, very good to have you. What's at stake for her tonight? She has to spell out not only her economic vision, which is your specialty, but it's a delicate dance, right? Because a lot of Americans aren't feeling the recovery she's talking about.
Well, you know, it's interesting you say that, because when you look at her first economic speech, one of the things she did was she did not spend a lot of time going through what she could have, the various economic facts of why lots of areas of inflation are coming down. What she said instead was, I get you. I get you thinking that meat prices are higher than they were in the pandemic, and I am going to be a person who takes on powerful interest to lower those prices, whether it is people doing nefarious things to keep grocery prices from coming down, or taking on big pharma to lower prescription drug costs, or taking on big oil. So she made a very strong message that she is focused on how people are feeling and taking concrete action to lower their costs that are making people struggle right now.
But do you really think,
rents,
though, Gene, that they do that some of these food companies are doing sinister things like rigging prices? You know, your old colleague Jason Furman, who was an economic advisor as well to Barack Obama, says it's more about supply and demand, that this is not a sensible policy, referring to what Kamala Harris introduced. And I think the biggest hope is that she intends for it to be more rhetoric than reality. That's coming from a top Obama economic official who said it was silly.
Yeah, well, he's wrong, but that's okay. But listen, let's stay with your initial question about what she is doing tonight. I can go through the details of why she's focused on nefarious action. It's not about controlling prices. But the more important thing that she'll do tonight is talk about her biography, who she is, who she fights for. And what you're going to see is a person who, as a prosecutor, as an attorney general, took on powerful interests to help middle-class families, people being hurt. And what she is doing in her economic speech as well is letting people know, I will not hesitate to take on a major corporate interest that is taking advantage of you and exploiting prices during a crisis.
That is not
Nor
happening.
will I be afraid to take
that's
on
not happening with the food
prescription
prices.
drugs
I get the
to help
prescription
lower
drug
prices,
thing, but Gene,
to have
please,
the negotiations that brought
to blame
down
it on
insulin
food companies,
to $35.
I know, Gene, but on the food thing, you know it's a silly
Neil,
argument.
You
just know it's wrong, right?
Neil,
when the Washington Post says it's gimmicky, when the New York Times says it's unrealistic, do you think that's wise for her to do tonight?
Neil, thank you, but you just made up stuff. You didn't listen to the words she said. What she said in that speech was, first, I will work with business to work for top American goals like affordable housing. She announced a new tax cut.
No, she talked about price gouging, Gene. That's what I'm talking about. She's saying, Gene, please just answer my question. She's talking about price gouging. I understand the other stuff you mentioned.
Neil,
do you really think food companies are price?
Neil, we just heard.
Do you think food
Donald
companies
Trump
are price gouging? Gene, I'm not lying to you.
Neil,
do you think price gouging is going on?
I do think, Neil, I do think that there are nefarious actors in crisis who have taken advantage of things. And I think it is worth looking at the fact that profit margins in the beginning of this year were at the highest level in 20 years. If you listen to what Kamala Harris said in that speech, she said most companies are good, honest, but there are bad actors. And when there's bad actors, whether they're Corinthian, a company that took advantage of students in the way Trump University did, or prescription drugs companies that raise prices, or groceries that manipulate prices, she, unlike Donald Trump, is going to be the champion of the middle class.
Fair enough, but do you think it is wise? Do you think it is wise to point fingers at others when a lot of it could have come, innocently or not, from this administration of which she's been a key part, and a lot of the spending initiatives had a habit of bringing up prices? Do you think that's possible?
Neil, if you actually listen to her speech, and as opposed to what you were saying, she said what she said.
I listened to the whole thing. I wrote it down, and I got a copy of it here.
Yeah, right, Neil. And did she or did she not say most companies play by the rules, but there are some who do nefarious actions? We have heard there are 40 states, Neil, blue states, red states, that have found it necessary to have a price gouging law, not because they think everything that happens is due to bad behavior, but because you want to have deterrence and the ability to tell large companies you do not buy up water bottles in the middle of the crisis. If there is a new strain that scares us all on some drug, you do not want a company buying up all the masks and then charging $25 for each one. There is virtually nobody in the American public that thinks that's an acceptable thing.
Is there anyone in the American public,
when she is dealing with nefarious actors, as she has done as Attorney General,
so when bacon goes up 20%, when bacon goes up 20%,
who have ripped people off on grocery prices, she is going to be the champion of middle class, and she is going to take them on.
But
and
Gene, do you or the administration take any blame? Do you take any blame, Gene,
what you are claiming?
Gina, I love you dearly, but it's a simple question. I have no agenda here. The right and the left, they both hate me. So let's settle that. Let me ask you this. Is it possible that this administration should take some blame for the double-digit run-up in food prices alone? Any blame at all? Do you accept any blame? Should she accept any blame for that?
No, I think overwhelmingly what people are seeing is that the United States got through the recovery with greater jobs, greater growth. The global inflation that you talk about happened everywhere in the world, and the United States is one of the places where it's coming down. If you look at what the Federal Reserve looks at, which is the PCE, it's already been down to 2.5. Now the regular inflation is 2.9. So yes, I do think that most of this is a once in 5 generations or 10 generations pandemic that shut down the global economy, that created supply chains and stoppage and many things, and that what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did is make sure American families and small businesses and child care centers and the middle class generally was able to get through that crisis, but also have a strong recovery where they had a little bit of cushion.
And you're right, inflation has come down dramatically from those high levels in 2022. But when it did go up and it did spike double digits and food prices rose to the degree they did, do you think your spending had anything at all to do with that? Anything at all?
I do not think it was a significant factor. And I think we were also hurt on some of the food prices by the invasion of Ukraine. Several things happened. And Neil, I just want to say something.
Sure.
She did not say that the whole reason that prices were higher was because of this. She said that when somebody takes nefarious action, when somebody exploits, she wants the power, as she did as a prosecutor and attorney general, and as 40 state attorney generals have right now, to be able to go after that. I want to make clear, we are not using any price mechanism. We are not using any automatic price mechanism. But when you go back to your initial question, what is she doing when she speaks to the American people? Is she showing she's on their side? Is she just bragging about numbers or feeling their concerns
we'll hear
and
what she
showing
has to
she's
say
addressed
tonight.
it?
But just to be clear, Gene, just to be clear,
showing
when Jason
that she's
Furman
taking on powerful interests to lower prices for middle-class families.
When Jason Furman, the top advisor, says it's really about supply and demand, no more, no less, you disagree with that?
Kamala Harris said that this was about taking on nefarious actors who at times do exploit prices. And there are 40 state laws. And the issue is that a wise thing to do? And should Kamala Harris be the champion of middle-class families when a big corporation? And maybe I could put words in your mouth, too. I will say, Neil, you never, ever believe that any major corporation has ever manipulated or exploited American consumers.
Gene, I wish we had more time. I really do.
If I said that, that's not fair.
We saved a lot of time. Gene, we saved a lot of time. We saved a lot of time talking over each other. Otherwise, this could have gone on forever. Gene, very good seeing you. Best of luck at the Harris campaign. We'll see what happens and be paying attention to her tonight. Sorry about that, America, but sometimes I just want to get simple answers. All right, we'll have more of those.
With so many choices on Booking.com, there are so many Tina Feys I could be. So I hired body doubles. Indoorsy Tina loves a deluxe suite. Ooh. Booking.com, yeah.
Harlem has everything, but I couldn't find Pilates anywhere. So I started my own studio. And with the right help, I can make this place I love even better.
Earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials with the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card from Chase for Business.
Switch to Shopify so you can build it better, scale it faster, and sell more. Much more. Take your business to the next stage when you switch to Shopify.
When did I call Leaf Filter? When I saw my gutters overflowing onto my porch.
Leaf Filter is a permanent gutter solution, so you never have to worry about costly damage from clogged gutters again.
It's the easiest call you can make.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER today or visit leaffilter.com.
Whether you're a professional driver or just a fan, vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started tugging.
It started making some really weird noises.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Is that transmission?
It's an exhaust leak.
Broken axle.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
I had a seat sensor that went out, $1,400. Endurance paid it.
We got a brand new transmission, and we never seen the repair bill.
Use any certified mechanic you want. Just bring your car in, and Endurance will pay them direct. All major parts are covered.
What I like about Endurance, they don't play games, there's no middleman. They're a solid company.
If I didn't have Endurance, I would have paid over $7,000 out of pocket to repair my vehicle.
Something is going to break down. Make Endurance pay for it.
With Endurance, your car repair costs go way down, while your car's life expectancy goes way up, allowing you to drive more and pay less.
One claim alone saved me more than $4,000.
I've had 5 claims, and that is $3,500 that I've kept in my pocket.
So, who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's less than 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan covers 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country. Call right now to get $300 off any plan, plus a full year of our top-tier elite benefits, a $2,000 value free. And all Endurance plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now.
Call 1-855-276-1563. That's 1-855-276-1563.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for, I guess, my 100th Mint commercial. No. I mean, it's unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month. I mean, honestly, when I started this, I thought I only have to do like 4 of these. How are there still people paying 2 or 3 times that much? I'm sorry, I shouldn't be victim blaming here. Yeah. Anyway, it's still $15 a month, so whenever you're ready. Sorry about all that production value.
It's Payne o'clock. Let's do this.
Sorry, Payne. I can't let you in.
What? I've had a standing appointment with Mr. Dubin for years. I'm expected.
Not anymore. Mr. Dubin's been taking Relief Factor.
Relief Factor!
Keep pain away for good with Relief Factor, a natural supplement that takes a different approach to pain relief. It doesn't mask pain, it builds up your body's response to inflammation so pain won't get in. Call or go online today and live your best life without pain.
I've been not invited to certain arenas, and that's okay. The people that
I represent are the people that dictate what I need to do every single day, and that's fight for American workers. If the Democrats don't want to hear from one of the most influential unions, shame on them.
All right, Sean O'Brien, of course, the Teamsters president who has not been invited to speak to the Democrats as he was to Republicans at their convention. Senator Chris Van Hollen joins us, the Maryland Democrat, a very powerful player. Senator, and I know you don't make the guest list on who appears and who doesn't, just as a prominent Democrat in your own right. Do you think it's a mistake that Sean O'Brien, the Teamsters president, is not allowed or not going to be speaking to your colleagues, just like the UAW president did?
Well, Neil, first of all, it is good to be with you. And as you say, the DNC makes these decisions. I do know that there's going to be a roundtable with the Teamsters. I also know a prominent retired Teamster spoke to the convention. And as you said, we had the head of the UAW, and the reality is 7 major unions have endorsed Kamala Harris for president. And I think it is indisputable that the Biden-Harris administration has been the most pro-working people, pro-union administration in the history of the United States. So again, as to particular decisions on speaking, I'll leave that to the DNC.
The union vote is very important to Democrats. They end up doing quite well with that vote, as you said, Senator. Although this year, and there have been years where there's the rank and file and the bosses might be inclined to support the Democrat, but the Republicans have found out that sometimes the rank and file feel differently. That was the case with Ronald Reagan in 2 elections. George H.W. Bush had the same impact with the rank and file. Do you worry about that?
Well, this is why it is so important, Neil, that Vice President Harris communicate to the country about her agenda for working people. And she's begun to flesh that out very clearly, an agenda that empowers those in the middle class and those working their way into the middle class. So, for example, the child tax credit, which would help millions of American families with kids. For example, the down payment for first-time home buyers. For example, the effort to make sure that we make the Affordable Care Act affordable by maintaining the higher premium subsidies, which will otherwise lapse. And, of course, Donald Trump tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act. So what I'm saying, Neil, is these are all important issues for working people to make sure that they can have affordable homes and affordable health care. So I think the main thing is to get across at this convention what those policies are that the Vice President, hopefully soon to be President Kamala Harris, will do.
All right. Now, she's only been, 30 some odd days as a presidential nominee. I get that. But she's not really talked to anyone in the media per se. She takes questions now and then coming off of Air Force Two and all of that. Do you think she should do more of that?
Well, number one, I think she will. As you say, this has been a very short timeline for her, and she's obviously had to focus on pulling her campaign together. She's had to focus on preparing for this convention where she will address the American people tonight. She's already laid out a number of policy initiatives, and I'm sure she will do more. But, the main thing to communicate is where her heart is in terms of who she stands for, who she wants to be there for. And I think you'll hear tonight her story about how she's a fighter for the middle class. She was raised that way. She was raised with decency. And by the way, we heard from Tim Walz last night, who I think the American people are going to fall in love with. Look, that's got to be the focus right now, Neil. She will do, I'm sure, plenty of interviews going forward.
That moment with Walz's son, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on, man. If that didn't get to be a tearjerker, I don't know what could. Senator, very good seeing you again. Rest that voice.
Good to be with you.
All right, Senator Van Hollen. All right, in the meantime,
I pledge myself to a new deal for the American people.
I can assure all of you here who have reposed this confidence in me that I will be worthy of your trust. We will carry the fight to the people in the fall, and we shall win.
I mean to run hard, to fight hard,
to stand on the issues, and I mean to win.
Join us, work with us, win with us, and we can make our country the country it was meant to be.
If you give me your trust, I will honor it. Grant me a mandate, I will use it. Give me the opportunity to lead this nation, and I will lead.
It's time for us to change America, and that's why I'm running for president of the United States.
All historic moments when the presidential nominee gets to make his or her case to the American people. Doris Kearns Goodwin, who knows a thing or two about presidential history, joins us right now, author of her latest runaway bestseller, An Unfinished Love Story. Doris, great to have you. A lot on the line, and some presidents and nominees for president, it's a make or break moment, isn't it?
Absolutely. In fact, that first one that you mentioned, which was FDR in 1932, that's the first time that a president ever delivered an acceptance in person. Before that, they used to have the political bosses would come a week later and inform the candidate that he had won the nomination. It was crazy, as if they didn't know. They were waiting there to hear. And he decided that the country was in such a terrible situation. The Depression was at its low ebb. There was panic in the air, that he wanted to be there. So he flew 8 hours from Albany to Chicago. It took that long, and delivered that speech. And what it did, really, was it made people feel better about the country because he was the leader who was there. He was the happy warrior who was going to make it better. And at the end of it, they played Happy Days Are Here Again. Crazy, right? In the worst time. But somehow he transformed their feeling of concern and panic into things are going to be all right because he's there.
I wonder, too, a lot of times you're first introduced on a big stage. Now, I know Barack Obama, was introduced to the American people in 2004, but it was really that address in 2008 that had to rally a lot of doubters, huh?
Oh, I think that often happens. I mean, it even happened for John Kennedy in a way, though he was known during the primaries. When he gave that acceptance speech, suddenly people are looking at somebody that they worried a little bit was too young for the job. And he had to make youth an asset, and that's what he did. He talked about a new frontier, pathfinders, pioneer finders, and somehow his song was High Hopes. That same thing. I mean, every time it's worked for somebody, it seems that they are a happy warrior. That's what Ronald Reagan was with Morning in America, making people feel that under your leadership, things will somehow get better. And if they're able to use that convention, not just to reach the delegates, but to change the mood of the country, to change the spirit of the country, then that's when it really works. And the incredible thing in 1936, when FDR gave his acceptance speech, that's when he made the famous, "This generation has a rendezvous with destiny." That's the big challenge, and that would become the World War II generation. But on the way to giving that speech, with his crutches on and his braces locked, he fell on the floor. And it was a terrible moment. He said it was the worst moment in his life. They had to relock his braces. They had to give him his speech back, which is sprawled out. But the most amazing thing is he gave the speech. The press never mentioned that he had fallen. There was a code of honor on the part of the press not to show him with his braces on or in his wheelchair.
Can you imagine that
All
today,
they did was to talk about the speech. Can you imagine that today?
That would never happen today. But, you mentioned JFK, and the one thing I remember in his acceptance speech is how much it sort of teed up what would later be his inaugural address.
Absolutely. I mean, he said even then that he was going to be asking a set of challenges, not what the government could do for the people, but what they could do for the country. And that was that generation that joined the Peace Corps, that was involved in civil rights marches, that felt that they could make a difference in their country. And that was the spirit, probably the best part of John Kennedy, that he inspired people to feel they were going to be part of what was going on. And the inauguration made that even more poised and more sharp.
George H.W. Bush, he was going to be the kinder, gentler sort of conservatism. Some interpreted that as kind of making a departure from Ronald Reagan without making a formal departure. In a weird way, Kamala Harris has that burden on her tonight, or to separate herself from Joe Biden. How's that going to go?
Yeah, I do think that George Bush was able to do that a little bit. He talked not only about the kinder version of America, but he talked about 1,000 points of light and voluntarism. I mean, what happened to him, however, he also said, "Read my lips, I will not increase taxes." And then that became a promise that when it was not met, because he had to do it, he thought, because of the budget crisis, he later gets the Profile and Courage Award for having done that. But I think you're right. I think what's tricky right now for Kamala Harris is that she has to become her own person. She does have to become somebody who's not simply a member of that administration. And there may be things that she differed with him on, but she's got to stay with him. It's a very complicated thing how far you can go, but you have to become your own person, because that's who people are going to be voting for, not the former president.
You've come a long way, Doris, from covering that 1932 FDR convention. Kidding.
We move fast, you and me.
All right. Doris, thank you so much. I apologize for the brief time. And for some of you, I apologize for the rough back and forth that Gene Sperling didn't mean it, trying to get answers. Here's the 5.
Hi, I'm Greg Gutfeld, along with Judge Jeanine Pirro, Harold Ford Jr., Jesse Waters, and she owns a timeshare in Candyland, Dana Perino, the 5.
Know how to invest.
Fox News alert, Donald Trump just reacting to the massive manhunt underway in Arizona for a suspect who threatened on social media to kill him. Comes right after the former president visits the border in Arizona. We'll tell you what Trump had to say later. But first, it's the final night of the DNC, and Kamala Harris is set to reveal a new way forward for her acceptance speech, despite having been in the White House for nearly 4 years. Donald Trump reminding Americans of what she's all about.
We're giving our government away when we put two lunatics like this in. They can't, if they take over our government as president and vice president, our country doesn't stand a chance. She's actually a radical left Marxist. That's what she is. That's what she's always going to be.
Meanwhile, Democrats acting like they fell out of a coconut tree when it comes to who's been running the country.
Kamala Harris is going to cut your taxes. Kamala Harris is going to take on Big Pharma.
If you can get them elected and let them bring in this breath of fresh air, you will be proud of it for the rest of your life.
Let us choose the sweet promise of tomorrow over the bitter return to yesterday. Let's all choose Kamala Harris.
Trump posting on Truth Social that he'll spice up Comrade Kamala's speech with a live play-by-play. Harold, good to have you back around the table.
Good to be back.
I think you should start asking your fellow Democrats, are you a Kamala denier? Because aren't they really denying the first black female vice president? She didn't count. She had no measurable impact. She doesn't exist. For the past 4 years, it's like she's done nothing. When they suggest a breath of fresh air, it's like the previous 4 years were rank and disgusting. What say you, Harold?
So good to be back. I'd say a couple of things in response. I think both of these candidates, Greg, have their own set of liabilities. If President Trump were as strong as everybody believes, his supporters believe, the race probably would not have tightened up as much. And for those Democrats who are joyful and are campaigning on behalf of Kamala Harris, if she didn't have her own set of liabilities, she might have a lead that would be more identifiable and, for that matter, more protectable at this point. I think the race, again, is going to come down to who voters believe is best able to meet them where they are and take them to higher ground on economic issues, who is able to make things more affordable. Right now, the jury is out. We've got a long, hard race in front of us. And I think this crowd of people out here, many of them my friends, many of them realize that this week here is like being at Disneyland, like a week at the Republican convention was being around all of your friends and everyone feels great about things. The hard work starts when we leave here. And they're both going to have to confront their own issues and their own liabilities. But to your point about Kamala deniers, she won't be able to withstand a debate with Donald Trump there without outlining her plan and even confronting and explaining what made her change her mind or shift her position on some of the critical issues. And I would argue President Trump is going to have to do the same as well. And whoever is perceived as being most authentic and honest, that'll be the person that is the next president of the United States.
I agree with you. It is like Disneyland. Everybody there is goofy. Judge, it is kind of interesting that they're trying to pull off this audacious move where they're making it sound like Trump is the incumbent. Yeah, I mean, it's like when they talk about going backwards, what are they going backwards to? Are they skipping over the last 4 years?
Well, you know, it's kind of, you're not really clear. They say, we're not looking backwards, we're looking forward. But then they say, don't look back at the last 3.5 years, or as you say, almost 4 years, look back at the other years when Trump was in. I mean, I'm not sure what their message is. They're all about the future, and that makes sense because, you know, communism and socialism is all about the future. But at the same time, they don't want to talk about the past because Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are the past. They are the people who are responsible for the high food prices, the inflation, a non-secure border, for not keeping the community safe, for taking away our energy independence. It just goes on. And now they want to portray her as the tough prosecutor. The tough prosecutor, she's the original progressive prosecutor that we didn't even know was what we should call her when she was a DA in San Francisco. And as vice president, she had control over all crime in the United States, and she did nothing. She did absolutely nothing but promote people who should be bailed out. Everybody should be out and free and radical and cut loose. So if they feel like committing a crime again, no problem, no harm, no foul. But I think the biggest problem of all of this is that they are saying that they disown the last 4 years. They're not really responsible for it, which is really about vibes and joy. And they can't promote a candidate who has done nothing. And that she's had 0 primaries, 0 sit-downs, day 32, 0 press conferences, 0 policies. And yesterday, somebody went on air, Jared Polis, the governor of Colorado, and said, I know her policies. I got them from her website. It is fairyland. Nobody knows what the facts are.
You know, Dana, it seems like Kamala's weakness is now her selling point. Like, she can be anything you want her to be because she's a blank canvas for the Democrats, except there's still plenty of paint on that canvas, and it's not a pretty picture.
I see what you did there.
Yes.
The campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, she went to an event today where she said, you know, Kamala Harris, yes, of course she's the vice president, but nobody knows who she is. And we think, well, why is that? She actually ran for president in 2019. She has been she was a prominent figure in the U.S. Senate. She got a ton of attention there, but she's been the vice president. And I do believe that all of those articles we've read in the last 3.5 years about staff changeovers and working in her office and all of those things, I think those are true. You had people on the record who worked for her saying that. But what you have now is the Democrats wanting to be intentionally vague, because they know that their policies hurt them. That's why the flip-flops that won't be explained. I'm happy if somebody changes their mind for a good reason and it makes sense, but at least tell us why. Like, why do you think fracking is better now? But they don't really want to talk about the environment, because instead of just saying, here's our principle, this is what we stand for, they're worried about, well, if I alienate the environmentalists, they might not vote for me, but I can't alienate the people in Pennsylvania who work in energy and gas because they might alienate me. And I think what we'll find out tonight, possibly, is what does she want to set up? Does she want to set up a second Biden term or a first Harris term? Or are we looking at, Greg, the third Obama term?
Well put and well played, Dana. Let's go to Jesse Waters. Everybody wants to hear what he's thinking. Dana raises a good point. They were in the White House. They say the White House was a success, but then they say they are going to change everything. So if everything's great, why do they have to change it? Seems like they're in a pickle.
Well, that's why the Obamas are going to sprinkle their little magic all over and make it all better. Remember, she's never risen to the occasion. Do you remember her 2020 VP acceptance speech? No. Do you remember her debate with Pence? No. You remember the fly. Do you remember her 2016 DNC speech? No, it was unmemorable. But when the Obamas come in and they give her all their speechwriters and their advisors, and then they have all their little entertainment disciples like Oprah and John Legend and Stevie Wonder come in and give her a big bear hug, what they're doing is they're just slapping the hope and change bumper sticker on Kamala's forehead and rolling the dice. But it's a lot different than 2008. Remember, that was after 2 Bush terms, Iraq war and a financial crisis, and the first black nominee. And remember, this guy, Barack Obama, gave a soaring speech in 2004 that really skyrocketed his popularity, and then he runs through the gauntlet in the Clinton machine during that primary. He earned it, and he came out of it, and hope and change made sense. Now, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have caused this country a lot of problems. People have lost hope because of the problems. People want change from the problems. So I expect her to, they're going to coronate her. They're going to probably just write her speech. She's going to say a bunch of soaring stuff that doesn't really matter much. It's this debate. It's the big debate in early September. That's the collision course everybody's waiting for.
It's pretty interesting. The betting sites are now shifting back to Trump through the DNC convention. And you just keep hearing these polls that the race is tightening. Why? I don't trust them. I think that helps those who want to keep you interested in this race. That is the media. I don't think the polls are tightening, but that's just me.
Hey, me too. I'm a poll denier as well.
Hashtag. Ahead, Kamala still has no plans on her website, so Trump built her one.
At Talented Towers, we have made a commitment. That commitment is to make sure that the word homeless and the word veteran are never in the same sentence again.
We're in Bradenton right now because Talented Towers has decided to help homeless veterans who want to get out of homelessness get into a better part of their life.
It's a great partnership between the Talented Towers and Manatee County to be able to provide housing for the veterans that need it most.
Not shelter, home. It's not just a place to sleep. It's actually wraparound services, and that's what's so impressive.
As someone who fought on the forward edge of freedom, these are my people. These are my brothers, my sisters, the people we fought beside. One of the hallmarks of military service is we don't leave people behind. That sticks with me.
I know that every veteran who raised their right hand and swore to support and defend our Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, we have things that we carry inside of us. What Talented Towers is doing with this village is helping veterans that have mental health issues, needs.
We have veterans that suffer every day, and so to be able to have this facility to service our veterans that are in so need, it's just, the pride is just exploding.
We want to make sure that when our veterans are coming home, that they're coming home to something that actually feels personalized and homey for them.
That's a home. That's a home with dignity and walls and air conditioning. It's beautiful.
I was able to walk through one of the comfort homes today. That moved my heart. I'm just telling you, it did when I walked in. And it'll help the heart of that veteran. That's what's important.
The care and the give and the love that Talented Towers has for our veterans is amazing. The people that donate to Talented Towers are amazing.
That $11 is changing your life because you're giving, and it's changing somebody else's to do it. And it's just an honor to be involved in that.
This is all that is good in America, and I am incredibly proud to stand with them. They matter, they save lives, you should support them.
Someone needs to customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual.
Wait, there's an elevator?
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Are they really going to spend all day streaming college football on DirecTV? Can you blame them? They've got the biggest rivalries.
And bowl games. Speaking of, Frank, run a slant to the bowl of chips. Bobby, button hook to the salsa.
What are you going to do, Coach Prime?
Don't question your coach, man.
Tonight, before Harris's big DNC address, Laura's breaking down what you need to know with must-see insight from Vivek Ramaswamy. Tonight on The Ingram Angle.
With Walmart Plus Assist, you get all the benefits of Walmart Plus for half the price, like free delivery, video streaming, plus so much more. Walmart Plus Assist saves you so much more for so much less.
Each cat is incredibly unique. Feed your cat's unique needs with Royal Canin Precise Nutrition.
What you doing? What you doing? Where you at? Where you at? Oh, you got plans. You got plans. Don't say that. Shut your trap. I'm sipping. I'ma leave the door open.
Sargento! I'm savory. I'm sweet. Your family's favorite treat. Natural cheese for you and your favorite cook.
Delicious protein-packed lunches, everyday low prices. It's an Aldi thing.
Nobody trolls better than Donald Trump. Over 4 weeks after toppling Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris doesn't have a single policy page on her campaign website. So Trump created one for her. His campaign setting up a Harris Waltz policy website listing all of her radical policies, like eliminating private insurance and bailing out violent murderers in a one-stop shop. Harris wants to run away from these positions, but she refuses to face reporters. CNN thinks she might hide until Election Day. Take a look at this.
Charlamagne, you've interviewed Kamala Harris.
Yep, a few times.
All right. And everybody's come on your radio show. Everybody has to come on your radio show. She hasn't done a big interview in a while here, and certainly not since announcing. Are you going to talk to her soon? What do you think? What do you think she should do? Or does she do better to ignore all those calls to talk and just keep doing what she's doing?
All right, Jesse, who would guess that in 2024, Donald Trump would be helping us learn more about Kamala Harris than her own campaign people?
Yeah. So this is good. This is creative. Because you can't just complain about it. Everybody comes on the show and they complain about, oh, the media's hiding her, she's hiding. That's not going to get it done. He has to think of creative ways in order to pierce this armor and expose her. Because the country hates the media, and the country already knows she's unprepared for the job. So if he can just expose her, and maybe one way to do that is by sending just an army of surrogates out to CNN and MSNBC and the networks. And every time they ask them a question, just say, why are you hiding her? Why is she unqualified? What's her policy? Why don't you care what her policy is? You know, if they do that, or if they do town halls where Trump can out there and say, I'm for this, I'm relating to you, where's Kamala? Those kind of things create a counter narrative that can just really ratchet the race in all different directions. That's what they need to do.
All right, Greg, when you think about it, the guy that they claim is destroying democracy is actually helping protect it by telling voters what Kamala Harris actually stands for.
Well, somebody has to. I would disagree with Jesse on this. I think that Trump should not engage the media at all. Go right to the Democratic voters who don't like him. Sit at a table with 4 voters. Do it a couple times a week and just field their concerns, because Trump rallies and these choreographed media things, they don't convert. They don't convert. People who are unsure need to see the personal touch. When people see that Trump is not Hitler, they're going to be really angry at the media who told them he was. They're going to go, this guy he's actually a human being. I think the strategy of ignoring the media is hilarious because it's endorsed by the media. They're like a guy who says, I don't blame if you don't date me. Right. I'm bad news. This might be the most honest thing the media has ever said. If you don't include us, you'll be fine, because we make everything worse. Every time you put the media in every aspect of life, they destroyed the melting pot. They've undermined biology. They've undermined education, all through their leftist ideology. You know, I wouldn't want them around either. Basically, they're saying to Kamala, it's not you, it's me. And you know, Seinfeld was a show about nothing. This is a candidacy about nothing. It's like they heard nothing beats Trump, and they said, well, let's run nothing. This party, we're a donut. Harris is the whole. A layer of protective flour and sugar surrounding a pocket of emptiness. It's no wonder The View loves her.
All right, Harold. Kamala said she's going to do one interview. I think it's on August 31st. Is that smart, Harold?
Look, 2 things. I think it's smart and clever what President Trump is doing with this website. I think some of the criticism towards her not sharing already all the things she's going and wants to do as president. A lot of it's fair, some of it's not fair. I'd say the part that's not fair is because President Trump on his own website doesn't really go into excruciating and elaborate detail about some of the things that he wants to do to fix some of these challenges. So I think as you get clever and you're smart, and I think it was a good tactic, I think you have to share your own thoughts. I've said all along, Vice President Harris will not be able to not do serious interviews, not be able to do press conferences, and frankly, just not engage with the press. The American people have great insecurities and aspirations about the economy, depending on where you sit on the economic ladder. Those concerns and aspirations and, frankly, insecurities could be more pronounced if you're at the lower end versus the higher end. But Democrats have a history of speaking to voters at the middle and lower end, and she's going to have to be successful there because President Trump, I think the real genius and beauty of his campaigns over the last 8 years have been that ability as a Republican to connect with union households and blue-collar households across the country. So she won't be able to get away with this, Judge, between now and November. If she does try to do it, I don't think she wins. So I don't think she'll do it. I think come September 10th, if she, I agree with Jesse, I thought June 27th was a huge day. September 10th is an even bigger day. And tonight is the start of that test for her. She's got to give a great speech tonight to get this thing rolling.
Yeah, and, I wouldn't be surprised if she does. I mean, it's not that hard to read it. But, Dana, I want to talk to you about Gina Raimondo, the Secretary of Commerce. Let's take a listen to this sound, and we'll come back.
When you hear that, do you potentially think that this new numbers could be a liability for this campaign?
No. When I hear that, first of all, I don't believe it because I've never heard Donald Trump say anything truthful.
It is, though, from the Bureau of Labor.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, and of course, Dana, that is about the 818,000 jobs that the Bureau of Labor Statistics said were falsely claimed to have been created by the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, so there was a revision. The Bureau of Labor Statistics does it every year. Sometimes it works in an administration's favor, sometimes it doesn't. And in this case, for Biden-Harris, it doesn't. But the media or even your own cabinet can sweep it under the rug. On the Raimondo point, whoever the press secretary is should get either a real talking to or be shown the door. Because that was gigantic news yesterday. And for the secretary to go on an interview and not be prepared for it was one thing. But here's the other thing. If you're a Republican communications director, you for sure prep your boss to go into any interview because you know the questions are going to be tough or obvious, and in that case, that one didn't work. The other thing is that the whole convention, I really noticed it yesterday in Tim Walz's speech, and you'll probably hear more about it today from Kamala Harris, is that they're applying policies to Donald Trump that he does not support. So, for example, they continuously say that Donald Trump is for a federal abortion ban. They say he is going to ban more books. They say that he is not going to allow you to worship the way that you want to. And it's really a dirty way to do politics because, one, nobody in the media ever gets to ask them, like, well, what do you mean? I would say that the moderators for that September 10th debate really have their work cut out for them because, one, President Trump has to say, that is not my policy, etc. But then you could also look back to you and say, well, your policies are A, B, C, D, E, F, G, F. You could go all down the alphabet because she's been in power for a long time, but walking away from all of the big ones. They touched the hot stove of policy last Friday on the economy. They got slapped back by the left-wing media, including even centrist media, the Washington Post editorial board, CNN, saying this idea of price controls is a gimmick and it will never work. So I don't know if they're too shy now to put out anything else and they're just going to try to run the vibes for another 48 hours.
Well, I'm sure they'll run it for 48 hours. The question is how much longer after that. Anyway, ahead, former President Trump reacting to the search for a man who threatened to kill him.
We found Wonderland, you and I got lost in it, and we pretended it could last forever.
If you're living with HIV, imagine being good to go without daily HIV pills. Good to go off the grid. Good to go nonstop. With Cabenuva, there's no pausing for daily HIV pills. For adults who are undetectable, Cabenuva is the only complete, long-acting HIV treatment you can get every other month. It's 2 injections from a healthcare provider just 6 times a year. Don't receive Cabenuva if you're allergic to its ingredients or if you're taking certain medicines which may interact with Cabenuva. Serious side effects include allergic reactions, post-injection reactions, liver problems, and depression. If you have a rash and other allergic reaction symptoms, stop Cabenuva and get medical help right away. Tell your doctor if you have liver or kidney problems, mental health concerns, and if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or considering pregnancy. Some of the most common side effects include injection site reactions, fever, and tiredness. With Cabenuva, you're good to go. Ask your doctor about switching.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to announce my all-new My Mattress Topper. I've combined two of my very best technologies. It starts with the famous MyPillow foam that provides you that overall full body support. Second is the individual comfort supports that give you your own unique sleep experience. It's like it was made specifically for you. The queen size alone has over 14,000 comfort supports. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code and you're going to save $100 off any size My Mattress Topper. For example, queen size now only $149.98. These prices are unheard of, but there's even more. Order right now and you're going to get a set of MyPillow bed sheets absolutely free. My Mattress Topper is backed with my 60-day money-back guarantee, so if you return it for any reason, keep my bed sheets as a free gift to you. Don't delay, order now.
Visit mypillow.com.
Tommy Copper compression socks are the best socks you'll ever wear. Comfortable, soft, and they've got science built right in. Support where you need it. Cushioning where you want it. Pain-relieving compression reduces swelling and eases muscle fatigue. Breathable to keep you dry. And patented Copper's Energy for lifetime odor protection. Get energized. The more you wear them, the better you'll feel. Upgrade your socks. Go to TommyCopper.com for big savings today.
You need these. Trust me.
He was only 47. Aneurysm.
Did he have life insurance?
Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Visit or call SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
In the furniture business, things move fast. ZipRecruiter helps us hire qualified candidates who can keep up. We needed a project manager yesterday. We posted a job on ZipRecruiter and had our guy on site in 5 days. He was qualified in every way. ZipRecruiter finds the best candidates for all our jobs. They helped us build our dream team, and they did it fast. Is that too fast for you?
4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/box.
Problems with gray hair? Not anymore. With the new Alpacin Gray Attack, an easy-to-use shampoo for darker and thicker-looking hair day by day. Fight for your hair with the new Alpacin Gray Attack. Available at Amazon.
No application fee if you apply by August 29th at University of Maryland Global Campus, offering online and hybrid courses and lifetime career services. Learn about our more than 135 degrees and certificates at umgc.edu.
'Cause I didn't know I needed you so.
Thank you, sir.
And letting you go.
A scary situation unfolding as Donald Trump visits the border in Cochise, Arizona. There is an intense manhunt underway right now for a man who they believe has made threats against the former president. Now, it comes a little over a month since the assassination attempt on Trump's life. Despite the danger, Donald Trump went ahead with his event and commented on the manhunt, saying this.
I have to do my job. It's a job. It's a dangerous job. But I have to do my job. This is so sad, but this border is so dangerous, it's so bad and so horrible to people. They're losing children, wives and husbands, and it's just a horrible thing. And we can stop it.
Judge, maybe could you talk a little bit about the threat and then what it's like for Secret Service now under even more pressure to make sure that he's protected and that the other candidates are protected as well?
Well, look, the Secret Service, and unfortunately, we've had a very bad experience with Kim Cheadle at the head of the Secret Service. And to be honest with you, I'm not that impressed with the acting director, Rowe. But the Secret Service is always supposed to be on guard and prepared that someone is out there and ready to kill the president president of the United States. I mean, that is their job. And so now we have a name and a face, and we're going to deal with the ramping up of all of the assets to make sure that they find this individual and that they afford Donald Trump now the same security that they would give to actually a sitting president. And you can bet that all of law enforcement, all intelligence assets are turned on to find this guy, both overt, which is, you know, informed presence, and covert, which is Secret Service and what they do internally. It's also a good bet that this will not end well for this guy on the right of the screen. However, this will not be the last time that someone comes out of the woodwork to harm Donald Trump. But this guy is dumb enough to tell everybody ahead of time, and now we know who he is. But I have to say one more thing, Dana. You know, there's a lot of talk in this race about testosterone and masculinity and all this nonsense. I've never seen anyone like Donald Trump, irrespective of my personal feelings for him, and you know that he's my friend. I mean, you get up after you're shot and you yell fight, and this guy's going out again knowing that there are people who want to kill him, and knowing that even with Secret Service protection in Butler County in Pennsylvania, this punk almost got away with it.
Yeah, and that investigation is ongoing, and they do have now bulletproof glass in order to protect the president.
Right.
Greg, one of the things he did down there today is had angel parents there, families whose loved ones were murdered by illegal immigrants who had crossed the border. And what he was doing is basically drawing a straight line from Kamala Harris and Joe Biden to these tragedies. How do you think it went?
Well, first, we got to remind people, the people who make public threats aren't the ones who do the deed. I wish it were that simple. It's, you know, the people intent on assassinations never tell you first. It's not like Babe Ruth, you know, pointing to the bleachers and saying, I'm going to hit a homer. You know, as somebody who's gotten a fair share of threats, you know, the only one that took actual steps never told me ahead of time, which was really rude. So, okay, about Trump's presser down there. So it makes me think, what's worse? Trump coming down that escalator in 2015 and offending the sensibilities of the virtue signaling media, or the crimes, the rapes and the murders that he accurately warned us about? You know, when Trump said, and you might say, oh, it was inartful, has proved correct. And it wasn't a political statement. It was a statement based on common sense, that if you open the floodgates and let in millions of people, there are bound to be bad hombres. There's bound to be a bad skittle in the bunch. Rapists and murderers. If you had listened to him and not let your emotions about how he says things and how his tweets offend you, he would have been able to fix this, and there would be people alive today that aren't.
Jesse, one of the things that the Trump War Room Twitter account, or X account, sorry, said today was that he said that I met with Kamala's transition team. I told her transition team exactly what would happen if they got rid of President Trump's policies. We suggested policies to her within the parameters, and she refused to listen. Kamala's border invasion was a policy choice. And listen to Chris Murphy. He's the senator, I believe, Connecticut. Am I right?
Yes.
I hope I'm right. This is what he said about Kamala here.
Kamala Harris has been tough as nails when it comes to securing our border.
When Donald Trump comes down to Texas, stands next to officers in uniforms just like mine, he's not there to help us. Don't think that, not for a second. He is a self-serving man. Now, Kamala, on the other hand, has been fighting border crime for years.
I did about an hour of that last night here on the floor, Jesse.
No one believes that, Dana. No one believes that. That's just in one ear and out the other. Just because some guy has a hat on and says she's tough, that doesn't make her tough. Trump runs towards problems. Kamala runs away. If you can't obey orders, you can't lead. She was given an order to fix the border, and she didn't do it. She's not really that hard of a worker. Trump is. Look at the way he symbolically does these events. He goes to the border to talk about the invasion. He has a grocery summit with items to talk prices. He goes to the inner city to talk about crime. And then you'll see him at a UFC event or a Formula One race. I guarantee you're going to see him at a college football game this fall. What this does is forces the media to project these images into people's homes and phones. When you give the media images, you know, we're all lazy. We take it, we put it out there. That's great. That's what television is. If Kamala is just going to do small events and no interviews, That's not going to hack it. Trump is going to be able to overwhelm her with a variety of images that symbolically suggest that he's in this to win this and is fighting for you. Kamala really needs to step up her game here.
Harold Ford Jr. give you the final word on the border and on the manhunt or on the border policy.
Let's just say two quick things. President Trump, I thought his words about this manhunt were so presidential, and anyone that believes we should bring harm to any president, there should be action taken against him. But he said, I've heard it's dangerous, but I also have a job to do. I have great respect for the Secret Service, and I hope they continue to do their job well in the way that he thinks they should. On this border thing, look, I think that both of these candidates have some shortcomings. I think President Trump is going to have to answer at that debate, and I'm curious to hear his answer, if indeed all the media reports are right that he worked actively against the bipartisan bill that was created, and if he did, why so? And I think she's going to have to answer. What's the difference between being responsible for looking at root causes of the challenges at our border and being the border czar? And the country will have an opportunity to decide whom they believe most or who they think is the most credible. I know I'll be looking forward to it. I have an opinion on it, but I'm looking forward to how the country reacts.
Jesse, the polls show that President Trump is way trusted more on the border than anything else. Do you trust that poll?
That's the poll I trust.
Okay, just want to make sure. All right, up next, the media thinks Dems are ditching Hulk Hogan, loving manly men.
Get along down the road. We've got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always get.
Hi, I'm William Devane. And right now, there's a serious discussion about who our next president will be. A Republican, a Democrat, an independent. The future of our country is hanging in the balance, which is why, as a good American, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to vote, and I'm going to buy gold from Roslyn Capital. Buying gold from Roslyn helps protect me against runaway inflation and all that paper money being printed around the world by unstable governments. Whether you want new or old gold or premium collector coins, Roslyn has them all. And what you order is what you get. No gimmicks, no nonsense, no hassle. So do your part to protect your future. Vote and buy gold from Roslyn Capital.
Call Roslyn Capital now to get your free gold kit, free silver kit, and free IRA kit with smart ways you can transfer or roll over your IRA. Call 800-630-8900. That's 800-630-8900.
There are many ways to do things. At Old Dominion Freight Line, we do them this way. This way has people who start early, people who care and inspire each other to do things the way they should be done. This way uses technology and goes the extra mile to deliver your promises on time, every time. This way is why we're the #1 national LTL carrier for quality. For us, this way is the right way, which is why it's the only way we go.
While I'm a paid actor, and this isn't a real company, there's no way to fake how Upwork can help your business. Upwork is half the cost of our old recruiter, and they have top-tier talent in everything from PR to project management. Because this is how we work now.
Why do couples choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
I need it a little cool.
And I need it a lot of cool.
We're both cool like that.
Sleep Number does that. Actively cools and warms on each side. During our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Shop now at a Sleep Number store near you.
Hi, Grandma. I played baseball today.
Oh, that's great.
What position did you play?
First base.
That's what Grandpa used to play. When our hearing wouldn't allow us to use a regular phone, it made us feel isolated.
It became difficult to communicate with our friends and family.
Clear Captions was an easy solution for us.
Clear Captions provides captions on a phone like captioning on your TV, so you can see what the caller is saying live as they say it.
Making it easy to understand and respond immediately.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Captions service is provided at no cost to you through a federally funded program. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone, all at no cost to you.
Give your loved ones the independence and connection they deserve.
Call now to see if you qualify to get a Clear Captions phone at no cost to you. Call 1-800-979-0270. That's 1-800-979-0270.
When I started MyPillow, it was just a problem solution, one product company. Well, since then, with the help of my dedicated employees, we now have hundreds of products, some you might not even know about. To get the word out, we're having a $25 extravaganza. 2-pack multi-use My Pillows, $25. My Pillow sandals, $25. And for the first time ever, our 6-pack towel sets, you guessed it, just $25. Our brand new 4-pack dish towels, $25. And I've never done this before. Premium My Pillows with all new Giza fabric, any size, any loft level, even king size for only $25. And there's so much more. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code for our $25 extravaganza. Order $75 and over. Your entire order ships absolutely free.
So what does it mean to be a man? Do you have to be a fan of Hulk Hogan ripping his shirt off at the RNC? CNN apparently thinks the DNC is trying to appeal to dudes who may not be as masculine as their Republican counterparts. Listen to this.
Tim Walz being one of them, Doug Emhoff last night, who can speak to men out there who might not be the sort of testosterone-laden, gun-toting kind of guy who wants to listen to Hulk Hogan.
Greg, your thoughts on this? When Waltz came out, he had a lot of his old football players, guys he coached. Was that effective? Is it trying to get at this point here?
I think that's two different questions. I think the Dems are losing men because their platform speaks to miserable women. And the low testosterone male that they're talking about is another creation aimed at feeding women the wrong remedy for the illness that they have caused by leftism. Leftism took the idea of equality and twisted into sameness. So there's no difference between men and women, right? So it's like what men can do, women can do. And hence now it's the reverse. You have men in women's sports, men in women's clothing, men in women's prisons. But women are different. And whether you're a feminist, Democrat, or Republican, or libertarian, women appreciate the distinction, and real men embrace the distinction. Research shows a high rate of mental illness among liberal single women. I believe it has something to do with an elimination of the traditional sex differences. Once you blend the differences, what happens is you're going to deny the natural empathy that men give to women. If you're married, you understand this. It doesn't matter what a woman's political beliefs are. You have to treat her like a woman. History spent as a woman matters more than a man who decides he's a woman at 20 or 30 or 40. Lastly, imagine a girl raised by a loving father. So she is daddy's little girl. She's his princess. Then she grows up and she's surrounded by low testosterone beta males. Wouldn't you be miserable? What a letdown.
I was taking notes. I got to tell Georgia Ford about this. Judge, your thoughts about this? Is this something that men, women, what do you think about this dynamic that Greg just outlined?
I don't know. I'm trying to understand what Greg was saying. And I even said to him before this, I'm not clear. Look, this is a ploy, as far as I'm concerned, to close the gender gap. And I don't know why people are so obsessed with testosterone, low, high, medium, whatever. I mean, I'm done with it. And honestly, I know a lot of men who are Republican conservatives. They're black. They're trans, they're gay. I mean, they're everything. And they're conservatives and they're Republicans. So what? And maybe I don't understand it, but I think it's the ultimate segregation. I think that what they're doing is they are literally segregating and predetermining the category that you should be in based upon your identity, your gender, and your color. And I don't know what good it does. All I know is I'm a heterosexual. I am attracted to a male heterosexual, okay? And I'm happy, so leave me alone and leave him alone.
I took notes there too, Judge. Dana, what are your thoughts about this?
I do think that it's being a little bit overdone. And I would also say this. I look back on my career and my opportunities, and every single one of them I can trace to somebody who's a man who said, I think you've got potential and I want to help you. And I would start with my dad reading the newspapers with me. I would look to teachers that I had, professors. I would think about George W. Bush, Roger Ailes, who hired me, Sean Hannity, who said, let's give her a shot. Like, that happened to me over and over again. So I do think that the segregation, I think, is too much. But let me also tell you this. I think it's working. Here's the numbers for you right here. Women are fueling Kamala Harris's surge right now. She's doing 7 points better amongst women than Biden did. And then there's been no movement amongst men voters nationally. So that pattern holds in the swing states. And if those I take that from the New York Times, if those polls are right, we could be looking at a historic gender gap. Just one more thing to try to divide us.
Kid Rock performed the RNC. John Legend here last night. I thought it was great. Jesse, you listen to rap music sometimes, and you put Coltrane on last week coming into your segment. How do you feel about this? Can men listen to Coltrane and listen to hip-hop?
Are you inferring that listening to Coltrane is low testosterone?
Some might perceive it. I don't. I like Coltrane.
Oh, wait. Well, now I should reconsider. Hold my hand, Dana.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Here we go.
Being a real man is about having personal responsibility. It's about protecting your family. It's about having self-respect.
Yep.
It's about financial security. And it's about leadership. If those things are turnoffs for the Democratic Party, you can have the other men. The real men will take care of the country, and the other men can just sit down with the women and watch Netflix. All right?
Now I see
had
why
more
you
to
wanted
say.
You didn't need my hand until
you started
the
to
last.
squeeze.
No, but you didn't need my hand. I'm with you. I can't wait to watch Emily in Paris with you anyway.
Dana,
ahead.
That wasn't me.
Tim Walz attacking J.D. Vance for going to Yale.
What was the last thing Jesse said?
Rejoice, good tidings I bring you. Yeah, yeah. A message to you, my friend.
When the sawdust settles and the engine finally roars, the thing you care about most is a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe no matter what you're working on, you need high-quality tools at a great price. And that's what we're all about. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
How can you be sure you're getting the right deal?
I have to talk to my bestie. This one's like your last boyfriend. It's got issues.
For the right used car, just say, show me the Carfax value. You'll get the most accurate price based on the vehicle's accident history. Shop at the all-new Carfax.com.
Are they really going to spend all day streaming college football on DirecTV? Can you blame them? They've got the biggest rivalries.
And bowl games. Speaking of, Frank, run a slant to the bowl of chips. Bobby, button hook to the salsa.
What are you going to do, Coach Prime?
Don't question your coach, man.
With Fast Signs, create factory-grade visual solutions to perfect your process. Fast Signs, make your statement.
By the time this ad is over, Karen will know if that feeling in her chest is AFib or just the end of a stressful day. It's that easy. Peace of mind that fits in your wallet. Cardia Mobile Card is on sale now at Cardia.com or Amazon. And now, Cardia Mobile Card is HSA FSA eligible.
Lumino Whitening Toothpaste gives you 3 benefits in one toothpaste. Healthy enamel, healthy gums, and white teeth. This is my #1 hack for healthier and brighter teeth and gums. Best toothpaste ever. Find Lumino Toothpaste at a Walmart and Target.
Gavin Newsom on special report. From the energy behind the Harris-Walz ticket to the Democratic agenda, the California governor has critical insight in a must-see interview tonight.
With Walmart Plus Assist, you get all the benefits of Walmart Plus for half the price, like free delivery, video streaming, plus so much more. Walmart Plus Assist saves you so much more for so much less.
And Stewie at the rim says no. Sabrina Ionescu made more threes than anybody in the league last year.
Right here, right now, we'll show you how. There is nothing like a Wendy's Frosty. It's cool, it's creamy,
it's only $1 right now? Wait, what? The one and only Frosty is $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
You're the one.
Kikkoman, America's #1 soy sauce.
Sargento! I'm savory, I'm sweet. Your family's favorite treat. Natural cheese for you and your favorite cookies too. New with Chips Ahoy! I'm tasty, I'm fun. Balanced breaks for everyone.
Tim Walz going after the American dream in his DNC speech. The man who lies about everything from his military rank to his taco spices, weirdly attacking J.D. Vance, who was born into poverty, for going to Yale.
I grew up in Butte, Nebraska, a town of 400 people. I had 24 kids in my high school class, and none of them went to Yale.
That's kind of a weird line of attack. The DNC stage is like a Yale alumni reunion. It's jam-packed with Yaleys and other Ivy Leaguers. What does that say about him as a teacher, that he's bragging no one from his class went to Yale, Harold?
Look, I thought it was an unusual line of attack. Both of these men came from modest backgrounds. And both of them have achieved incredible things in their lives. One has decided to be more in the private sector, the other in the public sector. I think if you're Governor Walz, I think you want to talk about the differences between the two and not go after someone who decided to, who worked their way. Dana said it so well last night. He is not anywhere affirmative action kid, J.D. Vance. He had nobody go to school there. When I mean affirmative action, I mean, he had no opportunity because someone was a legacy or any of those things. So I give him great credit for what he's achieved in his life. Where I differ with J.D. Vance, and I assume Tim Walz does, is on some of the positions he's taken on issues that I find important. I hope that's where the debate gets back to.
Was he, Dana, going for the I'm a regular guy thing? Because regular guys, they aspire to go to Yale,
I think that he
too.
wanted to say, I'm not an elitist. But I'm like, but you would have been proud of J.D. Vance if that had been your student, somebody who needed free breakfast and free lunch and had worked his way up and decided to go to the military, get the GI Bill, and go to Yale. You would have been proud of him. So I didn't like that, but I would also say this. Tim Walz is talking about how he is the guy that can reach out to the middle. He underperformed Biden in 2020. He underperformed Obama in 2012 in rural counties across Minnesota. His strength has come from inner city areas that Kamala Harris already has in the bag.
Yeah, Janine, if he tries this line at the debate, I would just say, yeah, I'm smarter than you are.
Yeah,
I'm wealthier, I'm smarter, and you don't even own any property.
But you know what? The point that Dana makes is so important. His strength does come from inner city areas. The guy is a radical left-winger who caters to trans demands and shifts his positions at whim, who let BLM burn down cities and opens the windows because he loves the smell of burning rubber, he and his wife. This is a coach who literally dumps his team the night before the Super Bowl, and consistent with his BS, calls himself coach when he wasn't even coach. He was the assistant coach. And he's worried about other people. He should worry about himself.
All right, let's go to Greg, who went to the Yale of the West Coast, Berkeley.
Yeah, I was going to say, I question the assumption, the premise of this whole criticism. They're assuming that Yale's a good school. It's the poor man's Chico State. I mean, nobody goes to Yale and ever becomes anything other than a bureaucrat. You know, it makes me wonder, though, is Walz the first white DEI hire? When you think about it, I mean, he was kind of there. They needed to tick two boxes: white male, because they knew they were hemorrhaging white male, actually all males. So they picked a white male and ignored all of the disqualifying characteristics that make him up, from his chronic lying and obviously the DWI cover-up, which is pretty big, you know. So I think maybe he is a historic first. He's the first white DEI hire.
I was waiting for you to say something brilliant, and time was running out in the show. I didn't think you were going to be able to do it. You did it.
Thank you.
He's just white DEI hire. I love it. One more thing's up next.
Nation has live coverage of the DNC.
We are running a campaign on behalf of all Americans.
As Kamala Harris accepts the nomination, our all-star lineup breaks down the fallout and all the biggest speeches.
Are you ready to get to work?
Unconventional, live DNC coverage. And if you miss a speech, you can stream it next day on Fox Nation. Plus,
here's the deal.
Catch up on all the action with Kellyanne Conway on Here's the Deal with Kellyanne. New episodes every Thursday, only on Fox Nation.
Progressive makes it easy to save with a quick commercial auto quote online. So you can get back to your monster to-do list.
Really?
Get a quote at progressivecommercial.com.
Tommy Copper compression socks have support where you need it, cushioning where you want it, pain-relieving compression, reduces swelling and eases muscle fatigue, and patented Copper's Energy for lifetime odor protection. Go to TommyCopper.com for big savings today.
You need these, trust me.
If you have Graves' disease and itchy eyes, the truth may be even more uncomfortable. People with Graves could also get thyroid eye disease, or TED, which may need a different doctor. Find a TED eye specialist at isitted.com.
Dave Portnoy is known as the founder of Barstool Sports and is known for his sharp commentary and down-to-earth one-bite pizza reviews. Dave created the Barstool Fund during COVID and raised $50 million to help small businesses stay afloat.
We have a South Beach on Staten Island too, by the way.
Probably a little bit different.
A little bit, just a little bit. It means a lot to the Tunnel to Towers Foundation that you've taken your time to help us.
It's a cause that resonates with our audience for sure. Like, it really doesn't matter what your politics are. The military, these people are serving our country and they need help.
These great heroes that are willing to risk it all for us, and our first responders go out every single day. I say, they give their kids a kiss goodbye, and how many times they don't come home. Tunnel to Towers Foundation made a promise. We're going to help every single one of them in America.
The United States is so much better than every other country in the world, and the freedoms that people take for granted, and it would not happen without people who risk their lives for this country, and that's who you're supporting.
We ask for $11 a month.
$11, you have full pie, you're good to go. You skip one pie.
You skip one pie and you help a hero and their family that are left behind.
Yep, and every dollar matters. What worked with the Barstool Fund? They knew they were giving us money, and the money was going right to the businesses they want to give the money to.
People knew where the money is going, and we're 95.1% of every dollar that is raised goes to our great heroes.
Yeah, and that's a huge part. I did all the research. I've known about you guys, and you checked out, by the way, against Staten Island, all the people. I can show you my phone right now, saying he's the only honest guy there is.
I want to hear what you rate the Tunnel to Towers Foundation.
Right, which is always high pressure when I'm sitting right next to the guy. It's like, but we'll give it 10, even though I don't generally give 10s. That's a rookie score. But we'll give it 10. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't a 10.
So let's do good together.
Let's do it. I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month by going to t2t.org or calling 1-844-BRAVEST.
The last few years have been really tough on my family. This never-ending cycle of inflation is taking more and more out of my paycheck. Hardworking families like mine are hurting. We need help and relief from rising costs. Why aren't we harnessing more of America's natural resources to help reduce inflation? We can't afford to wait any longer. We need more energy and more choices now. Learn more at lightsonenergy.com.
The final night of the Democratic National Convention, Fox News has live coverage from Chicago. As Kamala Harris delivers her message to Americans, Fox News Democracy 24 has must-see insight and analysis. The final night of the Democratic National Convention, tonight on Fox News Channel.
Got it. OMT, Judge.
Okay, talk about a rock. This 2,492-carat rough diamond has been unearthed in Botswana, the biggest ever discovered in the South African country, potentially the second largest diamond ever.
Oh my gosh.
And also, I'm going to try to get it for you, Jesse. Also, my appearance on Here's the Deal with Kellyanne Conway on Fox Nation just dropped. We talk about Kamala's history as a prosecutor, invasion of the border, and why security is so important to voters in November.
All right, tonight, finally, the last late night live show. God help us all. Michael Loftus, Charlie Arnold, Kat Tim Tires. Tonight at 11. You know what that means. Hey, let's do this. Animals are great. Animals are great. Animals are great. Hey, Greg, what do porcupines eat? Good question. Usually it's romaine lettuce. Check out this little sucker. His name is Elmer. Loves a good pile of romaine lettuce leaves. This is at the San Antonio Zoo, by the way, where the porcupines are all vegan. And they're also, they protest a lot. They bathe. Is there any other, is there another one? There he is. Check this little sucker out. This is a rock hyrax. That is not a porcupine. Eating kale. All right, I've had enough of this.
Kale.
Jesse, say something interesting.
Okay, that's a low T porcupine.
It
Vegan?
is.
Come on. So tonight, Jesse Waters Primetime, we have Johnny confronting people all over the place all week. Here's a little taste.
Madam Speaker,
Hi.
how are you? Nice to meet you. Johnny from Fox. Should Kamala do a Fox debate? Why won't you do it?
Don't make me laugh.
But if she can't do
Fox,
if she can't do Fox, how is she going to face Putin?
I don't see any equivalence in that statement.
Oh, Johnny making everybody uncomfortable, just like I used to do.
Yes. All right, he learned from the worst. Dana.
I do love how he makes them laugh. Hey, check out this lady in Arizona as a business there. She is hand making these little outfits for dogs. Accessories range from berets to jackets, and everything is knitted by hand.
Knits.
Animals are great. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you. Have a great night, Brett.
Sorry, Amy.
You knit
I
by
was
hand,
fast.
don't you?
What?
You knit by hand.
I do. I do it
Yeah.
during the breaks. I'm
That's
making
fantastic.
you a shawl, Brett.
Thank you. I'll love it. Good evening. I'm Brett Baer. Welcome to the grand finale of the Democratic National Convention from the United Center in Chicago. We are following two major stories tonight. Obviously, Vice President Kamala Harris getting ready to formally accept the party's nomination in the big speech tonight. And former President Donald Trump gets caught off guard learning that authorities are looking for an Arizona man for threatening to kill the former president while he visits the southern border in that state. We'll get to that story in just moments. But in a few hours here in the United Center, Vice President Harris will deliver her acceptance speech to a packed house. We're hearing the address will focus on joy and optimism, instead of perhaps policy and some substance, the theme familiar to this month-old campaign, which has seen the vice president participate in zero long-form interviews or news conferences or interviews for that matter at all. I'll discuss all of this and more with California's Governor Gavin Newsom a little bit later in the show. But first, let's go to senior White House correspondent Peter Ducey. He's on the convention floor for the big night. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, Brett. There's a lot of speculation about possible celebrity guests here at the grand finale of the DNC, but the headliner on the last day of the Democratic convention is supposed to be the Democratic nominee, Kamala Harris. She is preparing for tonight's remarks right now at her hotel.
Most importantly, what you'll see is the next president of the United States.
That's more likely, according to Harris aides, because she got such a late start.
I think the short campaign benefits Kamala Harris in a lot of ways.
If Harris wins, Democrats hold the Senate and flip the House. Senator Chuck Schumer is telling the Washington Post one of her first orders of business will be bills to limit redistricting and expand voting rights. But a lot has to go right for Democrats for that to happen, beginning with tonight's convention closing by Vice President Harris.
The people that will decide this election don't know that much about her.
Harris' allies don't believe she'll be impacted by her much more progressive record, which has Donald Trump calling her Comrade Kamala.
That boat doesn't float. It just doesn't float. And it doesn't because I know the things we've worked on together. And they're not sexy stuff.
But despite good vibes and a memorable rollout of Governor Tim Walz as running mate,
I love this dude.
Divisions remain within the party. The current president, Joe Biden, upset with Democrats who forced an early retirement.
Does that bother you that your friends are upset at you?
What bothers me would have been the re-election of Donald Trump as president of the United States. That's what bothers me.
And a major union upset that convention planners haven't given a voice to pro-Palestinian voices. The 400,000-member United Auto Workers Union writes, if we want real democracy and if we want to win this election, the Democratic Party must allow a Palestinian-American speaker to be heard from the DNC stage tonight.
No, we're absolutely not taking their votes for granted. We've worked to engage them throughout the convention. We're proud of the fact that we held a panel.
A lot of the local news coverage of the convention today on the last day is about how local leaders in Chicago are upset that there has not been a pro-Palestinian voice on the stage, at least not yet. So far, convention planners have done a very good job of preventing disruptive protests inside the convention hall. But worth pointing out, Kamala Harris has not been a pre-scheduled speaker until tonight. Right.
And you know who else has done a good job? We should give a hat tip to the Chicago police, Peter, because they really have kept this thing locked up. Knock on wood that tonight goes the same way, but it's logistically tough to get in and out. But Chicago police has really done a great job.
Absolutely, and they had to put their heads together with federal partners to try to figure out what protesters have been doing at big events like the one that we're at right now. And it seems, based on all of what our teams have been noticing at the protests, is that they just law enforcement overwhelmed protesters with numbers. They did not go anywhere where the protesters were not outnumbered by the police like 2 or 3 to 1.
All right, Peter Ducey on the convention floor. Peter, thanks. We'll talk to Mike Tobin outside in a little bit. Now to our other top story. A manhunt of an Arizona suspect who threatened former President Trump is now over. Correspondent Aisha Hazni joins us with this breaking news story. Something else. Good evening, Aisha.
Oh, what a day, Brett. Definitely a stunning turn of events. You know, we've been reporting about this manhunt for about a good hour as the former President Trump came out and made his prepared remarks outside without bulletproof glass. But it appears that President Trump actually found out about all of this, the manhunt itself, through a reporter live on TV. Watch.
Today there was a manhunt going on in this county. Somebody made death threats to you. Did you hear about that before coming?
Thank you for telling me. Let's get out of here right now. But no, I haven't heard that, but I'm not that surprised. And the reason is because I want to do things that are very bad for the bad guys.
Just incredible there, Brett. So the Cochise County Sheriff's Department has now confirmed that they have in custody this man, 66-year-old Ronald Lee Servid from Benson, Arizona. He's got some outstanding warrants in the state for a hit and run and a felony failure to register as a sex offender. So after the press conference, our Alicia Acuna, who's on the ground there with the president, she followed up with him about the search and what he was told, what he knew before he made those remarks out there at the border. He says that he was told that it was dangerous, and he was asked if he could move the location of the event, but not much else.
Does that make you want to change the way you do events or anything? How do you respond to that?
It makes me want to get away from this interview because you and I are standing out here. And I was told, do you think you could do it someplace else? But I have to do my job. It's a job. It's a dangerous job. But I have to do my job. This is so sad, and you've seen the whole thing today, and I hope you're going to report on it fairly. But this border is so dangerous.
Yeah, Brett, it's truly stunning that the entire world apparently knew about this. We were covering it here on Fox News, and yet the former president, the center of it all, did not. So we've reached out to the Trump campaign to find out if this is routine, perhaps, to keep the president out of the loop when it's being broadcasted all over the world. No response just yet. Brett.
Aisha, thank you. The U.S. Supreme Court, meantime, reviving part of an Arizona voter law requiring documented proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote. The justices, in a 5-4 ruling, agreed to reinstate a provision of the law after a federal judge blocked it in response to legal challenges by the Biden administration and advocacy groups. The law has seen plenty of legal challenges since it was adopted in 2022. The coalition to march on the DNC is holding its final protest near the United Center tonight in hopes of disrupting the convention as Vice President Harris takes the main stage. Thousands are expected to participate. As we said, so far, law enforcement has done a fantastic job keeping everything at bay. Senior correspondent Mike Tobin is on the streets again tonight with the latest. Good evening, Mike.
And, Brett, there was a flare-up here just a few minutes ago, and it was triggered by, of all people, Vivek Ramaswamy. He showed up here. The protesters who were gathering for their march ran him off, but as they were running him off, they bumped into each other. They started fighting for a little bit, but it ultimately calmed back down. And that's a contrast to what we saw certainly yesterday when thousands of them took to the street on the near west side here, and it was largely peaceful, no arrest. There was one dust-up when a protester got onto the platform of the L stop at Damon. That's a green light stop. Police wrestled her to the ground. The protesters demanded that she be released. She was released. The march continued. They went with some unorthodox technique. About 1 in the morning, they went to the hotel where Vice President Harris is staying. They chanted, they banged drums, they chanted, if they can't sleep, meaning the people in Gaza, then she can't sleep. Overall, the spokesman for the coalition referenced a statement made by President Biden that they've got a point to draw the conclusion that they are indeed getting through to the Democratic leadership.
2 nights ago, he said, hey, those folks out, he might have gone off script. His people probably freaked out when he said it. But he said, those people out there, I understand why they're doing that, right? That means people are watching us. They're paying attention to us. They know that we're out here. It will affect them. And that's why we do it.
Now, on Tuesday, the protesters created a conflict with police, but it was small relative to what we saw over the summer. Overall, they brought the numbers and the noise to guarantee Democrats in that convention can't ignore them. Brett?
Mike Tobin, outside. Mike, thanks.
Here's a sentence I never thought I'd hear myself saying. I'm Pete Buttigieg, and you might recognize me from Fox News.
She has never hesitated to reach across that aisle if it meant improving your lives. And she's always done it with energy, with passion, and with joy.
Well, let's discuss where the race stands and what we can expect from Vice President Harris's acceptance speech. Joining me tonight, Fox News chief political analyst Britt Hume. Britt, good evening.
Hi, Brett.
We're here. Final night. We made it.
We've made it thus far. Yeah.
You know, listen, there's a lot of pressure here after these speeches, including the Obamas, and we've talked about this, President Clinton, big speeches. A lot of pressure on Vice President Harris.
Yeah, I think, you know, that this is obviously the night that more people than have ever seen her before will see her in one event. And what we're witnessing, Brett, is at least an attempt at political alchemy. Because it wasn't very long ago when Kamala Harris was regarded, certainly in Washington, where she'd been a senator and then vice president, as something of a laughingstock. She was given to these sudden outbursts of sentences that were put down by a lot of people as word salad. And she said some truly inane things. There's no doubt about that. It is also the case that she composed, through statements she's made and things she supported, a pretty radical record. In fact, she described herself as a radical. That's all now to be set aside. We should forget all those things. This woman we thought was kind of a silly person and a kind of a giggling lightweight is presented now as Mamala and this wonderful family woman who's never hesitated, as you heard, to reach across the aisle and all of the rest of it. And she will emerge here tonight. And the question is, will anybody buy it? Right. And I think a great many people will. All the people in this hall will. They've already
Clearly
decided.
Yeah.
But it's a big task. Whether it will withstand scrutiny over time, don't know yet.
Here's some of the headlines. The reinvention of Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris rushes to the center. Kamala Harris's nomination is a new day for Indian American representation. That's the Chicago Tribune. Rushes to the center? Is there any evidence that she's rushing to the center? We may hear it in this speech tonight, but at least up until now, it's only been statements from the administration.
Not only that, the statements
that
we've heard have been from anonymous aides.
Right.
So, you know, these positions that she is said to have shifted, we've not heard out of her mouth. So, you know, when it comes to these things like her ban on fracking and her support for bail for rioters and so on, whether she's repudiating all that, we don't know from her own words. Maybe she hasn't. Who knows? Anonymous aides? I'm sorry, that's pretty thin.
That is thin. What's the over-under? 12 midnight, 11:30. What do you think?
I have a feeling they're going to get her out there in plenty of time to get it done before the 11th hour in the East. Or at least it won't be till midnight for sure. I think we could say, Brett.
We'll see you later tonight.
Well, thanks, Brett.
Thank you. Coming up, let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines. The Arkansas Supreme Court is upholding the state's rejection of signature petitions for an abortion rights ballot initiative in Arkansas. The move keeps the proposal from going before voters in November. Arkansas currently bans abortion at any time during a pregnancy unless the woman's life is at risk. The Food and Drug Administration gives a stamp of approval to updated COVID-19 vaccines made by Pfizer and Moderna targeting newer variants. The U.S. is currently experiencing its largest wave in COVID-19 cases since January. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky makes his first visit to the border area where his forces launched their surprise offensive into Russia. Zelensky says Kyiv's military has taken control of another Russian village and captured more prisoners of war. Stocks today were down ahead of an economic speech tomorrow from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. The Dow lost 178, the S&P 500 dropped 50, the Nasdaq fell 300. Up next, California Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom on what we've seen so far, what we can expect tonight, and the state of the presidential race. But first, from the Pacific Ocean to Lake Michigan comes a delegation with a lot of drive. We're here on the floor of the Democratic National Convention, and we are right in front of the California delegation. The California delegation actually home to Kamala Harris. They will have a front row seat for her big speech tonight. And one of the most famous U.S. road trips actually starts right here in Chicago. Route 66 crosses through 8 states, ends in California. It's unlikely that anybody in this delegation chose to drive the 40 hours rather than take the 4-hour flight. They're all eager to hear the Democratic nominee's speech. Also watching closely tonight will be the home state governor, Gavin Newsom. He joins us next to talk about the speech, the way forward for the Democratic Party. More special report continues after this.
I'm lucky. I found the one thing that I was put on this earth to do. And every day, as I inch one step closer to my vision, it reminds me that making it in life is all about the making.
At Ram, our calling is to build trucks. So when you find your calling, nothing can stop you from answering it.
Right now, during the Ram Make This the Summer event, get $3,000 cash allowance on the purchase of most 2025 Ram 1500 trucks. See your local Ram dealer today.
As the leaves turn and the air cools, we remember why we hunt. It's about the stories, the memories, the traditions passed down from generation to generation. And at Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's, we're here to help you make every moment count. Stock up for your next adventure during the Fall Hunting Classic, our biggest sale of the year. Our friendly, knowledgeable outfitters will help you find the right products for your next hunt. Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's, voted America's best outdoor retailer.
Here's to getting better with age.
Here's to beating these two every Thursday.
Help fuel today with Boost High Protein. Complete nutrition you need and the flavor you love. So here's to now. Now available Boost Max.
Here we are driving down the road and all of a sudden, bang! Oh! There's a crack in our windshield. You know what we can do now though, right? Go to safelight.com. And we're good to go.
Hey guys, I'll be replacing the windshield for you.
Can we go in there with you?
New cars come with cameras that could control your automatic braking systems and lane departures, which you do need to get recalibrated when you get your windshield replaced.
If you get a crack in your windshield, there's only one choice.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Woo! Hey folks, Chris Coonahan here with Leaf Filter, America's largest gutter and gutter protection company. Leaf Filter has over 150 locations and has been installed on over 1 million homes. We've been protecting homes now for over 20 years. Our patented technology offers total protection for your home and comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. The process is simple. Give us a call to schedule your free gutter inspection. If you decide to move forward with the project, you put nothing down at all. 833 Leaf Filter or visit leaffilter.com today.
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free, double the capacity, expandable for more power, and more outlets than ever. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
Here we go. Consumer Cellular uses the same towers as Big Wireless, but then passes the savings on to you. Save your money for something else. Speaking of, I ordered us some Thai food. For unlimited talk and text with reliable coverage starting at just $20, call Consumer Cellular.
Previewing the DNC's main event as Kamala prepares to rally her base. Jesse breaks down what to expect with Eric Trump and Senator Cruz. Don't miss Primetime's live coverage of the final night.
Looking for more in your career? We're looking for you. Apply at jobs.altech.com.
I know bath remodeling, and I've seen all the gimmicks. Not with Bath Fitter. With 40 years of experience and 2 million installs, you don't need gimmicks. Just a partner you can trust. It just fits. Go to bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Avoiding athlete's foot? Prevent it with Lotrimin Daily Prevention so you can go with confidence.
Start your day with Nature Made and try new Zero Sugar Gummies.
Kikkoman Teriyaki Takumi, America's artisan teriyaki.
I worried that he was falling behind in growth. So we tried Pediasure. It's clinically proven to help kids grow with 27 vitamins and minerals and protein. Now he's thriving and smiling. Pediasure was a win for all of us.
Men tell us when they use Just for Men to eliminate gray, there's a great before and after. Then there's the after. That boost you get when you look and feel your best. And that's why more men choose Just for Men.
We've got to have the back of this president. You don't turn your back because of one performance. Well, what kind of party does that? It's been a masterclass.
It's time for us to do the right thing, and that is to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States of America.
Our next guest was a major advocate for President Biden's re-election. On Tuesday, he delivered the final delegates of the convention to his fellow Californian Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's welcome California Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom.
It's good to be with you. That's a hell of a few weeks, those two clips.
That's an evolution. You were one of the last high-profile defenders.
Yeah.
You stuck in there.
That's how I was raised. You don't turn your back on someone who's had our back, and you go home, as my dad used to say, with the one who brought you to the dance. So I believe in the character and decency of Joe Biden and his administration, so I was proud to do that. You know,
you're one of the up-and-coming stars. You're already a star in the Democratic Party. Why are you not speaking at this convention?
I spoke on the floor. It's what I was asked to do, and I'm doing everything I'm being asked to do, and you'll see me plenty out on the campaign trail for both the president and with the vice president himself.
There's a lot of feeling of enthusiasm coming, every night. It's, the people in this hall are fired up. But taking this to the campaign trail, if you look at the latest polls, the direction of the country, right direction 25.3%, wrong track 64.8%. Why? Why is it on the wrong
Man, we've been polarized and traumatized. The last 3.5 years have been difficult. The last 5, 6, 7 years.
That's a Biden-Harris administration.
The Trump administration, COVID. The challenges
against an incumbent that is a Biden-Harris.
We had 14.8% unemployment in April of 2020. We lost 154,000 manufacturing jobs during the Trump years. We're just coming out of this recession. We're finally taming inflation.
You hear what you're saying. You're erasing the last 3.5 years.
No, I'm saying I think it's more directional. I think it's been a challenging time for this country for many, many years, even before Biden and Harris were elected.
And they couldn't get it done to change the tide.
My God, we're the envy of the world. Don't take my word for it, Wall Street Journal, in terms of economic growth.
But we're not the envy of the domestic wrong track, right track.
I know. Same time, we're seeing record number of jobs, 11 times more jobs created by the Biden-Harris administration, even with the adjustment today of 818,000 jobs.
Which is a little weird, don't you think?
That means 14.9 million jobs since they got into office. That is, Brett, 11 times more than the last 3 Republican administrations combined. The lowest black unemployment, Hispanic unemployment, the lowest unemployment for women in our lifetime, an American manufacturing policy, an industrial policy that's worker-centered, that's advantaging red and rural districts of this country more than it is even blue.
And I appreciate all those stats, but what I'm saying is that when I listen to these speeches, it sounds like you're running against the incumbent Donald Trump. But it's not the incumbent Donald Trump. It is Biden-Harris in the White House.
Yeah, but right now you feel the fresh air of progress. You just do. You can't deny that. And there's a stale air of normalcy, a stale air of the past represented in Donald Trump. And I mean this sincerely. I know this tough audience that's going to take it from me. He's derivative of himself. He's less interesting. I'm less interested. He's not as entertaining. He seems way off his game. For some time now, ever since his convention speech, something just seems off.
But for the people that say he gets it done, and it's not hope and change and touchy-feely stuff. It is substance and policy. What do you say to them? There's some people that think there should be more meat on the bone on this policy. If you go to the Harris website, there is no policy listed on the website.
Well, I'm happy to compare and contrast policies coming from the Trump campaign that have the form and substance of fog. This is a convention. This is about why and what. Karl Rove said it best today. In an op-ed he wrote, says there's plenty of time for policy details. It's the Biden-Harris administration as it relates to the IRA and the CHIPS and Science Act, as it relates to policies to bring down the cost of prescription drugs, all extraordinarily popular programs with the American people. We have seeded tremendous amount of economic opportunity across this country, and she has the opportunity tonight to turn the page on the past, to your point, legitimate point, and talk about a compelling future where everyone feels included.
What about her past? When she ran in 2019 for president, she had a lot of policies, specific policy ideas that now we only have paper statements that they are saying that's completely different. Banning fracking, where she is on Medicare for all, immigration, all of these things are a 180. Is she going to explain that to us tonight?
Well, she's been part of the Biden-Harris administration. She's been in office
exactly for the last three and a half
years. So she has a record of accomplishments that I'll put up. I mean, come on, compare the accomplishments of this administration on infrastructure to the 4 years of the Trump administration.
But Governor, who is
compare
she?
And contrast.
If you were running for president, wouldn't you say what you were for specifically? And if it differed dramatically from where you were just a few years ago, you would explain to people why you changed.
And she's been our nominee for how many minutes?
30 days.
Okay.
How about an interview? One interview.
How about getting through the convention? How about having the former roll call event with the 482 votes that we put her over the top from the state of California? How about a little grace under the circumstances of this remarkable moment in U.S. history? And let's have a real conversation. You want an economic policy to compare and contrast? We know what Trump's is. A 10% tax on the American people on $3.1 trillion of goods, a 60% tax.
Okay, you're talking about tariff. He hasn't laid down an all across the board tariff. He hasn't done that yet, and that's not true. Here we go. Kamala Harris from California. I want to go down that road because you know her. She backed the Freedom Fund that put murderers, rapists back on the street, still up and running. Harris promoted the bail fund in June 2020 that helped Black Lives Matter rioters out of jail, but only a fraction of the more than 41 million actually went to freeing rioters. That's from Minneapolis. Then she also did Prop 507 in California, which is coming under a lot of criticism.
Which is 507? I know a lot of propositions. I've never heard of 507.
The writing of how the prosecution for small crimes.
Oh, Prop 47.
47, I'm sorry.
Yeah, which is, by the way, the 10th toughest threshold in the United States of America, meaning you can steal up to $950 of goods and it will be charged as a misdemeanor. You can steal $2,500 in the state of Texas. Why you're not focusing on those other 40 states is beyond me. 10th toughest felony threshold in the United States of America.
That that's a fact. That she was a tough prosecutor in California is going to
You remember her primary for president? She was attacked from the left for being too tough, for being prosecutor, for having a prosecutorial mindset. So look, I mean, all these things, this is all fair game. But at the end of the day, she's got a record of accomplishments as being part of the Biden-Harris administration. We've seen inflation tamed down to 2.9%. No one's denying the inflation scars. No one's denying what's happened around the world, with a few exceptions around the globe as it relates to the impacts of COVID in supply chains, a war in Ukraine, and the impacts that's had on the global economy. But no country has done better, and no investments have been made comparable anywhere in the world as profound and meaningful as the industrial policies that have been seeded by the Biden-Harris administration.
This theme of this convention, a lot of it is about freedom. You have criticism of Governor Tim Walz and how he handled COVID-19. Obviously, you took criticism about how you handled COVID-19, that there was a real crackdown on people's businesses and how they dealt with things.
Yep.
How do you say that that was freedom?
Well, I mean, in health, wealth, and education, states like California outperform states like Florida. They lay claim to be freedom states, even though they're banning books, banning speech in the boardroom, in the classroom, banning women's rights, the right to choose. I mean, you want to compare or contrast, pretty easy. We believe in bodily autonomy. We believe in the freedom to love, freedom to go to school without fear of being gunned down. We care more about our children than the National Rifle Association. I'll take this debate head on any day of the week on freedom. And don't forget, I was doing ads a couple years ago on this saying, how in the hell are we losing the debate on freedom? And with respect, during COVID, Donald Trump himself was out there promoting a lot of these policies, supporting this policy. I don't think that. I know that because I was working.
He was not supporting going after people and having neighbors snitch on neighbors.
No one, that wasn't about, but as it relates to the concerns
Walsh's case, it was.
But
all right, I'm going to leave you with this. Another,
COVID,
the Republicans are going to focus on immigration. You know this, immigration and the border.
Yes, sir.
San Diego becomes the latest hotspot in the border crisis. The percent of change increase in California. It's dropping in the Texas sectors. It's up in San Diego of illegal immigrants. The flow of illegal immigrants, how many have come over under this administration, Biden-Harris. It is a major, major issue for a lot of America.
Well, it's a major issue for me as we had a chance to do something substantive by adding 1,500 new border agents, 4,300 new asylum officers, 100 new judges, $650 million for the border wall, and Donald Trump killed it because he wanted it as a campaign issue. He wanted to demagogue it. I don't disagree with you. I'm the border state governor with the largest land port in the Western Hemisphere. I was just down there again last week in cartel tunnels, not just above, around the walls. I put 394 National Guard men and women on the border to address the issue of
Why is it not working?
It has been working.
It's
California,
clearly not.
You guys haven't been running screaming headlines most of the last 4 years. California has done our best to put a lid on this, but it's a federal responsibility, a federal framework. And since the executive order, border crossings are down below where they were during the Trump administration. I hope someone here would give a little grace to the accomplishments of the Biden administration and the EO.
We've done that. We've talked about the lowering numbers, but if you look at where they were 3 years ago, it's still up significantly.
Yeah, and under Trump it was higher than under the Obama administration.
And we appreciate you coming on and taking tough questions. Is there any little part of you that wants to be on that stage tonight accepting this nomination?
No, there's
just a little bit.
No.
Just a little bit.
No, I don't need the stress in my life. I like my kids. I like spending time with them. I was able to bring them to school, first day of school on Monday. That's the joy that I'm experiencing, not just the joy that's expressed in the convention. I'll be in the front row. You'll see me applauding. A friend of almost 30 years. We knew each other before we were both in politics. It's a point of deep pride, and what an honor it is to be here as governor, representing a great state, despite all our challenges. And it's an honor to be here with you as the music.
They started the orchestra, Governor.
Settles in.
That's like the Oscars. We got to wrap it up.
Unbelievable fourth night,
Governor. We appreciate you coming in. Thank you very much. All right, up next, we get to know 3 delegates from 3 different states on different issues motivating them.
I've spent my career working in tech, and today I run my own software company. I'm excited about the future of American innovation, especially with artificial intelligence, where the U.S. currently leads the world. American researchers are making exciting new discoveries, and U.S. companies are investing billions in AI solutions that will strengthen small businesses. But foreign competitors like China want to surpass America in AI. Our leaders need to protect America's competitive edge.
Did I read this? Did I get eggs? Where are my keys?
Memory and thinking issues keep piling up? It may be due to a buildup of amyloid plaques in the brain. Visit morethannormalaging.com.
Football season already and not a satellite dish in sight.
I hardly recognize the roofs I grew up on. Enough squawking.
Oh, great.
Coach Brian, y'all are whining while everyone else is watching nonstop football on DirecTV. Tell me, whose house is this?
Their house?
I think they're renting. Listen. I know they get easy access to all this football, but you know what you got?
What, Coach?
A crumb bum attitude.
Stream football without a satellite dish.
Now drop and give me 20.
20 what?
Negra, I want to be an actor.
So why don't you act like a good sister and get me some more of those baby back ribs?
I want to be a director now. Let's try a scene where you go get your own. And action.
And cut.
A lot of drama on this set.
Action.
And cut.
Maybe I'll just go get wings for everybody.
So what do you think about these? Oh, we like this
Yeah, we love it.
When it's time for an update or complete remodel, Rebath is with you every step of the way.
We're going to take everything down to the
From design and products to removal and installation, we handle the entire process to create a beautiful and functional bathroom for whatever your life needs.
Honey, you were right. Turned out amazing.
Of course it did. Rebath, with you every step of the way. Call or visit rebath.com for your free in-home design consultation.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Leo, he's there when we wake up, he's there when we leave, he's there whenever we come back home from school. He's just there always. Mash it up, Doofus.
Ever since we introduced him to the farmer's dog, his quality of life has been forever changed. He prefers real, human-grade food.
It's like real food. It is. He's a happy dog now.
He's a happy dog. He's a happy dog.
Look at this. I love my new body. I love my new shape.
This summer, feel confident in anything with Sonobello One Visit Permanent Fat Removal.
I saw the results immediately.
I feel amazing.
My waist is tiny. I'm very, very happy.
I'm nearly 50 and my abs haven't been this flat since before I had kids.
For a limited time, take advantage of Sonobello's best offer of the year. Call or go to sonobello.com.
It will change your life. It did for me.
My back got injured very bad. I was off work for about a year. I heard about Relief Factor from my wife. I took it every day, 3 times a day for 3 weeks. Looked at her and I said, the pain is gone. And she said, I'm glad it helped. I said, no, you don't understand. It's gone.
You too can feel better every day with Relief Factor, a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Call or go online now and get 35% off your first order.
It takes special dedication to care for our elderly, especially when they need it most.
At Visiting Angels, we help seniors remain independent and safe in their own home.
And give families that special peace of mind, knowing that their loved ones have the best care possible.
America's seniors need our helping hand. So if you care about caring, come on and join our team.
Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care.
Enjoy your risk-free trial.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I sure can. Everybody hear me? I sure can.
Do you hear me?
I sure can.
So, can you hear well?
Sure can.
Hear well, feel well. From your first appointment, try our new nearly invisible solution risk-free. Call 1-800-234-7090 now.
Welcome back to Special Report. We're here at Hoyt's Restaurant at the Royal Sonesta Hotel in downtown Chicago. I'm with 3 delegates, Liz Brown-Reeves from Illinois, Josh Hickman from Ohio, and Shante Rothschild from Arizona. Thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
It's an exciting time. All of you are delegates, and obviously this is a completely different convention because it's a completely different ticket. You know, let me start with you, Liz. You're here in Illinois. How do you feel about it now that it has kind of completely changed in 30 days?
Honestly, on fire. Not only is Illinois the host for the convention, but the change up on the ticket has really energized people throughout the entire state.
Yeah. Josh, you're from the Ohio State. I made sure to put the in there. Decided to get involved in this? I mean, something you're passionate about?
So I'm a public policy student at Ohio State. My minor is education policy. So making sure that we have a strong public education system where we're paying our teachers well, making sure we're focusing on teaching kids how to read rather than banning books, and just making sure that there's a culture where good mental health is promoted.
Shante, you're from Arizona.
Yes.
And what brought you here? Why'd you get to be a delegate?
A first-time delegate, very excited.
what brought me here is just wanting to have an interest, have a voice.
I mean, of this table, you're the swingiest of swing states, Arizona.
Yes.
Looks like it might be tight again.
Yes, most definitely. Most definitely. I think people are very passionate. I think what I am seeing is that people are working across party lines, which I love because they just want to get the job done.
Liz, what drives you? What's the issue that really drives you?
Reproductive rights. I mean, I am a female. I'm so glad I live here in Illinois where we have the blue wall. Our governor, our legislature has done everything to make sure that women have a right to choose in this state. There's a lot of people in other states that don't have that freedom right now.
Do you think that moves the needle in other states that might be more independent, moderate?
Absolutely. I think you're going to see major turnout.
Sometimes young people say they want to get involved, but then it doesn't materialize at the polls.
I think that's a great question, Brett. With young voters and President Biden, we still saw a lot of excitement about his policies. But I think having the face of Kamala Harris, that's exactly the type of leader that I think my generation wants to see and what we want to become one day ourselves.
Now, do you guys have friends who are Trump people?
I'm in the most red district in the state of Illinois that, and I'm friends with people that are Trump people. But at the end of the day, when we talk turkey, my core people that I rely on the most are people that really do have the same core beliefs that I do.
I've talked to some families, Shantae, that just broken up because they just can't talk to each other because the politics.
Yes.
And, I do this thing called Common Ground where I try to bring Republicans and Democrats together to talk about what they're working on. But sometimes, it's just two different views. How do you look at it? You've got friends who are voting the other way.
I really ask people to think about what's logical. And so what we try not to do is identify which party, right, which team, Raiders versus Cardinals or what have you, but say what's important to you.
I would never want to lose anyone based on a political view, a friendship relationship. And I think those debates are something that are really important on a national stage. And then you're able to come back to your neighborhoods, to your friends, for me, fellow moms and people in the community, and have the conversation. We're Americans first. And I think that that's something that's really important for us to remember.
You say debates are important here. We've got September 10th coming up. That's a big deal. But when you guys saw the debate on June 27th, Shantae, what were you thinking when, in those first minutes, would you watch it?
I watched it, but I honestly had to turn it off because I was surrounded by family and friends, and we ended up having our own internal debate. I think I hear the word debate and I automatically go to a disagreement of why I'm right versus why you are right. It's okay to be uncomfortable to say, I don't know. Explain that for me. And so I'm hoping that the debate will do so at a level where people feel comfortable that they're getting the facts.
Do you guys want to hear more details of policy? You kind of happy what's happening right now as far as the campaign from the Harris-Walz campaign?
Looking for a little bit more details. When you are at the doors, you hear the questions, you hear the frustrations, you see the crying, you have those questions. And if we don't have the information, we can't help people to get to the point to make a decision, to feel the importance of why their vote matters. And so I think getting more details, same message, just a little bit more details, I think will be helpful.
What do you think really is going to drive the day? I know you're passionate about education, but what do you think moves the needle for those swing voters who haven't decided yet?
I think at the end of the day, it's always you vote with your pocketbook, right? So as a pretty much broke college kid who's paying my first rent here on an off-campus house, I'm starting to realize, okay, now I got to start really budgeting for these groceries. I got to budget for rent.
For President Biden, he's still the president for 5 months, but it's pretty much a swan song for him. Was there a little tinge of sadness in some of that?
He was passing the torch, and that's what needed to be done.
Some people say he kind of got pushed out, but it was his decision at the end.
I'm a very sentimental person, and so with that, the way that things went initially, there was some sadness for me and how it came about. But I, again, want to say thank you to our president. The tears were there. It was very humanizing, just very grateful. But I thought it was beautifully done.
Well, I am very grateful to all of you because I loved our discussion. Thanks a lot. Have a great week. We're going to cover all sides of it, and we'll probably see you down the trail.
Yes, you will. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Up next, the panel on Vice President Harris's big night in the spotlight and former President Trump's visit to the southern border, plus that interview just wrapped up with the governor of California.
Starting a business is never easy, but starting at 8 months pregnant, that's a different story. With the Chase Inc. card, we got up and running in no time.
Earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase with the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card from Chase for Business.
My moderate to severe Crohn's symptoms kept me out of the picture. With Skyrizi, feel significant symptom relief at 4 weeks. Many people were in remission at 12 weeks, 1 year, and even at 2 years.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Skyrizi.
Control is everything to me.
AbbVie could help you save.
Fox Nation would like to thank all active military and veterans by offering their first year of Fox Nation free. Stream exclusive shows that celebrate our country.
This is the story of the greatest American before there was an America.
Hear real stories from real heroes, highlighting those who put their lives on the line for our freedom.
This is their Top Gun school. 1 or 2 seconds sometimes would be the difference between life and death.
Go to foxnation.com and get your first year for free.
It's Pod's biggest sale of the summer. Save up to 25% on moving and storage for a limited time. And see why Pods has been trusted with over 6 million moves. But don't wait. Use promo code BIG25 to save. Visit pods.com today.
Most people call a leaf filter when their gutters are clogged and they notice one of the many issues that can bring. Well, sometimes it's the smell of mildew when water has seeped into the interior walls, or maybe they've spotted mold in the attic. But most often, it's the more obvious signs of damage, like rotten soffit, fascia, or water pooling near their foundation. You can get ahead of costly damage by protecting your home's gutters today. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help.
Schedule your free gutter inspection today. Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or visit leaffilter.com.
CeraVital Advanced has been such a game changer for me.
CeraVital Advanced reduces wrinkles and promotes weight loss.
My skin looks healthier.
I literally shed a few pounds in the first couple of weeks.
Learn more at tryceravital.com.
Take an EKG from anywhere, but with 6 times the data. Can your smartwatch do that? Introducing Cardia Mobile 6L. The FDA-cleared EKG that provides 6 times more heart data than any smartwatch. And it detects 3 of the most common arrhythmias in just 30 seconds, including atrial fibrillation, bradycardia, and tachycardia. Cardia Mobile 6L, the world's most advanced personal EKG. Get yours today at cardia.com or Amazon.
Quince has been my best kept secret. I love luxury at affordable prices. If I want to dress down but still look amazing, they have it. If you need jewelry, they have it. I get so many compliments. The whole outfit, one-stop shop.
Get $20 off your first purchase at quince.com.
Tonight, before Harris's big DNC address, Laura's breaking down what you need to know with must-see insight from Vivek Ramaswamy. Tonight on The Ingram Angle.
Donate plasma today and receive up to $700 your first month. CSL Plasma. Do the amazing.
DSG. Only at Dick's.
Everyone deserves a healthcare partner who's there for what matters.
Spectrum presenta un increíble paquete de TV de streaming que te ayudará a ahorrar. Con Spectrum TV Stream Latino puedes hacer streaming ilimitado en la tele, el móvil, la tablet y en todos tus dispositivos en casa a la vez.
¡Cámbiate ya!
I'm rebuilding this wrecked car with the help of eBay Guaranteed Fit.
Everyday recycling and waste, regulated waste. One partner does it all. Republic Services. We help you meet your business and sustainability goals compliantly. Discover the power of partnership with Republic Services.
Do you know how old you are? What I mean is, how old are your cells?
Aging begins in your cells, which is why I'm excited to add 1-a-day Age Factor Cell Defense Supplement to my wellness plan. It has antioxidants that help support cell health as you age.
Questions after 6 p.m.
If you were running for president, what would you say what you were for specifically? And if it differed dramatically from where you were just a few years ago, you would explain to people why you changed.
And she's been our nominee for how many minutes?
30 days.
Okay.
But I mean, how about an interview?
How about getting through the convention? How about having the former roll call event with the 482 votes that we put her over the top from the state of California? How about a little grace under the circumstances, this remarkable moment in U.S. history? And let's have a real conversation. You want an economic policy?
Well, there you go. Could have played a lot of sound bites. That's Democratic governor from California, Gavin Newsom. Let's bring in our panel. Harold Ford Jr., former Tennessee congressman, co-host of The Five. Kellyanne Conway, former senior counselor to President Trump. Democratic campaign consultant Kevin Walling, and political consultant Alex Castellanos. All right, just start with the Gavin Newsom interview. Kellyanne, what'd you take away from it?
Great interview. Talked to him afterwards, too. He knows how tough you are and fair. Look, the fact is, if he wanted to run, and he does want to run, he would be very specific and substantive. That's the way you win the presidency. I think if we come out of tonight with Kamala Harris's speech, and the most we know about her is her biology and biography, she will have missed an opportunity to make people feel more confident in her competence, Brett. And she needs to thread the needle tonight. She basically needs, and I think Gavin Newsom was hinting at this, she needs to say Joe Biden was the best president ever, and all of his successes are her successes. Anything he did wrong, she had nothing to do with. And just 5 months from now, she can fix them. And that's really tough for her. The other thing is, right now, the underlying fundamentals in electoral college map favor Donald Trump. He wins North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania. He's the next president. What favors her is all this good feeling, all this pomp and circumstance. I don't see a single swing voter, independent voter in this hall. So she will have an important moment tonight, but I don't think it's going to be enough to carry her through the fall.
Alex, I was trying to get to this whole running against incumbent former President Donald Trump, and different ways. I tried different times, but they're erasing essentially 3.5 years.
Absolutely. Well, the country's got a 70% wrong track. There's a reason Kamala Harris is hiding from the press, not having any press conferences. There's no policy on the map. If she puts policy out there, she might have to explain, look, we've had an open border, and that happens to have hurt a lot of people. We have inflation. It's crushed families at the dinner table. That's the big question, though. I agree with Kellyanne tonight. She's changed. She's coming out with a totally different agenda, no fracking. People at home are wondering, what the frack? Where did this come from? And so tonight, is she going to say, we've been doing things wrong. This isn't working. You don't like it. We don't like it. Let's move forward. Somebody needs to address let's say the donkey in the room and say, why has she changed?
I screwed this up. You guys are on my left. You're on my right. What happened here?
We did it. We screwed safety numbers over here.
All right, Kevin, react to these guys.
Yeah. I think Kellyanne is spot on in that it's going to be biographical to a large degree, right? There's a lot of Americans that still don't know them in that many details about the vice president. And she's been teasing that in these rallies, talking about working at McDonald's for minimum wage, talking about her mother saving up money to buy their first home after renting for so many years, being a first-generation American family. So there's a lot of independents out there. They're not in this hall because this is our base support of the Democratic Party, but she's got a unique opportunity to speak to tens of millions of Americans and reintroduce herself, to Alex's point, and shift a little bit on some of these core issues.
But, I've heard that she's worked at McDonald's about 3 times. So did the second gentleman. But I haven't heard how she thinks about China or Ukraine or Israel.
Good to be with you, sir. The bio is very important because most people still don't know the vice president. Kellyanne knows well because her candidate says it, and it says it throughout this campaign, that it doesn't matter about the VP. The VP serves at the pleasure of the president. So this is her coming out party right here, and I got to tell you, it's a doggone good one. I would agree with Kellyanne in one regard. There are not a lot of swing voters here, but the party wants to know her. Now, look, she's going to have to talk to the economic concerns and insecurities and aspirations of the country. If she doesn't do that over the next 70 days, Brett, she won't win. But tonight is a coming out party. We shouldn't expect to hear a lot of that tonight. We may hear that she worked at McDonald's one more time. You'll hear from her mouth.
That's right. And it's going to be fascinating. Representative Debbie Dingell oftentimes sends up the alert flares. She did about her state in Michigan, Bernie Sanders when he won the primary, and also when Donald Trump won Michigan. Here she is.
The vice president has begun to lay out what her policy priorities would be. We'll talk about those issues in the next few weeks and get the issues that are on people's minds out there. But Republicans are not going to define who we are on these issues. Democrats need to define and tell people who she is and who we are.
Kellyanne?
Well, sure, but she runs the risk of being substantive. How do we know that? Because the few times she has finished her sentences and gotten in the details, it's become more scary than when she refuses to speak to us and address media. Brett, when she says 44% capital gains tax, taxing unrealized gains, the price gouging, I know how to say it, not gauging, gouging, and so on and so forth. When she actually tells us what she believes, it's that much more frightening. So I'm not sure she's going to have the courage to do much of that. Look, she's going to own and eat a lot of these Biden-Harris policies and the victims of them. Just a month ago, we were in Milwaukee. You see the families, the Morin family, the Nagorny family. You see the Gold Star families from Afghanistan. They are not going to let her off the hook. And I like this incumbent insurgent thing we were talking about last night. Why is it important? They're not just trying to erase Biden, Harris from Biden. They're trying to erase Biden. Trump never went away from the national stage. So they're tricking with Americans saying, you got to get rid of him. We can't get rid of him. How are we going to do that? He needs to be the change maker and the insurgent, not seen as the incumbent.
Quickly, I want to play the soundbite from the former president on the border today.
We had a border czar who was the border czar. She loved the title, but she didn't want to do the work. For nearly 4 years, as border czar, Comrade Kamala has overseen a nation-wrecking border invasion. You know, this is nation-wrecking.
Alex, clearly that's going to be a huge issue. They come back to the Senate bipartisan deal that fell apart. They say because the former president said, you know, don't do it for politics. They forget the H.R. 2 that was passed by the House, the first bill. Where is this?
Important stuff, and he's got to keep hammering that. But people know what he's done on the border. They know the choice on the border. What has Donald Trump done to add a single vote? That argument is essential. It's not enough. He needs to prosecute the case against Kamala. Their policies have hurt a ton of families in this country.
All right, we'll see what happens tonight. Panel, thanks so much.
Thanks.
Final thoughts when we come back.
And Doug.
Limu, someone needs to customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. Let's fly. Chief?
Doug.
Ooh. I thought you were right behind me.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Here we are driving down the road and all of a sudden, bang! Oh! There's a crack in our windshield. You know what we can do now though, right?
Go to safelight.com.
And we're good to go.
Hey guys, I'll be replacing the windshield for you.
Can we go in there with you?
New cars come with cameras that could control your automatic braking systems and lane departures. What you do need to get recalibrated when you get your windshield replaced.
If you get a crack in your windshield, there's only one choice.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Here's to getting better with age.
Here's to beating these two every Thursday.
Help fuel today with Boost High Protein. Complete nutrition you need and the flavor you love. So here's to now. Now available Boost Max.
When your child has moderate to severe eczema, it's okay for them to show off. Show off their clearer skin and noticeably less itch with Dupixent. Because children 6 months and older with eczema have plenty of reasons to show off their skin. With Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists, they can stay ahead of their eczema. It helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema to help heal your child's skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Show off to the world. Ask your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent.
What I look for in a contractor is someone who's reliable and skillful.
That's where Angie comes in. With top-rated certified pros in over 500 categories, Angie can connect you with the right pro for any home project. Find top-rated certified pros in your area at Angie.com.
Over 13 million Americans were affected by identity theft in 2022, and the threats are more than you realize. If you're a victim of identity theft, LifeLock works to fix it on your behalf, backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. Enroll now.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. But if you wait to stock up, all you'll find at the grocery store are empty shelves. But here's the good news. 4 Patriots is offering a special buy one get 2 free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kits. This kit has 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last for 25 years. Go to 4patriots.com. This deal won't last. Go to 4patriots.com now.
We needed a project manager yesterday. We posted a job on ZipRecruiter and had our guy on site in 5 days. He was qualified in every way. ZipRecruiter finds the best candidates for all our jobs. They helped us build our dream team, and they did it fast.
Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Fox.
Why do couples choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
I need help with their snoring.
Sleep Number does that.
Thank you.
During our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Shop now at a Sleep Number store near you.
Lumino is the first fluoride-free toothpaste I've ever found that actually works. My dentist was blown away with how clean and white my teeth are. My gums and teeth are so healthy, it's crazy. You can get Lumino toothpaste at Walmart and Target.
Leo! Ever since we introduced him to the farmer's dog, it's changed his quality of life.
Leo's number 2s are really getting better.
Better poo, better you.
That's a good boy, Leo.
Shopify's point-of-sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. With fast and secure payment, card readers you can rely on, and one place to manage it all. Whatever the stage, businesses that grow with Shopify.
Welcome back. We plan to end this show with my conversation with comedian and actor Matt Friend from Friend in High Places on YouTube. Unfortunately, we ran out of time with Governor Newsom's interview, but I'm going to post it on Instagram and social media so you can see it. It's pretty funny. Tomorrow, former President Trump and Robert Kennedy Jr. are both in Arizona amid rumors of a possible alliance. We'll watch that. Plus, join Martha McCallum and me tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern, for special coverage of the convention. This is going to wrap it up. Big night for Kamala Harris. That's it for this special report. Fair, balanced, and still unafraid. Here's Laura.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Ingraham. This is the Ingraham Angle from the fourth and final night of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. Tonight, after playing some of their golden oldies, the Democrats will introduce the woman they hope will be their new star. But before we get into that, we have a Fox News alert. The manhunt is finally over. Police have arrested the man who threatened to kill former President Trump ahead of today's Arizona border event. Fox News senior correspondent Alicia Acuna is live from Cochise County with all the details. Alicia.
Hi, Laura. Yes, and we can give you a look here. That man is 66-year-old Ronald Lee Serva. That's according to law enforcement. He is also wanted on warrants in both Wisconsin and Arizona for crimes ranging from DUI to failing to register as a sex offender. In a statement, the local sheriff says the subject has been taken into custody without incident in Cochise County. We appreciate all of the information received and the incredible collaborative efforts of all of our public safety partners. News of the manhunt broke this afternoon as the former president was just arriving here in Cochise County to tour the border and speak on the issue here. I talked to the former president shortly after. As you know, a manhunt is currently underway in Cochise County, where we are standing, and it's for a man who the sheriff's department says was threatening to kill you. Does that make you want to change the way you do events or anything? How do you respond to that?
It makes me want to get away from this interview because you and I are standing out here, and I was told, do you think you could do it someplace else? But I said, I can't keep you waiting. You are Fox after all. But no, I've heard about that, but I have to do my job. It's a job. It's a dangerous job. But I have to do my job. This is so sad, and you've seen the whole thing today, and I hope you're going to report on it fairly. But this border is so dangerous, it's so bad and so horrible to people. They're losing children, wives and husbands, and it's just a horrible thing. And we can stop it, and Kamala is a disaster. She's a radical left Marxist, and she wants an open border. She wants all the people, the man you're talking about, she wants him to just flow right through. No, we can't do that.
And Laura, Trump has a very busy day tomorrow. He'll be in Las Vegas, and then he comes back to Arizona for an event here. Laura.
Alicia, thank you very much. Now let's go live to the convention floor where Fox News senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy's having a lot of fun. He's standing by, making a lot of friends there tonight.
Yes, we hope to, Laura. And the headliner, of course, on the fourth day of the Democratic convention has to be the Democratic nominee, Kamala Harris. But there's so much speculation about these big celebrities who are going to come. Front row of South Carolina, do you guys have any idea who the celebrities are that are coming tonight?
Beyonce!
And how do you get seats in the front row?
You be good and you sit in the back all week, so you sit here on Thursday.
All right, okay. What do you guys want to hear from the Vice President tonight, the last night?
Oh my God. Everything. Literally just everything. I'm just so excited. It's just been a great week. I just want to hear what her plan is going to be for our future and just how we're going to get out there and vote for her and make sure that she's elected.
And this is the South Carolina delegation. You guys saved Joe Biden in 2020. Is it hard to see Biden out the way that he went?
No, he didn't go
I don't
bad.
think so. Well, I think he went out dignified.
And therefore,
I think he went well.
He's done us well, and we support him. But right now, the move is going on. He passed the torch on.
Nobly. He went out very noble, and I think history will judge him very favorably and kindly for showing that type of leadership.
And beyond the front row, does anybody know about any of the celebrities that are going to be coming? She said Beyonce. Sorry, what'd you say right here?
If it's Taylor Swift, I'll freak out. That's all I'll say.
So just be alerted, convention staff, there might be a freak out in the second row of South Carolina if it is Taylor Swift. Laura, back to you.
All right, Peter. My daughter Maria would be pretty happy about that as well. Thanks so much. All right,
Yep.
The Democrats have building up to this moment for the last month. It's the national debut of the new Kamala Harris. Now, with the help of a lot of high-paid consultants, she's been repackaged into someone that they hope seems more likable, more experienced, and more intelligent than the old Kamala Harris. Remember, it was just months ago that she was widely recognized as an annoying problem for Biden, not a capable substitute for him. So to overcome her talent deficit, did she and her advisors unveil policies to address the economic problems facing American families? Or is she maybe reconsidering her administration's budget-busting climate change policies? That would be a no. But they want you to know that she's really happy.
We need Kamala Harris, the president of joy. Let us choose joy.
Thoughtful, loving, compassionate.
Thank you for bringing the joy to this fight.
Now, this could be the lamest attempt at a political rebranding I've ever seen in my entire career, because it requires America to live in an alternate reality where they deny their own lived experience, their own finances, and what they see with their own eyes. Illegals pouring into the country, into their children's schools, into gangs terrorizing urban America not too far from here.
I'm here.
And we also have to pretend that the past 3.5 years did not exist as well. Right now, 65% of Americans think the country's on the wrong track. Where in the heck is the joy in that? Now, since the one policy she's articulated since Biden dropped out, price controls, was roundly panned, no one should expect a lot of substance in her address tonight. Talking solutions is, after all, too dangerous, because when she does, we remember the real Kamala Harris, a radical, unimpressive San Francisco extremist. But imagine the cabinet should pick, or someone would pick for her. It'd be kind of a lot like the old cabinet, big on the DEI factor, small on the brain factor.
Do you potentially think that this new numbers could be a liability for this campaign?
No. When I hear that, first of all, I don't believe it, because I've never heard Donald Trump say anything truthful.
It is, though, from the Bureau of Labor.
I'm not familiar with that.
I mean, in any other profession, she would be fired for that comment. But there's only two explanations for that. She's either pretending she doesn't know what the Bureau of Labor Statistics is in the other Department of Labor, or she's completely incompetent. Despite whatever platitudes you hear tonight in Kamala's rebranding rollout, she still, though, cannot erase who she is and what she believes. Because on every major issue, she believes the opposite of what will make Americans' lives better. Think she's going to secure the border?
When you become president, will you be committing to close immigration detention centers?
Absolutely, on day one. Their business model is that people are profiting off of the incarceration of other human beings, who in this case are children. I on day one, will shut them down.
And I wouldn't expect to see any new medical innovations under a Harris administration.
For any drug where they fail to play by our rules, and if that drug came about because of federal funding for what's called R&D, research and development, I will snatch their patent so that we will take over. And yes, we can do that. Yes. The question is, do you have the will to do it? I have the will to do it.
You go, girl. But at least one group will be better off under Kamala.
The California Department of Corrections, which was a client of mine, they were standing in the way of surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners. I made sure that they changed the policy in the state of California so that every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access to the medical care that they desired and need. At its core, it's a civil rights issue, it's a justice issue, and it's an issue of humanity.
It's humanity. God, shed a tear for the transgender prisoners. Is this joyful? Well, I guess you're going to have to be the judge. And a Harris administration wouldn't be either, except for the elites, like the ones we'll hear from tonight, who from the comfort of their private jets fly over the chaos and suffering their own policies create on their way to their vacation homes surrounded by fences, walls, and private security. Harris had 3.5 years to show America she had some common sense. Instead, she was a bumbling number 2 to a bumbling number 1. Joining us now is Vivek Ramaswamy, former GOP presidential candidate. Vivek, just in, the Supreme Court has just ruled in a 5-4 decision, giving partial victory to Republicans trying to enforce proof of citizenship when voting in Arizona. Looks like they did not grant a stay, and that law is going to go into effect. Thoughts tonight?
Well, I think that's an obvious development, but the fact that that was controversial tells you where we are. It was 5-4. The fact that 4 liberal justices went the other way show that you have a Supreme Court that even still looks at the end and works backwards. But I think this is a good development, especially in a battleground state like Arizona. Citizens should vote, and non-citizens shouldn't. It's that clear. This shouldn't be a controversy.
So the joy, are you feeling it tonight? You kind of look joyful. You're wearing blue. I like that. You're reaching out to the other side.
You got to show some national unity.
So joy is what they're selling, and I think they're trying to draw this contrast or comparison to Trump, who they've caricatured as unhappy and grumpy, and Kamala, who's really fun. And, you know, you got Tim Walz always doing this weird thing. You know, he's bowing to people. Too much time in China, I think. But so that's fun, and everything else is not fun. But how fun is this economy for most people?
Well, you pointed out the real distinction there by pointing to joy. This is a vibe. They're trying to run this entire campaign on style over substance. She had a Pavlovian experience. She was trained that when you put your hand in the policy cookie jar, when it bit back, she said that she doesn't want to touch policy anymore. So the reality is, can she get through this election naturally for 80 more days without touching policy? I think it's possible that she can, which has our work cut out for us. That's why I was here earlier today for a press conference. Press Kamala Harris on the actual policies she stood for. In 2020, she stood for a single-payer healthcare system. She stands for a tax on unrealized capital gains. Think about what that means.
What will that do? You're a big investor, big entrepreneur. What would that, explain it very simply, simply.
So that would trigger a market crash, and here's why. It means that if you own a business or own land, you have to pay a tax to the government in cash with cash that you don't have. So what does that mean? You have to sell assets to do it. But when you sell those assets, the asset price goes down, and then the next person has to do the same thing. That drives the asset price down further, so the person after has to do the next thing.
This is a nightmare.
So in business, that's what you call forced selling. That is a formula for a second Great Depression. This isn't just a Kamala Harris campaign promise. She and Biden have put this in their budget for the last 3 years. Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren have supported it. So even when I go on left-wing media and I bring up this point, their response isn't that this is a good policy. Their response is, why are you bringing this up? Because this could never actually happen. You know better.
This is what they want, right?
But the reality is, if this does happen and Kamala Harris is president, there's a good chance it does. That's an economic catastrophe in the waiting.
We understand you had a bit of a run-in with some protesters outside.
Yeah, it was
we have
fun.
Video, no audio, but they surrounding you. What was happening there?
Well, look, I believe in free speech and open debate. I believe in practicing what we preach. I'd heard a lot about these protests, but I wanted to go check it out, having come to the DNC myself. So actually, Laura, I bought some literature. There's some communist literature. This is from the newspaper, the Communist Manifesto. But the interesting part is they actually charged me $5 a piece for each of these.
Wait, why isn't it free in the
But they also accept Venmo. So the reality is there was
okay. So they kind of have a little capitalist tint to
Yeah, there was a nice little capitalist tint, I guess you could say. The funny thing is there's actually tensions out there as well. They're very critical of what's happening in here. A lot of those people want peace in the world. Well, you know what? If you want peace, my advice was, go for the guy who kept us out of World War III and kept us out of wars. So I hope we might have changed a couple of minds, or at least opened some eyes out there. For the rest of them, it was, I'll be very open about this, it was pretty wild by the end of it. But the reality is we're not in this to just lead one party. We're in this to lead a nation. I think the Republican Party is the party of free speech. We can own that message. And if the Democrats do a good job of keeping their protesters out, as they want to now do to keep illegals out of the country, well, you know what? That would have the border crisis behind us.
Vivek, they enforce their borders.
They know how to do
it. Those protesters figured that out real fast. Vivek, I know we're going to hold you up from going to, you're desperate to get your seat in there for the Dixie Chicks. Oh, sorry, the Chicks. They even they're even editing their band names. It's so woke. Vivek, thank you so much for joining us. Great to see you as always. All right, remember, voters, you should be joyful about the Democratic ticket. That's the message tonight, about the future, joyful, even when their agenda will most certainly make you poorer and the country less secure. And as the propaganda press wants you all to understand, Republicans should be demoralized.
This is a dangerous ticket for the Republican Party, because if he can just do this for the next 70 days, and you add that to what the Obamas can do, what the Clintons can do, what Kamala can do, I mean, this is an unbelievable ticket.
He actually has a point. This is an unbelievably dangerous ticket for the entire country, though. Soviet-style price controls, insanely high cost of living, bans on your gas-powered cars and stoves, radically transforming American cities and towns with millions more migrants. That's just for starters. But what's particularly insidious about this agenda is how they couch it in terms of freedom.
This is a big part about what this election is about. Freedom. When we Democrats talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make a better life for yourself and the people that you love.
Someone get him some Pepto, because Waltz is suffering from a terrible disease. It's awful diarrhea of the mouth. Freedom? From the governor who established a COVID snitch line? And if he knows how to give people a better life, why are so many Minnesotans leaving the state to escape the high taxes and the high crime in the Twin Cities? The only freedom they care about in the end, when you really listen to this convention this week, the freedom to abort, up until birth, the freedom for biological men to use women's bathrooms and be on their teams, and the freedom maybe to smoke weed whenever and wherever, and of course the freedom to harass, surveil, and even prosecute anyone standing in their way. This is a dark vision of America. This is what they sell as joyful, their freedom agenda, which requires their surrogates to sell their big con by trying to flip the script.
They are doubling down on negativity and grievance, committing to a concept of campaigning best summed up in one word: darkness. Darkness is what they are selling.
Doesn't he have a day job? Isn't he supposed to be Secretary of Transportation? Joining us now, Dana Perino, co-anchor of America's Newsroom, co-host of The Five. Dana, do Democrats believe that joy in and of itself is going to satisfy the concerns of Americans?
I don't think they do. And if you listen like David Axelrod, who is a big Democrat, he definitely wants Kamala Harris to win. He's trying to add some caution here, saying it's great, it's fun. I know everybody hasn't felt this way since 2008, but everything is going to be very difficult from here on out. So I think that they know it, but I think you can't deny that they're having a great time. They're happy. This would have been, I don't know, a quarter full if Joe Biden were still the nominee. The relief, I don't know if it's as much joy as it is relief.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, so relief for them. They're having a good time. But nevertheless, that new survey that just came out, 65% of the country believe that we're on the wrong track. So what happens here, just like in our media world, it's not really the real world. Real world's when you go out into the streets and talk to people who are doing, work-a-day jobs just to try to get by.
Also, in the world that they're living in this convention, it's like the Biden-Harris administration never existed. Like she's not even the vice president. They are trying to pretend that Trump is the incumbent because that's who they want to blame for all of the things. For example, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said if you're a retiree and you had to come out of retirement and you had to go back to work because the gas prices are so high and grocery prices are so high, well, Kamala Harris is the person for you. And I thought, well,
what has she been doing?
Ma'am, the reason the retirees are going back to work is because of inflation. If the Democrats would just be willing to say, inflation did happen on our watch, here's what we need to do about it.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
But they don't do that. They just pretend like it was Donald Trump's fault.
Yeah, so it's kind of a cognitive dissonance. You can't really make that leap. So Dana, we talked about how Kamala has, few policies other than the one she launched, which was a disaster.
Yeah.
Brett Baer asked Governor Gavin Newsom about this. Watch.
You go to the Harris website, there is no policy listed on the website.
Well, I'm happy to compare and contrast policies coming from the Trump campaign that have the form and substance of fog. This is a convention. This is about why and what.
Okay, I don't know what that meant. This is about why and what? I mean, what?
Well, I would love to know
sputtering.
I would love to have some answers on the whys. So why do you think fracking is okay now? I'm happy. If you changed your mind, just tell us. I'd be interested as to why. President Trump does have his work cut out for him in order to prosecute the case against her. The media is not going to help.
Right.
So they've raised $500 million in the last month for her. 62% of it is coming from people who never gave a dime to Joe Biden. So the enthusiasm gap is now back up and tied. A lot of women in here wearing white tonight. Why? The freedom that they want to talk about is the freedom to choose to have an abortion.
So that's all it is, really.
When they're
And
also
in the end,
lying
what's
when
the
they
other-
say that Donald Trump wants a federal ban on abortion. He's never said that.
Even they've been fact-checked on this, even from not conservative sources.
It hasn't stopped them from saying it.
But also the same thing with Project 2025. Even CNN had to fact-check the speaker who said, "Oh, he wrote the book on." And she's like, "No, he didn't write the book." And he's repeatedly said that these key parts of Project 2025 he personally does not agree with, and they keep saying it.
But for what they needed to accomplish at this convention, they've done it. These people are enthusiastic. They're donating money. They're going to knock on all the doors and post all the TikToks, and they're going to do the thing. But it's still a tied race.
Yeah, the betting markets are interesting. Some of them are moving closer to Trump, but she's still maybe a smidge ahead.
Yeah, but it gets harder starting for her tomorrow morning.
It does. Dana, great to see you as well. All right, Democrats showing some maybe less than genuine empathy at the DNC. We're going to explain it next.
I'm Jenny.
And I'm Dave.
And we're Rebath's national design and remodeling partners. Be on the lookout for custom designs from me.
And remodeling tips from me.
I'm excited. Are you excited?
So excited.
I think this is my favorite. Okay, hon, what do you think of this one? Oh, is this going to be ready in time for the baby?
From design and products to removal and installation, Rebath is with you through every step of your remodel. Call or visit rebath.com for your free in-home design consultation.
Fox Nation would like to thank all active military and veterans by offering their first year of Fox Nation free. Stream exclusive shows that celebrate our country.
This is the story of the greatest American before there was an America.
Hear real stories from real heroes, highlighting those who put their lives on the line for our freedom.
This is their Top Gun school.
1 or 2 seconds sometimes would be the difference between life and death.
Go to foxnation.com and get your first year for free.
I have dry eye, tired, itchy, burning. My symptoms got worse over time. My eye doctor explained the root was inflammation. So he prescribed Xiidra. Xiidra works differently. Xiidra targets inflammation. Over-the-counter drops don't do this. They only hit pause in my symptoms. But twice daily Xiidra gives me lasting relief.
Xiidra treats the signs and symptoms of dry eye disease. Don't use if allergic to Xiidra and seek medical help if needed.
Common side effects include eye irritation, discomfort, blurred vision, and unusual taste sensation. Don't touch container tip to your eye or any surface. Before using Xiidra, remove contact lenses and wait 15 minutes before reinserting.
Dry eye over and over? It's time for Xiidra.
Only from SimpliSafe, 24/7 lifeguard protection. This exclusive technology allows SimpliSafe agents to help stop crime in real time.
Stop. Police are on their way.
For instant intruder deterrence and faster police response, there's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Wounded Warrior Project empowers post-9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I realized I could be successful in a civilian career.
We stand by warriors and advocate for their needs going forward.
They were by my side in the hospital, and they're still with me today.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
Get the life back. Okay. Good. He's breathing. Okay.
When I saw that Ethan was not breathing, I determined that I needed to use something to remove the obstruction from his airway.
It's very important for every household to have a life vest.
Everyone should have one in their home. Anything can happen at any moment.
I want my friends and family and people that I serve to know that we have this device to potentially save lives.
Protect your family. Go to lifevac.net.
Go to lifevac.net or call 877-LIFEVAC. Previewing the DNC's main event as Kamala prepares to rally her base. Jesse breaks down what to expect with Eric Trump and Senator Cruz. Don't miss Primetime's live coverage of the final night.
Donate plasma today and receive up to $700 your first month. CSL Plasma. Do the amazing.
Sticking the landing? Not as dependable as interstate batteries.
Libérate de tu compañía de móvil y ahorra con Spectrum Mobile. Obtén el plan ilimitado Plus por solo $25 al mes y pagamos hasta $2,500 para cubrir el saldo de tu teléfono. Cambia tu teléfono cuando quieras gratis con Anytime Upgrade.
USPS Ground Advantage te da el advantage que tu negocio necesita. Un advantage de eficiencia con millones de puntos de entrega. Un advantage de confianza con entregas a tiempo. USPS Ground Advantage. Un advantage para tu negocio.
The more love we give, the more love we feel. The more love we feel, the more rainbows we puke. The more rainbows we puke, the more oranges we anthropomorphize. The more oranges we anthropomorphize, the more deer we become. The more deer we become, the more friends we find. The more friends we find, the more our friends find us. The more our friends find us, the more love we feel. The more love we feel, the more love we give.
Of all the dumb things Tim Walz has said in the past month, this was one of the dumbest.
I grew up in Butte, Nebraska, a town of 400 people. I had 24 kids in my high school class, and none of them went to Yale.
Wait, now it's a badge of honor to what? None of your fellow students go to a top-tier school? I mean, and believe me, we make fun of the Ivy League all the time. As an Ivy League graduate, I do. But I don't get this argument. So poor and middle-class students shouldn't even try for the Ivy League? Is that what the liberals are saying? I'm glad we know that now. But no one bothered telling him that both Bill and Hillary Clinton went to Yale. Okay, they just don't brief him on that stuff. Or that Barack Obama went to Harvard Law. And that Michelle went to Princeton. This is all, these attacks on J.D. Vance just show how vacuous this man is. Oh, sorry. Got to. Much like when Sanders trashed the billionaire class, just moments before J.B. Pritzker gloated about how rich he is.
Because you came after Bernie Sanders, who's not a big fan of billionaires.
No, he was railing against billionaires. I was standing backstage listening to him, thinking, how did I end up going right after Bernie Sanders?
That was interesting planning.
It was. I think they had to cut out some things, and it just happened that I was coming right after him.
Michelle Obama, when she wasn't hitting Trump, spoke about how her family was always wary of the wealthy.
My mom
in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning.
I don't know what that means, but does this mean we can be suspicious of Michelle and Barack then, since they're worth close to $200 million? Netflix pays. And obviously their kids are millionaires too. The degree with which these people mislead the American public is astounding, even with a fact that has been established by countless fact checkers.
Enlisted right after his 17th birthday and served 24 years in the National Guard, rising to Command Sergeant Major.
Okay, cute. Sure, Waltz rose to the rank of Command Sergeant Major, but he never finished his training, and he didn't retain that title when he retired. But of course, rising to Command Sergeant Major sounds more impressive, right? Joining us now, Jessica Tarlov, co-host of The Five, Ben Domenech, editor-in-large of The Spectator, both Fox News contributors. Jessica, the thing about the wealthy really makes me howl laughing when you look up in these suites up here, and there are $500,000, $750,000, $1 million to buy the best suites. And the Obamas are, I think, the wealthiest people to retire from the presidency that came into the presidency with, as they said, not much money at all.
Well, good for them. They're capitalists, and they've taken advantage of the opportunities afforded to them leaving the presidency. I think Michelle's point was, and I thought the line was very good about affirmative action for generational wealth, is that people like her and people like Kamala, black people, don't have the opportunity to fail and then still succeed. They aren't handed businesses by their father. They aren't given $1 million to go out there and see what you're made of. Donald Trump wasn't, at least I've read, a particularly good student, but he's still going to the University of Pennsylvania. His kids still went to the University of Pennsylvania. That's what she's talking about, that there are opportunities afforded to people who come from money. And yes, Sasha and Malia will be able to take advantage of that.
Were they Nepo babies?
Well, I guess by definition, if they went out and they were doing something that they were absolutely unqualified for,
they seem
then
really
yes,
fun. I have no idea if
they seem
were or
fun
not.
and smart. Yeah,
but
absolutely.
I mean, I'm just saying we don't really know, right? So kind of. Yeah, we don't really know. I mean, when your last name is Obama or Kennedy or Clinton, you're probably going to get it. I'm just the way it is. I'm not criticizing
but she's pointing out that black women in particular don't get the second chance that maybe a white guy like Donald Trump.
She grew up, I think, a lot wealthier than I did, and she went to Princeton. She had the best education. She's led an incredible life. She's probably the most revered female politician, I think, in the world.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think it just shows that anything's possible. Ben, I don't know. I mean, look, the Obamas, I think, are terrific speakers, and I think they're hard to beat as far as just political showmanship. And, you know, they're talented people, but this billionaire kind of dance they're doing, to me, seems a bit disingenuous.
I don't know, Laura. I'm just a dropout from Jackson, Mississippi. So, no, I think that when I hear this kind of message from Michelle Obama, I think that she's trying to shift things in a way that doesn't really work. The truth is that this is an election about fundamentals. It's an election about the economy, about immigration, about security at home and abroad. And this convention has been about virtually everything else. It's been about vibes, culture war, abortion, all these other things that Democrats would rather be talking about than these fundamental issues that are affecting everyday Americans on a daily basis. And, you know, Jessica, when I hear you talk about like the success that they've had, I actually think that one of the things that is really sad about this moment is, at what point is Michelle Obama going to be okay with the United States of America? I mean, how many more houses does she need to own for this country to not be racist anymore?
I think, and this is the problem that the Republicans are facing. Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, Elizabeth Warren, Jessica, just walked out on stage. She's, you know, a darling of the left.
Yep.
And fully supports Kamala's price control plan. She thinks that's nifty. She's getting a thunderous response here. Trump famously calls her, what, Pocahontas? Or is
Pocahontas.
Oh, I thought it was faux, F-A-U-X, Pocahontas. But they love her. This is where the party is, Ben, isn't it? This is where the party is.
Yeah, it absolutely is where the party is. And I think that, unfortunately for Democrats here, who really do want, in every kind of convention, you want to reach out across lines. You want to bring in independents. That's not what they're doing when it comes to featuring people like Elizabeth Warren.
Oprah Winfrey.
She's crying, by the way. She's crying on stage.
It's emotional. I've never spoken in front of 30,000 people like that.
Yeah, I did. It was scary. It was scary.
Well, maybe she's a little scared too.
I'm not. I'm just narrating, Jessica. It's okay.
Oh no,
She's crying. I'm not criticizing it. Yeah, but I'm not criticizing it at all. It's an emotional moment for sure. Yeah. And she's, look, she's now quieting down the crowd. Are we going to listen in, guys? Yeah, we're going to listen in for a bit.
I love best about Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris can't be bought and she can't be bossed around. Now, I first met Kamala in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crash. The banks had flat out broken laws, cheated people, and stolen homes. Millions of Americans had lost their jobs, their savings, their homes. Now, I was setting up the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Go CFPB! Yeah! Kamala was protecting families as California's Attorney General. You bet. And Donald was scamming students at Trump University and trying to make money off people losing their homes. Kamala Harris stepped up. She enforced the law, she fought the giant banks, and she delivered billions of dollars of help for families. And that is the difference between a criminal and a prosecutor. You know what else I love about Kamala? She gets it. We need to make life more affordable for working people. Yeah. Donald Trump, the felon, has no plans to lower costs for families. He doesn't know how, and basically, he doesn't really care. When did he ever fill up a gas tank or worry about a grocery bill? The only bills he worries about are from his criminal defense lawyers. But Kamala, she cares deep down. And she will take on the giant corporations that are squeezing American families. In fact, it's something she's done before. During the California wildfires, she went after the price gougers. During the pandemic, we worked together in the Senate to stop price gouging. And as president, she will lower costs for your family. She'll take on the Wall Street firms that buy up millions of houses and apartments and then jack up the rent. She'll take on drug companies that charge an arm and a leg for prescriptions. She'll take on corporate monopolies that rip off consumers and billionaires who don't pay taxes. And she'll take on right-wing extremists who think they should decide who has access to abortion or IVF. Kamala will protect abortion rights nationwide. Yeah. And there it is. Groceries, gas, housing, healthcare, taxes, abortion.
No mention, Ben Domenech. It's Elizabeth Warren. She got huge applause, but no mention of inflation, no mention the border. Of course, Donald Trump and his legal bills, like that's relevant to the, the family that Bob Casey was just talking about in Allentown, Pennsylvania.
I'm going to do something that is probably going to disturb you, Laura, which is I'm actually going to defend Elizabeth Warren for a moment. Elizabeth Warren actually represents the kind of coalition that the Democrats could have had if they wanted it. In many ways, the arguments that she was making in the wake of the financial crisis and everything that we saw come out of that were things that could have appealed to the same people forgotten and left behind that Donald Trump ended up appealing to. But that message was not accepted by the Democratic Party. Instead, they went
with the big banks.
They went, yes, exactly. They went with the big banks, and frankly, I think it's very out of step with this current effort to essentially, anoint a senator from BlackRock and Netflix and Disney and all of these other corporations that Kamala Harris represents and has represented over the course of her career. She has nothing in common with the populist message that Elizabeth Warren has, which even if I disagree with her solutions, I think that she does identify very real problems that affect America.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, Jessica. I mean, Silicon Valley, Wall Street, they're pouring big money into this campaign. She's getting a lot of small donations as well, but most of the billionaire class is going with the Walz-Harris ticket. So that's that yin and yang again of the revile the billionaires, but try to get those AOC, maybe Elizabeth Warren types to come in. So it's a bit of a motley crew, but they're holding it together for now.
Definitely holding it together, and you're right. I think 62% of her donations now are grassroots. But everybody goes after billionaires because they can give hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, and that's something that's consistent on both sides of the aisle. Peter Thiel is one of the biggest backers of the Trump side, and he's a billionaire. No one.
I think Trump doesn't shy away from thinking billionaires are fine.
No, I'm just saying that they're playing on both sides of it. It's
but
a
don't
big
you
money
think it's
game.
disingenuous? Don't you think it's disingenuous that there's this game that's played on the left side of the aisle where you do these culture war things to basically gloss over the fact that you're accepting money or engaging in kind of a back and forth with the same kind of entities that are being criticized by people like Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, and others?
Well, I think the roster of people giving to Bernie Sanders is very different than the roster of people who are giving to more centrist Democrats. That's always been the case. He ran a campaign where he said, I'm not taking big donor money, and he was consistent with that. He's the genuine article that way.
Some of the more centrist Democrats skipped out on this convention.
But doesn't the consequence of that say that Kamala Harris is not the genuine article?
Yeah.
That Kamala Harris is not the genuine.
She's not a populist like Bernie Sanders, and she would never pretend to be.
I think that's the big thing that is going on here, which is a problem for Democrats is that they have not embraced the true message that they need to embrace in order to connect.
We really aren't at this moment having a problem. That's the thing. So the polls have tightened.
You don't think
Kamala
that?
Harris even has an. No, I don't think you can look at what's going on right now and say that we have a big problem. I'm not saying that we win the election.
I think it's a coin flip election, and I think that after 5 weeks of joy, it shouldn't be a coin flip.
Well, right now, I think when the balloons come down and they're deflated, there's going to be a lot of other things deflated. Like people are still going to be wondering, how the hell am I going to pay off my credit card debt? Because I've been putting my rent on it month after month. Those issues they did not discuss, although they put on a good show. And the Dixie Chicks are going to be, the Chicks. Sorry, I have to say that like 5 times. I still can't believe they edit the name of their band. Come on. That's in and of itself stupid. And I love their music. All right, Jessica and Ben, thank you both. Great to see both of you.
Great to be with you.
All right, since Democrats can't let Americans know what their real plans are to fight inflation, or let Kamala do a real interview with a real reporter, they have to spend their time creating illusions. Magic tricks that include making her abominable record on the border and the economy disappear, making her past radical statements disappear, and making traditional views on masculinity and patriotism disappear too.
There's been a lot of talk about masculinity and MAGAism trying to own masculinity in the most regressive, sort of misogynist way possible.
Watch the men of the Democratic Party model a kind of masculinity that is simply 21st century masculinity.
Men out there who might not be the sort of testosterone-laden, gun-toting kind of guy who wants to listen to Hulk Hogan and the kind of players that came out at the RNC.
Joining us now, Clay Travis, Outkick founder. Clay, first of all, I can't believe you're not here having all the fun with us. Come on, dude. Next time you got to hang with us, really.
I know. I should have been running around in the streets watching them burn the American flag and everything else. Yes, I was super busy, but I'll try to be there in 4 years.
Thank you. Clay, they're talking about a guy who puts tampons in boys' bathrooms And look, CNN even reacted to that. Is this like a way to redefine what a true man is?
Well, first of all, I bet the women who are talking about how much they like the new poll for men in the Democrat Party don't date men that are low in testosterone, because most of the time that's not what women actually want. But I think it actually is a fascinating story here. You have in many ways the Republican Party, which has become the party of men, even more so than usual, white, black, Asian, and Hispanic men, by the way. And then you have the Democrat Party, which is going after women. And the real question to me about this entire election is, are the Republicans going to win men by more than the Democrats win women? And how is all of this gender divide going to go? Here's a crazy stat for you. I believe this is 100% correct. You know, the last year that in a presidential election cycle, Democrats won the overall male vote? The answer is 1964. Lyndon Johnson was the last Democrat presidential candidate to win men outright. That's pretty unbelievable when you sit back and think about it. And I certainly don't think Kamala is going to make a play at all. To me, this race is going to come down to Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan when all is said and done. And I ultimately think that blue-collar men are not going to vote for Kamala Harris at a higher rate than they did Joe Biden. I think that's the miscalculation here of Democrats.
Well, I did my own little straw poll on the streets of Chicago, and I don't know, there's a lot of people like, I don't know what's going over there in the United Center where that convention's happening. I'm glad they're having fun, but try to pay my bills 1 month and you'll see what fun's. I mean, I heard this story time and again over the past 5 days here, and I'm telling you, it was not pretty. And I don't think that Elizabeth Warren, jabbering on about abortion and Donald Trump's legal bills, I don't think that resonates with a single working class person in this country. It works with the crowd here because they're just a bunch of, kind of activist types and some rabid people and just having fun. That's fine. But to regular people just trying to make ends meet, I don't think it works. I really don't.
Well, I certainly don't think it works with men. I mean, they're giving away vasectomies there at the United Center from a mobile van. And let me tell you this. It may be a perfect metaphor, but I don't think there's very many men out there that want to get their balls snipped and then go sit and watch Kamala Harris to celebrate, all right? So if they're doing that, they're definitely not voting Republican.
Do you have a theory on Tim Walz, the pray bow move? That praying, and Travis... Clay, I always call you Travis. Clay, when they do this whole like chest thump thing, are you am I the only person who finds that really annoying? Because it seems so fake when he does it, maybe when other people, but it's like, then he does the bow thing. I don't get, can we show it? We really have to do the fake.
Tim Walz is profoundly inauthentic, I think. And I'm from Nashville, Tennessee, right? Red states. And this idea that, if you wear a camouflage hat or if you wear a Carhartt jacket or you walk around in boots, suddenly everybody thinks that you're similar to them. This is not a reality. They're not going to pull anybody. Look, Tim Walz, I think, is uniquely awful as a governor. Look at what he did. He failed on the two biggest tests that he had, COVID and BLM. They go and they pick him out. He's a communist who's pretending to be a normal guy. It's a disaster, I think. And his speech last night was atrocious.
No, unbelievable. So I'm just going to do the bowing motion and go like this to you, Clay. Thanks so much. All right, we're going to be right back with Democrat Senator Peter Welch. What's the Vermont temperature on what's happening here at the United Center and beyond? Let's go.
Michael lost 20 pounds with LifeMD.
I've always wanted to lose weight, but I never figured out the right way to do it. I did a cleanse, and I said, I can't do this anymore. And I asked a couple buddies, I said, how do I lose this weight? And the guy goes, LifeMD. Got on the computer immediately, and probably the easiest thing I've ever done. The medication comes in the mail, and it's very easy to use. I've been able to live my normal lifestyle, and I've lost 20 pounds already. I now come home, spend time with my kids, and I've never felt better. Changed my life.
Check your eligibility in minutes at GetLifeMD.com.
When I started MyPillow, it was just a problem solution, one product company. Well, since then, with the help of my dedicated employees, we now have hundreds of products, some you might not even know about. To get the word out, we're having a $25 extravaganza. 2-pack multi-use MyPillows, $25. MyPillow sandals, $25. And for the first time ever, our 6-pack towel sets, you guessed it, just $25. Our brand new 4-pack dish towels, $25. And I've never done this before. Premium My Pillows with all new Giza fabric, any size, any loft level, even king size for only $25. And there's so much more. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code for our $25 extravaganza. Order $75 and over. Your entire order ships absolutely free.
It's an honor being a Visiting Angels caregiver and one of the most rewarding things I've ever done. I love knowing that I'm making a personal impact in someone's life with compassionate care and kindness.
If your passion is caring for others, then being a Visiting Angel could be the key to unlocking the best place in your heart.
To learn more, scan the code or visit us online at visitingangels.com.
Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care.
Nobody wants to put a new roof over their head. It's too expensive. And if they can extend the life of that roof and get 5 more years or 10 more years, it's a no-brainer.
What RoofMax does is it helps people in that they don't have to spend that $15,000, $20,000 on a new roof. They can spend pennies on the dollar.
The RoofMax product was a small percentage of cost of replacing a roof.
This is a great financial decision for us as a community.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles.
The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
Parents, another Trump presidency could become a reality in 2024. And Mike Huckabee wants to show your kids what that means with the free Kids Guide to President Trump and free membership to the 1776 Kids Club. Order now at freetrumpguide.com. That's freetrumpguide.com.
Previewing the DNC's main event as Kamala prepares to rally her base. Jesse breaks down what to expect with Eric Trump and Senator Cruz. Don't miss Primetime's live coverage of the final night.
Help save lives. Donate plasma today. CSL Plasma. Do the amazing.
Everyone deserves a healthcare partner who's there for what matters.
USPS Ground Advantage te da el advantage que tu negocio necesita. Un advantage de confianza, con entregas a tiempo. Un advantage de valor, con seguro de protección. USPS Ground Advantage. Un advantage para tu negocio.
Everybody in Trump land tonight.
If you need insurance from a change in life, like you left your job, got a husband or wife.
So this final lap of the DNC is, I think it spells this. It's this.
Nespresso presents a summer that goes on and on.
They're afraid and scared
and
of
on and
Stay
on.
tuned to ZhpXnews News to tell you.
Introducing Pantone.
Remember when Nancy the Gavel Pelosi said that Congress needed to pass Obamacare to find out what's in it? Well, I think they're trying the same strategy with Kamala Harris. You have to elect her so you can find out what her policies are. Democrats have done a good job shouting empty platitudes, showing everyone how angry they are and how much joy they have all at the same time. They've talked a lot about how wonderful abortion is. But Kamala's agenda, pretty much MIA. Joining me now, Vermont Senator Peter Welch. He was the first Democrat senator to call for Joe Biden to drop out of the race. Senator, first of all, it's great to have you on the show. Thanks so much. We've been here for 4 days, and I think they've mentioned Trump, 175 times. And I think they've mentioned the border like 30 times and inflation like 40 times. What's the deal here with the imbalance of the issues that people care about?
Well, I mean, first of all, the joy here is because we have a new nominee. I mean, we were on the mat. President Biden made a courageous decision to step aside. In one day, Kamala Harris raised $100 million.
Oh, he was forced out, right? I mean, he was forced out by Nancy Pelosi and company.
It was his decision.
Oh, come on. You're from White River Junction, Vermont. You are smarter than that.
Well, that's true, and we know a few things in White River.
Yeah.
But no, seriously, however you want to characterize it, he made the decision. And we had $100 million raised in a day, 150,000 volunteers, and all the other potential candidates endorsed Kamala Harris. So there's an enormous amount of excitement. We were on the mat. The Republican convention had enormous unity because they thought it was just a matter of time where they'd crush us. Now we've got a fighting chance.
Senator, President Trump spoke at the southern border in Arizona and brought out two angel moms, Patty Moore and Alex Nungary. Their daughters were both killed by illegal immigrants. Let's listen.
They found my daughter's body, and when they found it, it just recently has come out that she was brutally beaten, raped.
Just 12. She had dreams to be famous. She wanted to be a famous actor. She was left with no clothing from the waist down, was thrown in a bayou, left. Was strangled to death. He needs to be in office. We need to stop this. We need to stop losing our little.
Now, I know you signed a letter to the White House back in 2021 with other members of the House saying that it's time to end the incarceration approach to immigration, including deportation. And a lot of Democrats agree with you on that, including, I think, the nominee. So what about those women and other victims of crime committed by people who shouldn't be here in the first place?
Well, you know what? First of all, that is absolutely heartbreaking. That is devastating. Secondly, we Democrats have to do really strong commitment on border enforcement.
Why haven't they done it for 3.5 years? Why have they let 10 million people into this country that are taking jobs and opportunities and killing people?
My view, I think that it was in reaction to some extent to Trump. But I think we have to have a policy that's absolutely about controlling the border and having immigration be legal. We support controlling the border so that folks who come in are in through a legal process, not an illegal process.
So are you going to make your voice heard to Kamala Harris? Because she obviously does not believe that.
You know, I don't think that's right, because what she is talking about is having having enforcement. And we had, of course, the agreement that was passed by, or it was agreed.
I know that bill inside and out because I read it, because I've been doing this issue.
I read it.
When you were a lawyer, I was doing this issue. 1.8 million immigrants, illegal immigrants or asylees, would still be allowed to come in that across that border every year in the ports of entry. That doesn't include people coming not in the ports of entry. So it still would have allowed almost 2 million a year. That's not border enforcement.
The question on border enforcement is, are you in control of who's coming in? That's the question. And are they vetted? Because we don't want criminals in. We don't want fentanyl. And there's enormous pressures on the border.
Problem in Vermont with drugs. There's a huge problem in Manchester, New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine. All have huge problems.
Northern border's an issue.
Does.
But here's what I'm saying is Democrats are committed to having enforceable borders.
They could have done Trump's plan. That worked. Instead, we have kids missing, 36,000 kids missing over the last few years.
We also want to have legal immigration.
No, we all agree on that.
And we want to have justice and opportunity for a lot of these dreamers who came over here.
How about
as kids.
Americans First, Senator? You're a smart Vermonter. I know, you're smart. You're going to go set Kamala Harris straight on this. I appreciate your coming on very much.
Good to be here.
Thank you so much. Great to see you. All right, for a party that says they want to bring down the temp, they are kind of bringing out their famous race hustler now, Al Sharpton? No, he's not about love and joy, is he? Well, maybe. He just got off the stage. Joining us now, Bill Hemmer, co-host of America's Newsroom, Katie Pavlich, Fox News contributor. All right, Katie. Love and joy and Al Sharpton.
Love and joy, Al Sharpton, and the Democratic nominee tonight who's going to try to be born again everything that she stood for in the past no longer
Disappearing
applies.
act.
She wants to be new and fresh and undefined. It's amazing how she was very defined in 2019 and 2020, but now wants to tell the American people nothing about her future plans for the country. But it's been a fun week for Democrats. They are having a good time in the hall, but the big question is going to be whether what translates inside is going to work for working class voters on the outside who are really suffering as a result of the last 3.5 years, which they're trying to blame on Trump, even though Kamala Harris was in charge of the Biden-Harris Bidenomics agenda.
Bill, is Bill with us down on the floor?
Sure am. Hey, Laura. Good evening to you. Can you hear me okay?
Bill, what's the
fire
issue
away.
that you're finding that the folks on the convention floor are most excited about?
Yeah, listen, they are excited to see whatever Democratic politician walks out on this stage. Al Sharpton notwithstanding. This has been a politician parade, Laura. I mean, you look at this lineup, it's just one after the other. Members of Congress, senators. It's a long way from the everyday Americans that we saw in Milwaukee with the Republicans about a month ago. A couple of things tonight. There will be a focus tonight on gun violence. Gabby Giffords will make a speech in a couple hours from now. In a moment, we believe it's called the Representatives for the Central Park Five. I don't know what that is, but we're going to find out momentarily. There's all kinds of rumors about Beyonce and Taylor Swift. The only thing I can tell you is that Pink is on the menu, and she will perform a bit later tonight. There's also going to be a bio about Kamala Harris. Remember the introduction? I mean, we still really haven't gotten there yet, right? And it's night 4. The schedule is long, Laura. There's a real good chance, based on the paper that I have here, that she could finish well after midnight in the East Coast, so we'll see how that goes. One quick note here. Elizabeth Warren came out about 10 minutes ago. Huge reception for her. Likewise for Bernie Sanders last night and AOC the night before that. So some of the biggest applause reserved for some of the more progressive members of Congress. But it has been a politician parade and not so much the everyday Americans. Back upstairs to you now.
Just what Americans want to see, Katie. More politicians.
Yeah.
With their empty platitudes.
We mentioned in the show earlier, Laura, about the term freedom they've been trying to use. And they've perverted the definition of freedom. They are arguing, and they will argue again tonight, I'm sure, with all these speeches from politicians and government, that they want more freedom for the government to interfere in your life. The only freedom they're offering to individuals is freedom for abortion. Every other thing they want to control, whether it's the car that you drive, how much water comes out of your faucets, what kind of appliances you can use, whether you have a gas stove or an electric stove, where you travel, when you travel. It has nothing to do with the freedom of the individual. They're arguing for more freedom for government bureaucrats to control the lives of Americans.
So let's do the list. So pot, porn, abortion, gambling, more illegals. That's kind of, and the freedom of the government to harass you, surveil you, and put you in jail.
And the freedom from illegal immigrants to break the law, freedom to be criminals, freedom to do all kinds of things that are a perversion of the definition.
So great to see you.
Good
Katie
to see you
and Bill Hemmer on the floor. Thank you. All right, I saw him earlier today. What's on your hand, Jesse?
Well,
What's
this is my
on?
injury from the training session that we did with Sean Hannity and his sensei. Laura did it too.
You were great.
I have to say, Laura is insane. She did more sit-ups than we did.
Now, okay.
Yeah, you did.
First of all,
you did more sit-ups than Sean and I.
Sean Hannity's sensei, I'm sure that's relevant to the video, but
yeah,
he is so scary strong, and this guy
dangerous.
is scary strong.
I'm so afraid of this guy. I think he might have broken something. I have bruises all over my ribs. But Sean's an animal. You're just as crazy.
No.
I just barely survive.
All I know is that poor woman in the little room with the yoga mat. She just wanted to do her yoga, and there's like twisting your neck and like twisting your arm. And at one point, I think you cried, but no, I'm just
That
kidding.
was not a cry. That was a high-pitched squeal.
Okay,
and I say that with a strict record of masculinity.
That was prime time.
Thank you so much, Laura. Fox News alert, it is finally here, the last night of the DNC. And I'm not saying that sarcastically. I've enjoyed Chicago. Not as much as Harold Ford, but it's been nice. Tonight, Kamala Harris takes the stage. This is the biggest speech of her life, and she is freaking out. Yesterday, Kamala locked herself in a hotel room and studied all night. The last Democrat who overprepared this much ended up dropping out. Kamala's aides told the DNC, "You better not be running behind schedule." And Kamala warned them not to cut her tribute video like they did with Biden. Now we know why her staff always quits. Kamala's people say this week has been a crescendo building to her. So we expect an emotional entree with a side of substance. Very small side. Team Harris says they're going to stay vague. Quote, "This is a rallying cry, not a policy speech." If this sounds familiar, it is. The slogan's about hope and change. We're going forward, not back. The focus on decency. It's all plagiarized from the Obamas. Yes, we can turned into yes, she can.
Yes, she can.
If you want to know what Kamala is going to say tonight, just watch Obama's DNC acceptance speech.
I will restore our moral standing so that America is once again that last best hope for all who are called to the cause of freedom, who long for lives of peace, and who yearn for a better future. And the greatest risk we can take is to try the same old politics with the same old players and expect a different result.
Morality, hope, freedom, peace, future. She's going to recycle the same buzzwords, but it's just more empty calories. Kamala may snatch the Obama's essence, but she doesn't have the backstory to support it. Obama came fresh off 8 years of Bush, the Iraq War, the financial crisis. Getting a young black Democrat president was massive change. But Kamala's already in the White House. The country's lost hope because of her policies. The country wants a change because of her policies. The only change she's offering is what she looks like. And that's how they're hoping to fool you. Now, Barack Obama was already a star after his soaring DNC speech in 2004. He took that momentum and faced off against the Clinton machine in the primary, and then he buried him. Obama was battle-tested, and he earned it. Kamala didn't earn it. And she doesn't have the muscle tone or a single scar. She's Joe Biden's yes woman. All Democrats did was trade a one-eyed horse for a blind one. And you don't hitch a ride with a blind pilot.
You have to trust the pilot of the plane in the first place. And the problem right now is that Donald Trump is not a trustworthy pilot. And what these guys are winning, they're winning the babysitter contest. Who do you want? Whose values do you want to be in charge of the plane before we get where we're going? And I think you're getting smoked on that.
I have to tell you,
please,
the current pilot of the plane is Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is not the pilot of the plane.
No,
He's right here.
She's the vice president. She's a co-pilot. She's a co-pilot.
If the pilot dozes off and the plane starts nosediving, it's the co-pilot's job to stop the crash. Kamala didn't stop the crash. She pointed the plane straight at the mountain and then told the passengers, the pilot's awake. He's as sharp as ever. She's responsible for crashing the border and the bank. Hope isn't going to distract from that. We need to change administrations and move forward. Right, Oprah?
Let us choose the sweet promise of tomorrow over the bitter return to yesterday. We won't go back. We won't be set back, pushed back, bullied back, kicked back. We're not going back. And together, let's all choose Kamala Harris.
2/3 of the country say we're going in the wrong direction. Why would we stick with the co-pilot who's been flying the plane the wrong way? It's time to change pilots. Oprah, Stevie Wonder, Spike Lee, the Obamas, the Clintons. We already did that. Why go back to 2008? This country has too many problems. We don't have time for a reunion tour. You can't just tape Kamala's face on a hope poster and call her the pantsuit messiah. The California machine spit her into the Senate. She failed up in the Democratic primary into the VP office, where donors just anointed her after a coup. Now her presidential campaign's being thrown together at the last second and held in place with rubber bands and super glue. She inherited Biden's war chest, didn't earn it, and the Obamas seeded her campaign with speechwriters and loyalists. Biden world hates Obama world, and Kamala's caught in the crossfire. The convention's already over, and she's only been here once. Johnny talked to more Democrats than she did. Tonight, she has to read a speech she didn't write and deliver it with genuine emotion. Kamala hasn't delivered during big moments. She spoke at the 2012 and 2020 DNC. Nobody remembers what she said. But speeches won't win this election. Even Gutfeld can read off a prompter. The debates will clinch it. Trump turns debates into memes and memories. Harris debated Pence in 2020. The only thing people remember is the fly. Kamala won't have Obama or Oprah on stage with her. They won't be on the ballot with her either. She's on her own now. It's Trump-Vance against Harris-Walz. Who do you trust to fly this plane? Former director of speechwriting for President Obama and co-host of Pod Save America, Jon Favreau. As a speechwriter, how impressed are you with my co-pilot analogy?
It was a little hard to follow. How did I get here?
I don't know.
What am I doing here?
Do you know you're on Fox right now?
No, I don't know. I was just sitting around in our studio, and suddenly I ended up here.
I think we muscled you up here against your will, but now you're here, you have to answer some of our questions.
Go for it.
You really think that you can just do this hope and change thing on Kamala? You think people are going to buy that?
I think people are pretty excited about Kamala Harris. This is like the most excited convention I've seen. I've been to conventions since 2004.
Were you at the RNC in Milwaukee? That was pretty hot.
I was at the RNC in Milwaukee. Little cocky. A little cocky there.
Well, that's because we didn't really know who we were running against.
Yeah, you guys had it wrapped up.
Yeah, we thought we were running against Biden.
You were figuring out, how big the electoral landslide was going to be.
Yeah,
now everyone's getting a little nervous.
Yeah, no one's nervous. Everybody knows it's going to be close.
Trump seems a little nervous.
I don't think you know anything about Trump. But do you really think that you can just take Kamala and just make her the hope and change candidate? You can just do this with any candidate? Because she was very unpopular like a month ago.
I think if you look at the polls now, she's pretty popular. And I think that it's a pretty close race. I think she's maybe ahead by a point or two, but I think this is always going to be a close race. And, she's going to have an opportunity tonight to talk to the country, to lay out her vision, to talk about why we don't want to go back to Trump. And we don't want to go back to the 10 years of Donald Trump in our lives, just whining and complaining about everything all the time.
Well, he's complaining because you guys are throwing him in prison. I'd complain too. No one wants to go to prison. So
shouldn't break any laws then.
Favreau, let me ask you a serious question. Is she going to do the Fox debate, Kamala Harris?
She's going to do the debate they agreed to on ABC.
But why is she afraid of coming on Fox? Your guy, Obama, he went on Fox a lot.
Well, they're going to do the ABC debate. They're going to do the NBC debate in October.
Is that confirmed?
They said that in a debate. They said that in a statement that they were going to do the NBC debate.
Sorry, so we have these debates locked in. What is she running on?
What is she running on? She's running on a plan to bring down costs, a plan to make sure that we have the fundamental right to choose in this country, protected for everyone.
How is she going to bring down costs, and why isn't she doing it now?
She's going to build 3 million homes, incentives to build new homes, and
what about the
first-time home buyers.
That's the number one issue.
$25,000 credit for first-time home buyers is pretty good. She's going to do a child tax credit, so that up to $6,000 for families.
Okay, so she's spending a lot of money. That's what got us into this place.
You know who wants a child tax credit? J.D. Vance, your friend J.D. Vance. He likes it too. It's a good idea.
Yeah, but he's not into the $25,000 check to go buy a house.
It's an incentive.
That's not how you bought your house.
It's an incentive.
Work for it.
It's an incentive. That's a lot of first-time home buyers are working their asses off.
All right,
and they can't buy a house.
They can't get to buy a house in the Biden-Harris administration. But seriously, how is she going to do this? Your guy ran on, I'm going to get out of Iraq. I want health care reform. Those were concrete issues.
Yeah.
What is she saying?
A third of women in this country right now are living under a Trump abortion ban. And I think if Kamala Harris wins and we get a Democratic Senate and Democratic House, she's going to sign into law a guarantee that every single woman in America will have a guaranteed right to choose. I think that's a pretty big deal.
Okay, so it's going to be an abortion. I get that. That's going to be big. I definitely understand that.
Yeah. I also think that for economically, Trump gets elected, he's going to do another tax cut that goes mostly to rich people, to billionaires like Donald Trump.
Okay.
And she doesn't want to do that.
I know you guys.
You don't need another tax cut. I don't need another tax cut.
I definitely
Why do we need a tax cut?
I definitely need a tax cut.
Come on.
Hey, it's my money. I earned it.
You look good.
I earned it.
You don't need another tax cut.
Not as good as you. Not as good as you. How different is Kamala from Biden?
How different is Kamala from Biden? I mean.
Yeah, but you're saying because you're laughing because she's a woman and she's an African American woman
and she's younger.
Okay,
and
but besides all that,
from a different place. Well, look, she's put out plans last week. She talked about plans to go after corporate price gouging.
Didn't Biden do that?
Biden, no, not the plan that she proposed, that she's going to have the FTC go after corporate price gouging. She's also going to have this home buyer's tax credit. She's also going to build these new homes. She's also going to extend the child tax credit. She's going to do a lot of stuff.
So she's to the left of Joe Biden.
No, there's a lot of stuff that Joe Biden wanted to do, but he couldn't do because the Republican Congress was blocking it. Like, he would have passed the child tax credit. There was a vote.
Well, why didn't he do that when he had the House and the Senate?
There was a vote just a couple weeks ago to extend the child tax credit, something that J.D. Vance and most Republicans want to do. They didn't want to do it because they thought it would help Joe Biden, and now they think it's going to help Kamala Harris.
Were you happy with Kamala not competing for this? Did you want a more competitive primary?
Well, no one else challenged her.
Okay.
It was an open process, and then within 48 hours, all the potential challengers said
it was a 48-hour process.
Yeah, they all decided not to run.
Okay, so you're happy with Kamala Harris?
Oh, very happy.
So, because Obama said he liked Kamala because she was the best-looking attorney general. Is that why he likes her?
10 years ago, he did say, or 20 years ago now, yeah, he said that she was good-looking. Yeah, he did say that. But he's pretty proud of her, and he was. You know what he said in his speech Monday night? When the homeowner crisis happened and there was a homeowner settlement, she, out of all the AGs in the country, she pushed the Obama administration harder than anyone else, even though he's a Democrat, even though she was knocking on doors for him in Iowa, to make sure that homeowners who were defrauded by big banks got their money from that settlement, because she's really tough as an AG.
We like to push Obama in many different ways.
I know you do.
Do you think Kamala's a moderate, or is she a progressive?
I think she's a mainstream Democrat.
Because before you said a couple years ago that it was laughable that people were calling her moderate.
But I said that?
Yeah, you said it right here. I have it right here. Flashback. Former Obama speechwriter. Hilarious. Some media outlets calling Harris a moderate.
She's
right there.
she's progressive, right? She's like a Democrat. She's not like center of the spectrum. Like I said, she's a mainstream Democrat.
So mainstream Democrats.
Those are progressive Democrats.
Far left.
Yeah, not far left. What do you think is far left?
Well, I think
do you think giving tax cuts
is far left.
Tax cuts to the middle class is far left? Do you think
I love tax cuts.
Secure borders and a pathway to citizenship
this is not a secure border.
Do you think that giving every woman a right to choose is far left?
No, I think she's far left when you look at her record on
what part's far left?
On police, on drugs.
What's her record on police? You think
she's
funding
for bail
the police?
reform?
You think funding the police?
She bailed out rioters. One of them got out and raped and murdered somebody. I think that's far left. We agree to disagree. John Favreau, my mother loves you. Thanks for coming on.
Tell your mom I said hi. Tell her to listen to Pod Save America.
I will.
Okay.
Pod Save America, John Favreau. I think that's French.
It is.
Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization, Eric Trump, joins me now. All right, Eric, so now you're running against Kamala Harris. They're going to hide her for the rest of the campaign. What is the plan?
Well, Jesse, it's been 27 days. She won't get out there. She won't do an interview. And frankly, if I were her, I probably wouldn't do an interview either, right? I mean, she's been a disaster in terms of the economy. She's been a disaster on the border czar. She was supposed to take on AI, and she was incapable of doing that. You know, as border czar, she's let in 13 million people into this country, and now she's promising that every single one of them is going to have free health care. We're 30th in the world in terms of educating our children. Our schools are failing, yet every illegal immigrant that comes across an invisible line is going to get free health care. Jesse, it doesn't make any sense. Then she comes out and promises, on day one, I'm going to tackle high prices, yet she's going out and saying that she wants to add an extra 30% to taxes for every individual and every business in this country. Let me ask you a question. I mean, I'm a business guy, but how do you reduce costs if you're going to add 30% in terms of taxes to all those businesses? Not to mention the war on natural gas, the war on gasoline. Utilities are double the cost. Food's double the cost it's ever been. You can't have a mortgage in this country anymore because they're 7% and 8%, where under my father they were 2.5%, right? I mean, inflation is eating everybody alive. You have stagnation of wages. People are suffering in this country, but yet on day one, even though she works about 7 feet away from Joe Biden, you know, her office is about 10 feet away from the Oval Office. You know, on her day one, she's going to take on prices. Give me a break. No one believes it, Jesse. No one believes it.
Do you believe that the Obamas are going to be able to pull this off? You know, they're going to just sprinkle her with the hope and change. All the speechwriters are writing her speeches. She's going to be coddled. She's going to be on Time Magazine, every single issue. That's a heavy lift. Obama had talent. He didn't need that much help. Yeah. He was coming off 2 terms of Bush, and he got swept in there through the financial crisis. Kamala Harris is not a talented politician. They are trying everything possible here. How close is this going to be?
Jesse, it's the greatest rebranding of somebody I've ever seen. I mean, the media was laughing at her a month ago. They were literally telling her, I mean, in all the biggest publication, Kamala, it's your duty to step aside, let the next generations, come in, let the next generation of politicians. It's amazing. Joe Biden gets forced out, and 24 hours later, she has 4,000 delegates lined up. Tell me that whole thing wasn't pre-planned and she wasn't working that behind the scenes. But Jesse, I mean, it's actually really disgusting to see the mainstream media. I mean, people in this country, there's not a single person watching the show right now that's not hurting. As I said before, wages haven't gone up in this country, and people are getting crushed under the prices of absolutely everything. You go to the grocery store, you can feel it, right? I mean, people are seeing people die in this country, 300,000 kids to fentanyl, because these people, I mean, they'll put up 3 walls around the DNC in Chicago, but they won't do a damn thing about our southern border, which is letting drugs across in rapid numbers.
Eric, they didn't even mention fentanyl. I've been here for 4 days. I don't even believe I've heard the word fentanyl the entire time.
Of course not. And you probably don't, you've never heard the fact that she chairs the National Space Commission, and yet Boeing can't get one of their rockets out of, I mean, it's literally docked at the International Space Station with 2 astronauts stuck up there, and you're going to have Elon Musk go rescue them. I mean, what has this administration done? You have wars breaking out all over the world. Russia and Ukraine, we're paying hundreds of billions of dollars so young kids can shoot each other in point-blank ranges and in trenches on the Russia-Ukraine border. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. We're not focused on our economy. We've spent more time wondering whether or not guys my height should be able to swim in women's sports. I mean, Jesse, people are laughing at us around the world. They're laughing at us, and it's so sad. We have the greatest country.
I'm laughing at us because it's so ridiculous. We've got the greatest country in the world.
We've got unlimited potential, and we're being run by a bunch of clowns. And I'm telling you, the country's going to reward Donald Trump. He was the best president this country's ever had, and he's going to win on November 5th because people feel it in their soul. People know that this country is going in the wrong direction.
Well, I mean, if this country has common sense, that'll be the outcome. Eric Trump, thank you so much. Good to see you.
Good to be on, my friend. Thanks.
Now, Johnny gets friendly with Democrats at the DNC. That's right back.
What kind of man do you want to be? And what do you want people to think when they see you coming?
It's hard for a woman to call out the man and her son. I just need some prayer support. Am I in the right place?
Come on! Go! If I may be blunt, a man stands in front of me. Isaiah, welcome to The Forge.
The Forge, rated PG. Now playing exclusively in theaters.
Thank you, buddy.
We all know Mark Wahlberg as an American movie star, but what makes him unique is what he does when he's not on the silver screen. Mark is passionate about his family, his faith, and his country. He joined me on a tour of our 9/11 mobile exhibit. With his powerful voice, he's helping us to never forget those who have sacrificed so much.
You guys are doing amazing work.
Our foundation, you know what we do. We take care of our first responders and Gold Star widows that their loved ones died in the line of duty and leave young children behind, catastrophically injured service members. We build these mortgage-free smart homes. You're a man of faith.
It's crazy, don't it?
St. Francis of Assisi said, brothers and sisters, while we have time, let us do good.
Absolutely, and we all have to do our part. There is definitely a role for every one of us to contribute in some sort of way.
See, now we don't hold any grudge with any New York-Boston sports rivalries because of all that you guys do.
I had the good fortune of being able to visit Afghanistan and to see the sacrifice that our brave men and women actually make to provide our freedoms. I don't take that lightly.
As I got involved, I was inundated with calls about how people could help and contribute. And
it represents all the great heroes that died on 9/11, and we're always going to hold it to the highest standards of any foundation in America.
Couldn't find a more worthy cause. The fact that this is something that has literally touched and affected every single person, they just have to be a part of it. And their reputation is beyond impeccable. Everybody knows where the money's going. Every single dollar. God bless you.
We need your help to deliver mortgage-free homes to catastrophically injured service members, Gold Star, and fallen first responders families with young children. Please contribute $11 a month to support their efforts by visiting t2d.org.
Kamala Harris was given one important job as vice president: monitor and control our southern border. How did she do? Did she take the job seriously? Did she do all she could to protect American citizens from an invasion? Did she do anything at all?
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
Here's her grim scorecard. Murders, rapes, attacks on children. A 12-year-old girl in Texas, a mother of 5 in Maryland, a nursing student in Georgia, all savagely murdered by those Biden and Harris led into our country unlawfully.
We have a secure border.
Kamala Harris was and is a complete failure at her job. Now, she's asking us for a promotion? Who in their right mind would give it to her? Restoration PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
If you're living with HIV, imagine being good to go without daily HIV pills. Good to go off the grid. Good to go nonstop. With Cabenuva, there's no pausing for daily HIV pills. For adults who are undetectable, Cabenuva is the only complete, long-acting HIV treatment you can get every other month. It's 2 injections from a healthcare provider just 6 times a year. Don't receive Cabenuva if you're allergic to its ingredients or if you're taking certain medicines which may interact with Cabenuva. Serious side effects include allergic reactions, post-injection reactions, liver problems, and depression. If you have a rash and other allergic reaction symptoms, stop Cabenuva and get medical help right away. Tell your doctor if you have liver or kidney problems, mental health concerns, and if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or considering pregnancy. Some of the most common side effects include injection site reactions, fever, and tiredness. With Cabenuva, you're good to go. Ask your doctor about switching.
I try to put my arm around any vet that I can, absolutely. At New Day USA, that's what we're doing. We put our arm around the veterans. When I think of the veteran out there that he needs to refi his home, he may want to purchase, and we can help them and provide that financial solution for them and their families. It's a great, rewarding feeling. Everybody in the company, they have that deference and that respect and that love for the veteran that makes this company so unique.
Fox News alert, the final night of the DNC has begun. Let's go down to senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy on the floor. Peter.
And Jesse, of course, the headliner tonight will be Vice President Harris, but there is so much talk about who else the Hollywood Democratic types might be having come to help. Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt. Do you guys know which celebrities are coming tonight?
Yeah, but we're going to have we don't know. The Chicks are going to be performing.
The Chicks.
And Pink.
Pink!
Pink is going to be performing.
Is Beyonce coming? Yeah. Beyonce's coming?
Serious convention. This is about issues. This is about issues. This is about America.
Are you going to go backstage and tell them to tell the celebrities not to come out, or should I?
That's you. You should tell them that.
I'll go back. So you guys don't want Beyonce to come out?
Come on, no, don't do this.
No. Okay, apologies. Okay, all right. Okay, we'll keep it going. So there is some debate about the effectiveness of celebrities down here with the Ohio delegation, Jesse.
You got scolded. That was fun to watch, I guess.
What we're here for.
A lot of people enjoyed seeing that. Peter Doocy, not the first time, not the last. This race is either a Trump landslide or a toss-up. Nobody knows. But if Kamala is going to be competitive, she needs a lot more white dudes. The New York Times says white dudes, it's her most telling area of weakness. White guys over the age of 65 have shifted 6 points towards Trump. That's why Kamala's bringing in Colt Waltz to give white guys a little pep talk.
So let me finish with this, team. It's the fourth quarter. We're down a field goal, but we're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. And boy, do we have the right team.
They think football metaphors are going to win white dudes. They don't know anything. They think Tiananmen Tim and Dougie Fresh represent real manliness, unburdened by testosterone.
And Walls being one of them. Doug Emhoff last night, who can speak to men out there who might not be the sort of testosterone-laden, gun-toting kind of guy who wants to listen to Hulk Hogan. In addition, understand that it's okay in 2024 to be a man comfortable in his own skin who supports a woman.
What's really been fascinating is to watch the men of the Democratic Party model a kind of masculinity that is simply 21st century masculinity.
Democrats are pandering to low testosterone men with football, camo hats, and country music. I don't think that's going to work. Co-host of The Five, Harold Ford Jr., and anchor of the story, Martha McCallum, who knows a thing or two about men.
About testosterone.
Women like manly men.
To be good.
Here. What are we hearing?
What I'm seeing, and it's also older voters that are staying with Trump and that are difficult for Kamala to peel off. And what I see is voters who care about things. When you're a little bit older, you care about things like the border, about nuclear war, about national security, about real stuff. So they might be short on that. There's been a lot of emotion here, a lot of feelings that matter, a lot of discussion that you might expect to hear at like circle time in school as a grade in grade school. But I think that, with these older voters, they're not going to be peeled off by that kind of stuff because they're very concerned with what's happening in the country, and they're going to be the tougher mountain to move here. But some of these mountains have moved. Women, TikTok, younger voters, people who spend time on all of those have gone. There's been a big swing, like a 7-point swing in the swing states since this happened, from May to August, since Kamala Harris entered the scene. So these changes are real in what's going on, but that group is not moving for now.
Harold, how embarrassed are you as a Democrat that you guys are now pandering to low testosterone men?
Look, this convention has been good for Democrats. Republicans, you guys, I believe, and I said it on air, you had as good a convention as I've ever been to. I've been to 14 conventions over my life, Democrat and Republican. I was out today at lunch, and I got to tell you, this has been a great week for me. Reconnecting and renewing old friendships, as we all get to do every 4 years. I met the chair of the Lehigh Democrats in Pennsylvania, and she said, we didn't think 6 weeks ago this is what we would be doing. But the switch happened, and we're ready to campaign. We're looking for the issues. We're looking for the specificity. And hopefully the vice president gives us a little bit of that tonight. She's going to focus on her bio, though. Her disposition will be important, Jesse, because of some of the invective being hurled at her, trying to paint her as being outside of the mainstream, being not for everyday Americans. So tonight, like I said at the Republican convention, the pre-act was great, but everybody wanted to see the Stones, and that was Donald Trump. Right. Tonight, everybody wants to hear from Kamala Harris.
Right,
We'll
and Beyonce, if that report is true.
Beyonce.
And you notice how Harold ignored the question about testosterone. He just plowed through, never even talked about the topic we were supposed to talk about.
Was that the question?
That was the question, Harold. How embarrassed are you? Your party's a bunch of low-T guys. I want to play some of Gavin Newsom. He was just on with Brett Baer. Listen to this. He got pressed on how vague Kamala is. Listen.
If you were running for president, wouldn't you say what you were for specifically? And if it differed dramatically from where you were just a few years ago, you would explain to people why you changed.
And she's been our nominee for how many minutes?
30 days.
Okay.
But how about an interview? One interview.
How about getting through the convention? How about having the former roll call event with the 482 votes that we put her over the top from the state of California? How about a little grace under the circumstances of this remarkable moment in U.S. history?
Kamala just needs a little grace. Just give her some grace.
Give her some grace. You do get grace. Like if you're late for your reservation for dinner, they give you about 10 minutes. So she's had 30 days.
A 30-day grace period.
And it is high time for her to sit down and do a real interview. I don't know why she would be, afraid. She's been vice president for 3.5 years, a senator, attorney general of California. She's got a ton of experience. She knows her mind. She knows where she stands on things. She's got to deal with a lot of difficult video if she is tacking to the middle. And she's going to have to explain how she got from A to B. And that's where I think you get those older voters and maybe some white male voters who are not so easily persuaded by feeling and emotion and joy. You feeling joyful?
Those sticky older white male voters, Harold.
I know a bunch of them.
Well,
I know too many.
I'll answer this question. I think you're right.
Yeah?
Specificity is going to have to come. I thought Brett and that interview was a good one. It went back and forth. It was like Gavin returned the serve, and then Brett returned it back. So it was a good interview, and I think people should want those kind of tough ones. 2, she serves at the pleasure of the president as of the last 3.5, almost 4 years. This is the coming out party right here. This is the beginning of a long test over the next 70 or so, 74, 75 days. How she performs tonight, I think, is critical. And then after tomorrow, she's got to begin to talk about specifics and substance. And the American people are going to judge her and determine, is she overly ambitious for some of the changes she's made, or is it authentic that circumstances and facts change and made her change as well?
Well, we don't want to call a woman ambitious. I was told never to do that.
Ambition, I mean, political ambition.
Political ambition, sure. Why isn't he speaking right now? Why is Gavin Newsom talking to Brett Baer?
Well, it's very
Shouldn't he have a slot?
I mean, remember him with his coat slung over his shoulder, walking in and out of the White House, and he was he picked his lane. He's like, I'm sticking with Joe Biden no matter what. They know each other well. They're both from California.
Maybe he's being punished.
Maybe he's overly ambitious.
You can't be overly ambitious if you're a man either. All right, thank you guys so much. See you later.
Thanks, Jesse.
Last night, Democrats found the one border sheriff in America who likes Kamala Harris and put him on stage.
Donald Trump comes down to Texas, stands next to officers in uniforms just like mine. He's not there to help us. Don't think that, not for a second. Now, Kamala, on the other hand, has been fighting border crime for years. She's gone down to Mexico and worked to stop the traffickers. And when the traffickers didn't stop, she put them in jail.
Nobody's buying that just because he's got a hat on. The same sheriff ripped the Biden administration for botching the border just 2 years ago. Listen.
Right now, what I'm asking for is for the president or a member of his administration that can make decisions to come down and talk to not just me, but at least 12 other Texas sheriffs from major counties in the state of Texas that are dealing with this issue firsthand. So I'd like to see somebody from Washington come down here, get boots on the ground, get eyes on the issue at hand, and then talk to us.
Kamala never did it. She never went there, didn't talk to him, didn't do her job. And probably promised that sheriff, if she's elected president, she'll probably make him head of Border Patrol if he just says a few nice things about her here at the DNC. The Border Patrol endorsed Donald Trump. He was there today in Cochise County, Arizona.
With your vote, we will seal the border, stop the invasion, and launch the largest deportation effort in American history. We will impose tough new sentences on illegal alien criminals. These include a 10-year mandatory minimum sentence for anyone guilty of human smuggling, a guaranteed life sentence for anyone guilty of child trafficking, and a death penalty for anyone guilty of child or woman sex trafficking. We'll also impose the death penalty on major drug dealers and traffickers.
Kamala Harris, who's supposed to be more compassionate than Trump, poured millions of foreign nationals into black neighborhoods, and then when they raised their voices, she just ignored them.
Illegal immigration is crushing the whole country.
I'm going to put this at the feet of the Democratic Party, the Biden administration, because we've never seen a surge in immigration like we have seen under this administration.
We don't want them here. The crime rate has gone up since they've been here. That's a fact. Nobody wants to talk about it, but we live it every day.
They could shut the sanctuary cities down and start deporting all illegals who have not come to this country and been vetted and went through the system.
You ain't put no money on the books, no taxes, bled no wars. You've contributed nothing intellectually here. And you get to come here, you get all these resources that the average American can't. What about our homeless children?
Building a wall is an excellent idea. Look at the DNC convention. They built all kinds of walls of security. They have all kinds of police. They wanted to defund the police. They didn't want police protection. But listen, when it comes to them, it's always hypocrisy.
The black vote is dwindling because the Democratic Party has not delivered for the black community in the way that the black community has delivered for the Democratic Party.
Texas Senator Ted Cruz joins us now. Senator, the border basically starts everything. It relates to fentanyl, it relates to crime, it relates to housing, inflation. If Republicans can just package that into a way that everybody understands, this should be a no-brainer.
Look, that is exactly right, and it is in particular applicable because Kamala Harris was the border czar for the last 4 years. She was responsible for the disaster, for the invasion. But I'll tell you what, Jesse, I want to break a little bit of news. I heard your earlier reporting on the show about the secret guest. I'll tell you, there was a leak from the Biden White House, so I know who the secret guest is going to be tonight. It's a big secret, but it's going to be El Chapo. Yes, I know he's in jail, but they were trying to say, who has benefited the most from border czar Kamala Harris? And there's nobody that's benefited more than Mexican drug lords who've made billions. And yes, he's in jail, but I'm also told that Kamala Harris personally paid to bail him out of jail so he could come and talk about how good life has gotten for the Mexican drug cartel.
Yeah, El Chapo's going to come on right before Beyonce. We're hearing that right now. Senator, I want to play you some sound in all seriousness. Just the family devastation that's taking place. Donald Trump was there with Rachel Morin's parents. There was the woman that was jogging in Maryland who was brutally assaulted and murdered. Listen to this.
We're going to end up being a third world country if it continues this way. And I hope, I hope that you will just take my words to heart, because it's devastating to lose a child, but even more devastating when you see the pictures or you see the body and you really understand what's happened to that person.
You know, there in Milwaukee, Senator, there in Milwaukee, there was a lot of personal stories, a lot of American people that the president put on a pedestal and listened to. You're seeing him doing that right there again. You're not hearing that here in Chicago. Why is that? I thought this was the party of the people.
Look, this is unfortunately the party of special interest. This is the party. There's a reason you just had Randy Weingarten, the head of the teachers unions there, who was in charge of the school lockdowns that hurt kids across this country, because this is all about power. And in contrast, look, what happened to Rachel Morin was a travesty, a beautiful mother of 5, raped and murdered by an illegal immigrant that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris released. President Trump today also appeared with Alexis Nungary, the mom of Jocelyn Nungary, a beautiful 12-year-old girl in Houston, Texas, my hometown, who was raped and murdered by 2 illegal aliens that Kamala Harris released. And these are real people. As I talked about in Milwaukee, every damn day another American is murdered, another woman is raped, another child is brutalized by illegal immigrants that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris has released. And I got to tell you, my opponent in the Texas Senate race, Colin Allred, is standing on that stage tonight, proudly standing next to border czar Kamala Harris. And they have nothing to say for the victims, for the families that have been devastated by the criminals they're releasing every day.
Yeah, well, as you said, we actually just got the embargoed speech from El Chapo, and it is just a full-throated endorsement of Kamala Harris. It's going to be, it's must-see TV. Senator, thank you as always. Keep it up down there.
Thanks, Jesse.
We are hearing there's a surprise, perhaps El Chapo. And Johnny goes toe-to-toe with Democrats. Next.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. We designed smarter ways to detect motion for fast emergency response. We create HD cameras so you can see what's happening in your home from anywhere. All powered by Fast Protect technology. Exclusively from Simply Safe for faster police response. Get Simply Safe today and install it your way. Have a pro set it up or easily do it yourself. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Did I read this? Did I get eggs? Where are my keys?
Memory and thinking issues keep piling up? It may be due to a buildup of amyloid plaques in the brain. Visit morethannormalaging.com.
We're going to start blanketing the East Coast with fentanyl. Started experimentation with production of street fentanyl.
They can sell it as a heroin substitute and make millions of dollars.
Everybody thinks that's not going to happen to me, and I want the strongest stuff I can get.
I have never seen, up to that point in my career, this type of crisis.
You probably find all kinds of people that think I'm an absolutely worthless human being. I don't care. Here we go.
She grew up in a middle-class home. She was the daughter of a working mom, and she worked at McDonald's while she got her degree. Kamala Harris knows what it's like to be middle class. It's why she's determined to lower healthcare costs and make housing more affordable. Donald Trump has no plan to help the middle class. Just more tax cuts for who you fight for. And she's fighting for people like you.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
And Voltaren is a clinically proven arthritis pain relief gel which penetrates deep to target the source of pain with non-steroidal anti-inflammatory medicine directly at the source. Voltaren, the joy of movement.
I think this is my favorite. Hun, what do you think of this one? Oh, is this going to be ready in time for the baby?
From design and products to removal and installation, Rebath is with you through every step of your remodel. Call or visit rebath.com for your free in-home design consultation.
If you have Graves' disease, gritty eyes could be more than a rough patch. People with Graves could also get thyroid eye disease, or TED, which may need a different doctor. Find a TED eye specialist at isitted.com.
With Fast Signs, create factory-grade visual solutions to perfect your process. Fast Signs, make your statement.
Parents, did you know that leaders are made in childhood? And there's no better example than Donald Trump. Show your kids President Trump's journey to greatness and how they can follow his path with a free Kids Guide to Growing Up Trump. Just visit growinguptrump.com. That's growinguptrump.com.
When migraine strikes, you're faced with a choice. Accept the trade-offs of treating or push through the pain and symptoms. With Ubrelvy, there's another option. One dose quickly stops migraine in its tracks. Treat it anytime, anywhere, without worrying where you are or if it's too late. Do not take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Allergic reactions to Ubrelvy can happen. Most common side effects were nausea and sleepiness. Migraine pain relief starts with you. Ask about Ubrelvy. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Tonight, after the DNC, Gutfeld is live, breaking down the convention like no one else can.
Wow, I'm glad I thought of that.
Don't miss Gutfeld, live at 11.
Michaels helps turn your ideas into I did it's.
UPS Ground Advantage. Un advantage para tu negocio.
Go ahead, live your best life.
We about to level up. The next icon of vacations, Star of the Seas. Book today.
What if you could fill your summer with unforgettable memories? Nespresso, introducing Pantone.
Spectrum presenta un increíble paquete de TV de streaming que te ayudará a ahorrar. Con Spectrum TV Stream Latino puedes hacer streaming ilimitado en la tele, el móvil, la tablet y en todos tus dispositivos en casa a la vez.
¡Cámbiate ya!
All right, so Johnny's had some time on his hands, running around the DNC, asking your favorite Democrats very important questions. Watch.
Madam, nice to meet you. Johnny from Fox. Should Kamala do a Fox debate? Why won't she do it?
Don't make me laugh.
What? But if she can't do Fox, how is she going to face Putin?
I don't see any equivalence in that statement.
Sorry, we're gonna go.
I think
everybody.
that's a question.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, everybody. We're gonna go. Will
Have
you
a great
convince her
rest
to
of
do
your
it,
day.
Governor?
Maybe she will. Who knows?
Why won't Kamala do the Fox debate? Senator?
You know what?
Tell me.
Ask her.
We can't. She won't answer. Senator, if she can't do Fox, how is she going to face Putin? Senator, if they're pushing Biden out, how do we know they're not going to push Kamala out, too?
Who is they?
You, police.
Me? What the hell are you talking about?
Did you guys do it?
What are you talking about?
Biden was pushed out.
By who?
By the Democrat Party.
No, I'm the Democratic Party.
I know. It's for Kamala.
Yes, yes.
All right, so what is Kamala's economic plan?
State policy? Are you out of your mind?
Mayor Johnson, how's it? Congratulations. Why don't you have for the South Side?
Excuse me, we're going to head into the inside.
Mayor?
We've got to get to an event.
Mayor, you were at that Juneteenth event.
I was.
Did you sense something wrong with Joe Biden on that night?
No, not at all. He was responding to Patti LaBelle singing.
He wasn't responding at all.
No, he was responding.
Billy, you were like this, and he was like this.
He was not.
Governor, how are you? The majority of Americans think the country's headed in the wrong direction. Why should we trust Kamala?
Excuse me.
Are you going to join our show?
I mean, you want me a full-time host with Jesse or something?
I mean, would you like to do a guest hit?
We can do like the old Hannity show.
Yeah.
Hannity and Combs.
Mr. Newsom, what is Kamala's economic policy?
What is her economic policy? You want me to answer that right now? You want me to lay it out? She just laid it out for you last week.
And I want to talk about Laura Ingraham talking about how the vice president hugs people, because we can't have huggers in the White House. I'm going to tell you that.
Are you
right
a hugger?
Now. Hell yeah.
Let's see. There we go.
Damn right. We hugging
Mr. Carville, what? We're hugging.
Give me some Doritos.
Nice to
not
meet you.
film me.
I have a question
No,
for you.
Johnny, here's the deal.
Tell me.
I ran out to get a soda, so don't film me right now, okay? I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Happy DEI Thursday.
Wait a minute, don't. Excuse me. What is all this?
What is Kamala's policies?
You should interview Kamala.
What are Kamala's policies?
Who you mean Kamala? Would you give us some recognition?
Kamala Harris, what are her policies?
You don't know?
Do you?
Come on, get back.
Hey, Governor, how are you? Can I ask you a quick question?
Let's take a picture.
Shouldn't you have the nomination right now? You got more delegates than Kamala.
I got 3 delegates, so we got to be serious about it.
We're at the DNC.
Yes.
They're giving out free vasectomies.
They are?
When's yours?
24 years ago.
Don't we want little Blumenthals running around? What's going on?
There are 4 of them already, and that's enough for me. But I'm not signing up.
Senator, why is the country headed in the wrong direction?
Well, it's not headed in the wrong direction.
You're going to have to talk to him.
He doesn't want answers right here.
Hey, the only wrong direction is Donald Trump.
Trump says he's going to win New York.
Oh.
Here, this way.
Time will tell, right?
A lot of New Yorkers not liking what you did.
Well, you know what? You must live, I don't know where you live, because where I live in New York City and in upstate New York, they support what I do. Everywhere I go, I get standing ovations.
Not in Staten Island.
Oh, I love Staten Island.
Secretary Buttigieg. Is Kamala going to win?
Sorry, we're not doing it right
now. Is
now.
Kamala going to win,
Sorry.
Secretary Buttigieg?
Yep.
Jesse Waters wants you on his show. Are you going to join him? He's a Jersey guy now.
Okay, we'll see.
All right, Fox
Talk
News.
to this guy.
What do you want to tell him?
Tell him I love him. Jersey, baby.
Jesse, keep doing well. You got beautiful hair.
Would you join Jesse Waters primetime? Excuse me, sir.
No, I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't watch Fox.
Speaker.
A woman or a man?
It's a man.
Former White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany and co-host of The Bottom Line, Dagan McDowell. Dagan, I think she just misgendered me. Jesse Waters is a man. I mean, I think I haven't had any surgery yet. Sue.
Yeah,
I should.
Yeah,
I should take her vineyard.
Yeah, a lot of money. Moneybags Pelosi over there. I only have one piece of advice for Johnny the next time he does that. Sweep the leg. Sweep the leg. If they try to get away from you, sweep the leg.
Oh, I was thinking some of these Democrats could just kick Johnny. I think a lot of people would like to see that. Kayleigh, do you think these Democrats are just running scared? A lot of them seemed really uncomfortable.
They did. Look, what bad press and comms team that Johnny was allowed to get within a foot of every top Democratic leader in the party. The Nancy Pelosi one was priceless on the golf cart. Pritzker's staff seemed to get a little physical with Johnny. That was fun to watch. But my favorite was Newsom. He's the only one who seemed to really engage, and he wants apparently Hannity and Combs, Jesse and Newsom. But in all seriousness, none of them had answers on policy. Mario Cuomo said, you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. What we've heard here, is a whole lot of poetry. You could overdose on the poetry here. No prose, no solutions.
If they either are so obtuse they don't know, or if they said it out loud about what their plans are for the country, nobody outside of this little facility would ever vote for them.
Right.
Because it would be scorched America, which they've already done.
So in about an hour and change, Kamala Harris is going to come out. This is the biggest night of her life. Can she pull it off?
She will pull it off in that she will tell very personal stories. Apparently, she's going to tell about intimate stories that happen in her life that I think a lot of young women will resonate with. A lot of Americans will. But at the end of the day, when you're sitting at home, can I afford groceries? Can I buy that starter home if I'm Gen Z? Do I have a secure border? Can my daughter go for a run and not get killed by an illegal immigrant like Laken Riley, like Jocelyn and Gari, who went to a convenience store? Their names aren't mentioned. You got Beyonce? Fantastic. Start saying the names of young women who should be here, but they were killed.
Do you think we're going to hear that she used to work at McDonald's?
Yes, absolutely. Because she has to bring herself down and seem like the regular, average working woman, working man. The very people whose lives have been upended by the sky-high prices of Kamalanomics. I want to point out that half of the inflation that Americans experienced in the last 3.5 years came from her 2 tie-breaking votes on the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act. So she owns half of it. She's the incumbent here. She is not the upstart. She is not the insurgent. People need to be reminded of that. And it's also, the cost of living crisis is also the skyrocketing interest rates. People can't make their car payments. People can't make their credit card payments. Debt they had to run up just to make ends meet because of the inflation.
How do you think the Trump campaign has pivoted from running against Joe Biden to running against Kamala Harris? They did a lot of work this week with some trips and a website that showed all Kamala's policies that she used to have, then just washed away. Do you think they've done enough?
I'm seeing a lot of creativity, and I like it. I like that at his press conference, he had the groceries up there, the shrinkflation. I love that they created a policy website for Kamala Harris. I love that he was at the border today with everyday Americans, with their moms, and we saw emotion. The Kamala Harris, Joe Biden policies have destroyed American families, and he stood with the families today. She's standing with a lot of celebrities tonight.
All right. And you guys love your Chicago hot dogs, I'm hearing.
Yes. The
Did
pizza.
you guys leave any for me?
No, I was going to add, J.D. Vance is doing yeoman's work. He has picked up his game, and his suits are better than yours.
Stop it, Kagan.
That's tough.
How dare you?
He is doing a great job.
How dare you insult the Fox
He's
wardrobe
riffing.
department? Very not nice. Don't give her any more clothing, wardrobe. Anchor of Special Report, Brett Baer, is here. That was a really great interview with Newsom.
Thank you.
I wonder how the president thought that went.
Little, not as tough as you were on me, I think. And listen, I think what I really wanted to point out, and I think in those early questions, was to say how a lot of this convention has tried to erase 3.5 years of Biden-Harris administration. They're trying to run like Donald Trump is the incumbent. And everything you say and hear about in these speeches is we're going to change, without the 1,300 days that they've just lived. So that was a lot of the beginning of the interview. And obviously, Gavin Newsom is, as you know, very good at kind of bobbing and weaving off of different answers.
He shouldn't have been on your show. He should have been speaking tonight. Why wasn't Gavin Newsom offered a slot here at the DNC?
I asked him that the very first question, and he said, I'm doing everything I was asked to do.
Oh, he wasn't asked to speak.
So I think that's pretty telling.
All right. When you talk about the honeymoon, you've covered these things for a while. You always get a little honeymoon. You always get what? It's like a week and a half, maybe 2 if you can stretch with the VP pick. How long is this going to take?
So I talked to this senior Democrat last night, and I had this exact same question. You know, what about the policies? What about the? And he said, this is about joy. This is going so well. There's a honeymoon. He turned to me, how long was your honeymoon? And I said, it was 8 days. We went to Hawaii. He said, no. How long was the honeymoon before you got in a big fight with your wife? I said, I didn't really get in a fight with my wife, but maybe 90 days. He said, exactly. We need 72. So I think they were really thinking.
Fight.
They're really thinking that maybe maybe this goes all the way.
Because you know what, they could structure it so you come out and they do one puff interview on the 31st, and then maybe you get an endorsement by Taylor Swift, and then maybe your typical Democrat October surprise, ho-ho, all of a sudden it's November 5th. They're there.
One debate. I actually think September 10th is a key moment. I hope there's another debate. You know, there's promise of another debate in October, but that one debate is really important.
Favreau just said that they've agreed to this NBC debate. I never heard an agreement. I only hear there's one debate agreed upon.
They put in a paper statement that they would be open to an October debate, but not with who and not specifically. So we're still holding out hope. We'll see.
Are you hearing rumors about a certain performer performing? I've heard Taylor Swift. I've heard Beyonce. Ted Cruz said El Chapo might be the surprise guest.
I don't think Senator Cruz is right.
How do these things usually shape these conventions, these big celebrity moments?
Listen, they just had an upside-down drummer. I'm not sure if that's going to move the needle. But listen, you know, Beyonce also played before Hillary Clinton's last big event in Philadelphia in 2016. And, you know, it could be a jinx. I don't know.
I know.
So we'll see.
They had Jay-Z. I think they had Beyonce. Didn't really pull it off. Kid Rock, it's kind of a hard act to follow. I don't know.
To follow. And I like your shoots.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and I like your tie.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brett Baer, everybody. Let's go down to Johnny on the floor. Johnny.
People are getting ready to see Beyonce down here.
Yes.
Is Beyonce coming out?
I don't know. I heard she's coming out, and I'm so excited. I'm ready to see her.
We just got punked down here in Texas Hold'em. But the night is Kamala's big night, isn't it?
It is. It's Kamala's big night.
What are you hoping to hear from Kamala?
I want to hear more of the George Floyd Policing Act. I want to hear more about public
What
safety.
about you?
I want to hear about reproductive rights and climate change.
What about Kamala saying what can be unburdened by what has been? What does that mean?
Say it again.
What can be unburdened by what has been? What does it mean?
You know what? We're not going in the back. We're not moving in the backwards. We are going forward.
We're going forward.
I don't know. We're going forward.
All right, well, I got one more for you. I eat and drink no for breakfast.
Hell if I know.
What do you think? All right, what about, here's the last one. What do you think? You just fell out of a coconut tree? What does it mean?
You know what? She ain't stupid. Let's go.
But look, we see Tim Walz is down here. All right, it's a big party. Kamala's tonight. Beyonce might be here. Who knows? But they're excited for Beyonce and Taylor Swift. Jesse, back to you.
Here you. How are you?
All right, Johnny. Thank you so much.
What about me?
Johnny causing a lot of trouble down there. Very, very, very interesting. Made everybody's life crazy.
I lost my return.
I'm
oh,
here
there
with
we go.
Sean.
Okay. Am I
How's
going
Sean
back to
doing?
do it after or no?
I don't even think Sean knows he's on. It's great, though. We're hearing there could be a surprise guest. We don't know who it is, but all you really need is me. And you need Sean at 9. There he is. What's going on, Sean?
You want to tell everybody what we did today?
Yeah, so Sean trained me again. And when I mean trained, trained, his sensei beat the crap out of me. I got blood on my hand. I got bruises all over my ribs. He got you pretty good, too.
He got me, well, because I do pain day where, you know, he comes slamming down. And he nicked it, and like I got a pretty big bruise.
Yeah, for us,
I've bruised on my neck.
Pain week.
But that's what I do every day.
I know you like to get hardened up. I get it. And Laura Ingraham was there. How'd she do?
She did pretty good.
I thought she did really good, better than I expected. I think she did more sit-ups than I did. And you did more push-ups than I did. Sean Hannity did 250 push-ups in 10 minutes.
Okay, so what you do, we do every minute. You have to do 25 push-ups for 10 minutes. And
right.
You can do them as fast as you want, but they got to be good push-ups, real push-ups, no BS push-ups. And then you get a break. Then you go back to the push-ups.
All right. So we got Kamala coming up pretty soon,
You did very well,
Sean.
though.
Thank you very much. I was trying to keep up with you. Kamala, big night.
Big night.
What are you looking for?
Rumors that Beyonce may be here tonight.
You're a big Beyonce fan.
Not really. No. You know,
was it Lil Jon?
By the way, they need to read her tax plan because Kamala has a lot of taxes for very wealthy people.
Yes, she does.
But, you know, I have a plan, too. If Oprah and Beyonce and all their rich friends want to give their money to the government because they feel guilty, or Michelle or Barack Obama, they can give all the money they want.
They're welcome to do that.
They're welcome to do that.
Nothing's stopping them from giving their paychecks to charity.
And don't they say this is the freedom
They
enjoy.
say this is all about freedom.
Right.
I haven't seen a lot of that in the last couple of years. I have seen Tim Walz dance a lot.
It's not freedom when they take it from you.
No, it's not. And they've taken a lot from you.
A lot.
They're going to take a lot more.
Way more. Well, you still live in New Jersey. I'm out.
I know. And you made the right decision. Maybe I'll join you in a few years.
Free state of Florida. You can train every day. Get bloody every day.
Sounds good, Sean. Thank you so much, and thanks for letting me train with you.
It was fun.
I'm ready now.
Great job. And welcome to Hannity. And tonight we are once again broadcasting. We are live. It is the final night of the DNC in Chicago. Let not your heart be troubled. It's almost over. Anyway, coming up, we're going to have full coverage of the far left demonstrations. Things are getting a little crazy outside. We'll tell you all about it. We'll have full coverage. And also all of the rage coming from inside this venue. I have a nice monologue I want to share with you tonight. A live performance from the far left band formerly known as the Dixie Chicks. They will do our national anthem. That, I think, is worth listening at any time. But first, before I get to my monologue, before we get to the national anthem, for a quick synopsis of this convention and where we are is Fox News contributor, former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich. Mr. Speaker, you're missed here. I know you'd be loved in this building. We appreciate it. You know, as I've watched night after night after night, one thing has become apparently clear, and I'll go into more detail in my monologue, is that there's not a lot of joy here. I mean, there's joy and people smiling and they're playing music, but a lot of rage on that stage, not a lot about how they're going to fix America's problems, inflation, the border, energy, America's place in the world, law and order. I don't hear a lot about that at all.
Well, look, I mean, there are two big facts about this convention. First is it's the anti-Trump convention. That's the one thing that brings all the Democrats together. They're against Trump. The second is that, in fact, all of their core values are so far away from the American people, they can't talk about them. So what you end up with is a lot of personality talk, a lot of babble, but none of it relates to the real world. And if they actually explained what they wanted to do, they would be defeated so decisively that just as a practical matter, they can't do it. So they want to run a personality-based campaign, things like, you know, Coach Waltz, even though he was never actually a coach. These kind of things are going to be the heart of what they're doing. And they want you to be distracted with Oprah or Beyonce or anybody except serious political conversation. The other thing I'd say, Sean, is it really struck me that the Democrats have continued to be who they are. So you get Pelosi, you get Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, the Obamas. The Republican convention, which Calista and I were at, was exactly the opposite. This is a new Republican Party. It's a populist working party of people who go out every day and work for a living. It is a profound change from the traditional Republican Party. And I think in that sense, the difference in the two conventions tells you a lot about what's happening in America.
I'm going to get into the specifics and ask you about the largest tax increase in the history of the country and the world that Kamala's campaign has put out here. But first, we're going to turn to the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light
The Big Losers.
what so proudly we hailed
The Big Losers.
at
The Dixie
twilight's
Beats.
last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that
right, that was the national anthem. Dixie Chicks. I think they have a new name. I forget what it is. Anyway, we go back to Newt Gingrich, and
They don't sound that good.
Kamala's
They do not
campaign,
sound that good
again,
at all.
no interviews, no gaggles, no press conferences at all. And apparently after the price gauging, as she calls it, or price gouging speech, she's now backing off that. But they did announce, New York Times, I guess we'll get more of the details, they want to raise the corporate rate. They want to raise $5 trillion in new taxes. And I'll go into the specifics later. The corporate tax, 21 to 28, quadruple the tax on stock buybacks, double the global minimum tax from 10 to 20%. That would take away America's competitiveness, raise the top income tax rate, raise the corporate minimum tax from 15 to 21, raise the capital gains tax. Get this, capital gains, 24 to 43.5%, and the first ever tax on unrealized capital gains at 25%. Now, that would make America the least attractive investment country in the entire world. It would be a destruction of our capitalist system. Are they serious about this? Because I can't believe they put it in writing.
Well, look, I was surprised. I thought the Harris strategy was to be all personality, no policy, try to get through the election without admitting how radical they were. That speech last week in Raleigh, where she outlined her economic plan, that was crazy. I mean, that was so far to the left of Bernie Sanders that, Gorbachev in Russia would have thought it was a radical speech. And let me just say to our audience, you need to understand, a 25% increase in unrealized capital gains means, theoretically at least, if your house goes up in price, in value, the government can step in and say, give me the money. If you don't have the money, the government can step in and say, give me the house. I mean, this would be the most crazy tax structure we have ever seen. It makes Venezuela look normal. It makes Russia look normal. And I really wonder, I'm going to write about this in the near future, who was sitting in the room? I mean, how did they unless they were really doing a lot of drugs, how did they come up with this? Because it is so crazy. It's so unsustainable. No serious adult could have come up with this program.
Well, maybe it's incrementalism of what she really wants, which is what she co-sponsored. The Green New Deal, $93 trillion, cradle to grave, womb to the tomb. Medicare for all, no private health insurance. Again, the media, state-run media mob has ignored all of this. And maybe this is their first step, no?
Well, look, I don't care what the New York Times and the Washington Post covers. If you threaten people with a 25% tax on any gain, does it count for furniture? Does it count for your car? Does it count for your house, your family farm? I mean, and that's annually. So, first of all, how are they going to detect it? Are you going to fill out a form? Is every American in the country going to fill out a form? Are they going to reach in then and say, give me the money, or we're going to seize your property? I mean, this is truly, every once in a while, the mask comes off and you realize you're dealing with somebody who's crazy. And of course, you have with Walz the most radical governor in the country, far to the left of Bernie Sanders.
Well,
and you have with Harris a San Francisco radical. And now we're beginning to see what that really means.
All right, former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, great to have you as always. We also tonight turn to a disturbing story, this one out of Arizona, where a man is now in custody after threatening to assassinate Donald Trump in Arizona. He was down at the border today. Joining us now with the full report is our very own Kevin Cork. Wow, these are scary times, Kevin.
No question about that, my friend. Good evening to you. 66-year-old Ronald Syverud is behind bars tonight, Sean, after he allegedly threatened to kill former President Trump on social media. Now, Syverud was taken into custody in Cochise County without incident today. That, according to a spokeswoman for the sheriff's office there. The 66-year-old has several outstanding warrants on separate charges, including for a DUI and for failing to appear in court in Wisconsin. He's also wanted for failing to register as a sex offender, as well as a hit and run in the state of Arizona. Clearly, he's got issues. Now, the threat comes just 6 weeks after former President Trump survived an assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. Syverud's rap sheet also includes over a dozen aliases, 17 by my count, and multiple felonies. In case you're wondering, no bond has been set as of this hour. You mentioned it, Sean. The former president was in the great state of Arizona at the border today. We have also learned tonight from the Trump campaign that an unnamed special guest is expected to join him at a rally Friday afternoon at the Desert Diamond Arena in Glendale. That announcement comes amid speculation that independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. may endorse him. Of course, we'll be there for all the details. But for now, Sean, back to you.
All right, Kevin, as always, thank you. Now, anti-Israel protesters, they have gathered in pretty big numbers tonight, again, in the streets of Chicago. Our very own Mike Tobin, once again, live on the ground. Mike, as I was coming in tonight, I saw a bigger crowd than what I had seen on previous nights. I'm not sure what you're seeing where you are. Tell us.
It certainly is a sizable crowd. It's always tough to give you an accurate number from inside the ranks of the demonstrators because you're looking at ground view, but certainly within the thousands. The train's going overhead right now, and that gives you an idea where we are. We're on Lake Street underneath the L tracks, and they're back here coming in this direction, again, in the thousands. They marched along the pre-planned route. They went to their closest point to the United Center there, and that's Park 578. Stopped for a while. They chanted, they banged drums, they made noise, and then kept on marching. We've got some reports of skirmishes with the police, things like bottle throwing that came and went. That's not confirmed by the police. But what we've seen for the last couple of nights is they're sticking to the route and they're marching. They're just trying to get their point out there. And they do believe they've been successful, referencing that quote from Joe Biden that they've got a point. They believe they've reached all the way up to the president. They believe they are indeed putting pressure on the leadership inside of the DNC. One of the things, in fact, let me show you one of the placards they're handing out. It says, "Abandon Harris in 24." So they're definitely trying to put some pressure on the politicians in there. The interesting thing, though, is they say abandon Harris for 24. They're not pro-Trump. Some people have shown up here with Trump signs. They get, shown the bird. They get treated to some kind of flowery language. As far as whether this will melt down into violence on the last night, really it's anybody's guess. We've seen some packs of the kids with the black clad, the hoodies, the keffiyehs on their heads, the typical uniform that you've come to recognize at this point. And frankly, the organizers, the spokespeople, they just call that escalation, and they think that gets their point heard. They say if people are still dying in Gaza, there won't be any business as usual. So they're not going to shy away from things like vandalism, disruption, escalation, as they call it. So we're watching it through the night, but they do believe that they've made the point and put some pressure on the politicians to this point. Sean?
All right, Mike, we'll be checking in throughout the evening. Thank you. Now back to the, convention still ongoing behind me, and there's going to be a lot happening. Kamala Harris speaking later, despite a promise of happiness and joy. The theme in this building all week has frankly been nothing but hatred and loathing. Democrats hoping that you hate Donald Trump as much as they do. And that has been and remains the theme every single night, and it will be so tonight. They want you to hate Donald Trump so much you will even vote against what is in your own best interest. Policies that'll improve the economy, secure our borders, bring back law and order and safety and security to your town and city, and bring you lower energy prices, and of course reestablish America's role in the world. They hope that your hatred of Trump will blind you to the Harris-Biden border crisis. People with known terror ties in this country confirm people from countries with terror ties. Our top geopolitical foes, Iran, Syria, Russia, China, Egypt, Afghanistan. They hope that you ignore that Kamala would like to decriminalize illegal immigration, give free housing, health care, education to illegal immigrants. They hope you're not going to notice a running mate is allowing illegals to get legal driver's licenses and offering in Minnesota free college education, courtesy of the taxpayers. And of course, they both support sanctuary cities, states, and they both want amnesty, or what they call a pathway to citizenship, which would be amnesty. They want you to hate Donald Trump so much that you ignore all the crime in small towns, big cities. They want you to ignore all of the unvetted Harris Biden illegals that we know have been involved in raping and murdering and other violent crimes against Americans. 13-year-old girl, Queens, New York, Park, broad daylight, raped. Of course, Laken Riley. Jocelyn Nungary, 12-year-old girl, tortured for 2 hours and murdered. She fought back with all of her might. Or maybe Rachel Moore, mother of 5. And the list, we scroll it so often, of the names you've never heard of before. Unvetted Harris Biden illegals. They're hoping you hate Trump more than wanting to solve that problem. They hate that they want you to hate him so much that you're going to forget about the wars raging overseas, happening in large part because of their weakness on the world stage. And they love that your focus only be on the rage they have for Trump projected onto you, more than you would say hate what you see when you go into your local grocery store, paying more for everything you buy. Every store you go to, costs higher. Harris Biden inflation. Bidenomics is great, Kamala was telling us. Now she's complaining about the high cost of things like bread and eggs, etc. Or what about, for example, the high gas prices, electricity prices, energy prices? It's just killing American families. 2/3 of Americans now saying they're gulping water financially. And of course, they're really hoping that you hate Donald Trump so much that you want more of your hard-earned money, to go for their cradle-to-grave, womb-to-the-tomb Green New Deal, because Kamala co-sponsored that bill and Medicare for all with no private health insurance, and, obviously showing herself to be the radical and revealing her true self. For example, look at this headline. This is from tonight. According to the New York Times, Kamala Harris is poised to enact what would be, pay attention, the biggest tax hike by far in the history of America. In terms of sheer dollars, the biggest tax hike she is proposing in the entire world. I can't even believe that they have put this forward. Pay attention to the details. It will impact, in spite of what they claim, anybody that has a 401k or an IRA or retirement, whatever you have. And it includes $5 trillion they want in new taxes, previously rejected by Congress. But that's even when Democrats control both chambers. The difference is this is a new, radicalized, socialist/communist Democratic Party. Kamala wants to raise the corporate tax rate from 21 to 28%. And by the way, remember, corporations, small businesses, they don't pay taxes. They pass those higher costs on to all of you. So you will cover that bill. Every time you go to a store to buy anything, you'll be paying yet more again. She's proposing a hike on income taxes and small business taxes. That includes an initial raise on Americans making, they say, over $400,000 a year, but it includes anybody. And then in 2025, she plans on letting the Trump tax cuts expire. That'll cause taxes to go up for almost all Americans, including families making under $100,000 a year. And that's not all. Kamala also wants to raise the Medicare surtax. She's also planning to raise the capital gains tax. Look at this, from 15% to 20% to as much as 39%. That will destroy investment in America. Might crash the stock market, too, and the housing market on top of it. She's endorsing a tax hike on stock buybacks. She wants something called a global minimum tax. She wants it to go from 10% to 20%. Why are we paying for global anything? That's where the U.S. and Europe, they kind of get together and they collude and they conspire and they together come up with the same corporate tax rate to prevent competition among countries for businesses and investment. Why? To ensure a high tax rate in perpetuity. Again, this tax gets passed on to all of you in the form of higher prices. And so much, by the way, for making America a tax safe haven for people around the globe to invest here, because this is the best place to invest. That would take away our competitive advantage. Now, Kamala has also invented a brand new tax on something called unrealized gains. Okay, slow down. Newt spoke to this earlier. If you have a 401k or you own a house, okay, or you have business or some stocks, which most Americans have in any retirement account. The values of those assets, let's say they go up on paper. Oh, my stocks went up 15%. You'd have to pay an annual tax on that, even though you didn't get a penny. You didn't realize the gain. And when you sell it, what if the stock had gone down in the interim? You're going to get a refund? I tend to doubt it. And you'll have to cut a big check every year on unrealized profits from any asset you have. If you bought a house for, say, 200 grand in the 90s, and the house is now worth $1 million, well, get ready to come up with some cold, hard cash if Kamala gets her way. And God help you, if you're a farmer or a rancher, your entire life will be destroyed. If you bought into a mutual fund, prepare for your portfolio to drop in value while your investment company is forced to sell off stocks in order to pay for that massive tax bill. You have a 401k that you paid into your entire life, and you're still getting money, and the value of it is going up, and you want the value to go up so you can retire and have some financial peace of mind. Okay, as that value continues to go up and you get ready to cash it in, every year you're going to be paying an annual tax. The big lie that they're not going to tax people under $400,000 a year. The market crash from this is almost unimaginably possible. Now, same with the real estate crash. And again, Kamala's aides say this plan is only intended for wealthy people. And between these massive tax hikes and the new plan for socialist price controls, although they're trying to say today, well, maybe we oversold that. We don't really mean it, like everything else that she's flipped and flopped and flailed on. But she wants the end of private health insurance, right? And the socialist Green New Deal, comrade, Kamala is promising basically to end capitalism as we know it in America. This is the most outrageously dangerous economic plan I've ever seen in my life. It will hurt every American. The American dream will be shattered. Our country will start to look, as Newt said, like Venezuela. If you like eating out of trash cans, working hard, making no money, waiting months and months to see a government doctor, if you're excited by the daily adventure of hyperinflation, vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. These two economically, frankly, illiterate radicals with a penchant for literal communism are promising to drive our economy right off the cliff. Make no mistake, what we all experienced under Biden and Harris, that was only the appetizer, a small taste of coming attractions. It's not hyperbole. Just think about who was in charge, for the better part of 2 decades. Ask yourself if America now is headed in the right direction. Take a look.
She's in the White House right now. Democrats have controlled the White House for 12 of the last 16 years. And for all of the talk about division and the problems in the country and people are hurting, Democrats have mostly controlled this country. Trump had it for 4. The Obamas and Biden had it for the rest of the time. And somehow, it's still all Trump's fault, and somehow she hasn't been at the center of it. So to me, that's still the glaring hole in this campaign that hasn't yet been solved at the convention.
All right, here now with reaction. He's with the Committee to Unleash Prosperity, the co-founder, Stephen Moore. All right, you first got my attention today when you saw the New York Times article before I did, and I said, no way, not possible.
Right.
I read the article.
Right.
I said, oh my word. Maybe a little harsher than that.
Right.
But however,
Right.
is this really their plan?
Yeah, last week I was on your show, Sean, remember, and I said that I thought the Harris and Walz ticket was the most anti-business ticket in my lifetime and probably American history. And that was before I heard about this new plan. And I had the same reaction, Sean. I had to read the story twice. I had to look at the numbers. I couldn't believe it. I mean, every possible tax that they could raise, they will do. And by the way, these are the people who ran up the debt by $5 and $6 trillion. And I had predicted this. I said, I guaranteed it to my Democratic friends. They're going to come. Here's how they're going to pay for it. They're going to come up with a $5 to $6 trillion tax. Now, this is a tax that, when you said earlier that this convention is about hating Trump, there's something else they hate and loathe besides Trump. They hate businesses. They hate small businesses. They hate American corporations. This is an assault on American businesses in a way that would do extraordinary damage to the U.S. economy. We would have the highest tax rates in the world. If you put $1 into investing with all these multiple tiers of taxes that you were talking about, you'd pay about an 80 cents out of every dollar in all these taxes. This is the opposite of what, remember, John F. Kennedy 60 years ago said tax rates are too high in America and tax revenues are too low. That's when even Democrats believed that you wanted to keep tax rates low. This has blown the lid off that. These people know nothing about business, and I agree with you, it would be a dose of cyanide for our economy if this ever came to pass.
I mean, how do you do unrealized capital gains? How would that go off? Okay, so you have an investment income. On paper, okay, you're making a profit, not a bad thing. In their minds, I guess a bad thing. Okay, so whatever profit at the end of the year they project you made, you got to pay taxes on that. Okay,
that's right.
Now let's say when you finally sell off your stock or sell a piece of property, what they estimated it was worth isn't what it's worth anymore. Do you get your money back?
Yeah.
No. you paid for
Right.
You don't get your money back. It just was worth. You should have sold it when you had a chance. Is that their message to you?
You know who's going to get really hammered by this tax is ranchers and farmers. So, my favorite example, take a farmer who, let's say, 20 years ago bought a piece of property, farmland, for, say, $250,000. And now the government says, hey, that land 20 years later is worth $5 million. So you're going to have to pay tax on that $5 million at 20%. You owe the government $1 million. Well, Sean, where is the farmer going to come up with $1 million? So you're going to have a situation where literally, not figuratively, literally, Americans are going to have to sell the farm, sell their businesses, sell their stocks to pay the tax they owe to the IRS. I mean, even Russia doesn't do this.
Yeah, unbelievable. Anyway, Steve Moore, we appreciate your analysis. Scary time, scary plan, on top of price gauging and gouging and everything else in between. All right, it's no secret. One of the most important swing states by far this year, must win for Republicans, is the great state of Georgia. Joining us now for an exclusive interview, the governor of that great state. I spent 4 wonderful years there. I'm very fond of Georgia. Actually, Governor Kemp is with us. Governor, I ran into the son of Martin Luther King Jr. tonight. We had a long conversation. Really enjoyed my time with him. When I was there, I got to know all the great civil rights icons. Maynard Jackson welcomed me to Atlanta, my first day on the air there. So I have nothing but fond feelings for the people of Georgia. Thank you for being with us.
Hey, great to be on with you, Sean.
Yeah. So I'm glad you're here. I know all that you are doing in Georgia and honestly, I know also that it's working. I can see that it's working. The betting markets in Georgia, maybe people didn't notice, Poly Market, for example, shows that, since you have gone all in to get every Republican on the ticket, including Donald Trump elected, that the odds of Trump winning now have jumped, from below 50% to over 64% today. And I would attribute that success to you, your operation that is second to none in the great state of Georgia. What's going on the ground, Governor?
Well, Sean, look, we got to win. We got to win from the top of the ticket on down. I've been saying consistently for a long time we cannot afford another 4 years of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And I think, Kamala Harris and Tim Walsh would be even worse. So we need to send Donald Trump back to the White House. We need to retake the Senate. We need to hold the House. We need to hold our legislative majorities that we have in the great state of Georgia. And it takes hard work. That's what we've been doing. We've been in the field since after the 4th of July, knocking doors, really working in swing districts where we have vulnerable legislators, but also making sure that we're turning out the base for the whole ticket so that we win from top to bottom. And I just want to urge everybody out there, we cannot take this for granted. We have got to get the vote out. We got to stay focused. We got to stay focused on the future. We need to do like you just did and like Stephen Moore just did, continue to hammer Kamala Harris's record and the record of, really the Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and the other people that have been really for 12, like Scott Jennings said, Sean, for 12 of the last 16 years punishing the American people. And I was thinking earlier when you were on with Stephen Moore, I feel I know the Democrats have been talking about joy at the convention all week, and I feel like the joy is subsiding. And when the sugar high, the convention subsides, people are going to really start thinking it's not so joyful when I look at my bank account. It's not joyful when I can't make my car payment or my rent payment, or I have to decide whether I'm going to buy gas or buy groceries. And I know former President Trump was at the border today. People have not forgotten the disaster at the border and the millions and millions of illegal people that are in our country that are getting better benefits than some of our hardworking Georgians and hardworking Americans out there.
Governor, are you as surprised as I am at the tax plan, for example, that was announced today, or the whole idea, for example, price gouging when grocery margins, the profit margins are 1.6% historically in line where they've always been. Are you surprised when you hear Kamala talk about decriminalizing illegal immigrants, free housing, health care, education, the fact that she tweeted out the bail fund, wants to get rid of ICE, defund, dismantle, no bail laws on crime, which is it's happening in your state, it's happening around the country, or no fracking, no drilling, we'd economically, unilaterally disarm. This scares me. Your reaction?
Well, I mean, they're moving back to who they really are, Sean. I mean, we saw that the day they took office when they changed the policies at the border that were working. We know that firsthand. I told somebody the other day, when Donald Trump was in office, we were working with his administration, sending our National Guard troops to secure the border. Now we're having to do that with Governor Greg Abbott in Texas because this administration doesn't want to secure the border. They had complete power in Washington, D.C. The Democrats had the White House, the House, and the Senate, did nothing about the border, did nothing but really ramp up spending, create these bad policies that created 40-year high inflation. Now they're trying to take credit for driving inflation down. They created it to start with, so we don't need to let them forget about that. They're trying to move away from some of those things and flip-flop on their positions. And I think when the convention is over with and the race settles back down, we get past Labor Day, get to the debate, it's going to be really focused on the issues. And changing your position at this stage of the game, we cannot let her get away with that. We need to stay focused on her record. It's been bad when she was in San Francisco and representing the state of California, and it's going to be bad if she gets back in the White House.
Governor, I go back to where I started, and I know you've gone all in to get every Republican, top of the ticket, bottom of the ticket, elected. How do you get that message out? How do you bypass the media that refuses to play Kamala her radical extreme views in her own words, or Tim Walz his radical extreme views in his own words? What would be your recommendation?
It's you got to raise money. You got to go knock on doors. You got to make phone calls. And then when early voting starts, we got to get the vote out. Every person we can get to go vote Republican from the top of the ticket on down, that's one less person we got to worry about as we move into Election Day. I was at an event today, Sean, with two legislators that are in vulnerable districts. And I asked them, I said, how are y'all feeling? And they said, we're feeling good. We know we're hearing your people are knocking on our doors. They're turning our base voters out, but then we're also trying to get persuadable voters to get out in these tough districts in suburban and metro areas. And then we also got to just keep working hard to run up the score in real Republican counties, in South Georgia. I know J.D. Vance was down in Valdosta today with the Democratic sheriff of Lowndes County, who's a great American, a great Georgian, and a great supporter of President Trump and Senator Vance. And so those are the things that we got to keep doing in Georgia to get the vote out. We cannot take this race for granted.
Yeah, let me ask you this. I know that also you have tackled the issue of, bringing integrity to the election process, basic common sense measures. I don't know why any party would resist proof of citizenship, voter ID, signature verification, updated voter rolls, chain of custody controls, partisan observers watching the voting all day, the vote counting all night. You have taken huge steps in Georgia, Governor, and I think the country can learn a lot from what you've done down there.
Well, when I was Secretary of State, Sean, we sued the Obama administration to implement the citizenship check when you register to vote in Georgia. That's still in place. We've had photo ID since 2006, so we have voter ID in place. As you know, after the 2020 election, we passed one of the strongest elections integrity acts in the country that simply makes it easy to vote and hard to cheat. And we added the photo ID or voter ID requirement to absentee ballots. So we've done a lot to make sure our elections are going to be secure in Georgia. I would urge people, volunteer to be a poll worker, be a poll watcher, get involved in the process. I feel like we're going to have a secure, accessible, fair election in this state. And if we turn our people out and vote from the top of the ticket on down, we're going to put Georgia back in the red column for a presidential race, unlike we did in 2020. But I believe we can do that. We did it in 2022 against Stacey Abrams and the Democratic machine, and I believe we can do it again this year with a lot of hard work between now and November the 5th.
Governor, with your team and your leadership and, you going all in for the country, I think at an inflection point is so critical, so important. I'm very grateful for all you're doing. Governor Kemp, thank you so much for being with us. We hope you'll come back. Thank you, sir. All right, by the way, Pink is now performing an acoustic version of What About Us? Let's listen in a minute.
We can see in the dark. We are rockets pointed up at the stars. We are billions of beautiful hearts. You sold us down the river too far. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? Oh, what about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? We have problems that want to be solved. We are children that need to be loved. We were willing, we came when you called. But man, you fooled us. Enough is enough. Oh, what about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? Sticks and stones.
All right, that's Pink acoustic. We're going to take a break, take this opportunity to take a quick break. We'll come back. Hannity continues live. We're in Chicago. We're in the DNC, monitoring protests outside of the arena straight ahead.
Now it's time to let them.
Fox News Democratic Convention coverage is sponsored by Simply Safe Home Security. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. We designed smarter ways to detect motion for fast emergency response. We create HD cameras so you could see what's happening in your home from anywhere, all powered by Fast Protect technology. exclusively from Simply Safe for faster police response. Get Simply Safe today and install it your way. Have a pro set it up or easily do it yourself. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
The alarming spike in inflation soaring to its highest level in nearly 40 years.
That is called Bidenomics.
Gas prices rose again today, reaching a new all-time high.
We're still dealing with inflation, and we've got super high interest rates at the same time.
Bidenomics is working.
2/3 of Americans are just struggling to make ends meet.
And this comes after Friday's jobs report showing a spike in unemployment.
And we are very proud of Bidenomics.
Welcome to your life.
You can run from a bully for so long,
There's no
but after a while, you're going to have to stand up to it.
What did the president know, and when did he know it?
I am about to start the biggest war of this century.
You told me you wanted to make a difference in this world.
What would you have me do?
I want you to fight.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Rated PG-13, may not be suitable for children under 13.
Thank you, buddy.
We all know Mark Wahlberg as an American movie star, but what makes him unique is what he does when he's not on the silver screen. Mark is passionate about his family, his faith, and his country. He joined me on a tour of our 9/11 mobile exhibit. With his powerful voice, he's helping us to never forget those who have sacrificed so much.
You guys are doing amazing work.
Our foundation, you know what we do. We take care of our first responders and Gold Star widows that their loved ones died in the line of duty and leave young children behind, catastrophically injured service members. When we build these mortgage-free smart homes, you're a man of faith.
Absolutely.
St. Francis of Assisi who said, brothers and sisters, while we have time, let us do good.
Absolutely. We all have to do our part. There is definitely a role for every one of us to contribute in some sort of way.
See, now we don't hold any grudge with any New York-Boston sports rivalries because of all that you guys do.
I had the good fortune of being able to visit Afghanistan and to see the sacrifice that our brave men and women actually make to provide our freedoms. I don't take that lightly.
Basically, a bunch of lies on
As I got involved, I was inundated
It
with
is.
calls about how people could help and contribute. And
It represents all the great heroes that died on 9/11, and we're always going to hold it to the highest standards of any foundation in America.
couldn't find a more worthy cause. The fact that this is something that has literally touched and affected every single person, they just have to be a part of it. And your reputation is beyond impeccable. Everybody knows where the money's going. Every single dollar. God bless you.
We need your help to deliver mortgage-free homes to catastrophically injured service members, Gold Star, and fallen first responders families with young children. Please contribute $11 a month to support their efforts by visiting t2t.org.
I've spent my career working in tech, and today I run my own software company. I'm excited about the future of American innovation, especially with artificial intelligence, where the U.S. currently leads the world. American researchers are making exciting new discoveries, and U.S. companies are investing billions in AI solutions that will strengthen small businesses. But foreign competitors like China want to surpass America in AI. Our leaders need to protect America's competitive edge.
All right, welcome back to Hannity. We're still live. We are in Chicago at the DNC. It is the final night. Kamala Harris set to take to the stage later tonight to accept the party's presidential nomination, where she has the chance to share her radical policies and beliefs with an audience of millions. Obviously, she's been doing a good job for 30-some-odd days hiding it. No interviews, no press conferences, no gaggles, just 15, 20-minute speeches, usually the same speech from a teleprompter. Anyway, here with reaction, Fox News contributors Marie Harf and Kellyanne Conway. It's only taken Marie 7 years to come on my show. She would never come on. Why wouldn't you come on my show?
I was waiting to be with Kellyanne tonight when Kamala Harris was accepting the nomination. I was waiting for this historic night, Sean.
All right, so are you going to defend Kamala and look at the tax policy tonight?
Look,
the largest tax increase, not only in American history, but the history of the world. Why would you support that? Why would you think that's good for the economy?
If you're an American making less than $400,000, your taxes will not go up.
Check. Hold on. Fact check, which the media likes to do. If you have a 401k, if you have a retirement plan of any kind, and you have unrealized capital gains, they will tax those, and they're not going to ask if you're making $400,000 a year. Now, reality check. Most Americans that work for a living that don't make anywhere near $400,000 a year, that means they're going to get taxed. So that line that they're using, like Joe Biden used, is not true.
It is true, Sean, and more importantly, Kamala Harris's plan
Will you
is
pay for?
designed.
Will you pay a tax on unrealized capital gains if you have a retirement
It
plan?
will be taxed at the same rate as everything else.
Wait,
it's
but
not a tax
wait a minute.
increase, Sean.
Either, so if you make less than $400,000 a year, have a retirement plan, and you have unrealized capital gains, you will pay taxes.
What she is trying to do with this tax plan, let's take a step up.
not answering.
I did. I already answered you. Let's take a step up. She is trying to make sure that corporations and the wealthiest Americans pay their fair shares.
I got the talking point.
And that's not a talking point. It's the truth.
But any American, even that makes less than $400,000 a year, that has a retirement account, they will pay taxes on unrealized gains. True or false? True or false?
It's true. But
Thank
do you know what's...
So they're lying when they say...
They're not lying. Do you know what's so interesting, though? We are sitting here debating the intricacies of tax policy.
Intricacies? That's real money.
Which are really important. When Kamala Harris has been out there for 30 days as this nominee of this party.
Why won't she do an interview?
Talking to vote, because she's talking to real voters. She's out there every day.
Can you get her to come on the show?
Maybe in 7 years. She can beat me. But, but she's talking to real voters, real Americans, about what they...
No, she's not. She's kicking people out of diners and replacing them with actors.
About what they care about. And tonight, you're going to hear an aspirational message about what the future could look like, and that we're not going back to the chaos and the anger and the division of Donald Trump's presidency.
Well, that is your hope. Kellyanne, help me out here.
So I like this tax conversation in this game of ping pong, and I'll tell you why. The Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act will expire in 2025, next year, unless it is extended. Kamala Harris isn't going to extend it. Democratic Congress isn't going to extend it. What would that mean for the real Americans that Marie says Kamala is speaking to? It means that the doubling of the personal exemption, the doubling of the child tax credit, the fact that the corporate tax went down to 21%, Sean, and then they started investing in inventory and employees and benefits and research and development. The fact that we did away with these corporate inversions and $2.5 trillion
Let me ask you this.
Overseas came back to us. I think people need to understand, they need to see the world in which, if things change, that the money that they are already relying upon simply won't be there. I appreciate Marie giving it the old college try here, but the fact is Kamala Harris is afraid to do what Marie Harf just did, and afraid to do it on your show, because you'll start asking basic questions about real portfolios.
I just want to play her in her own words about defund, dismantle, no bail. I want to ask her about all of the unvetted illegals, the 11 million that are raping and killing and committing other violent crimes coming from top geopolitical foes. I want to ask her about the people with terror ties they've allowed into our country. I have a lot of questions.
Yeah, a lot of granularity.
And no fracking or drilling. I want to ask about that, too. But
yeah, I think you beat Kamala through a combination of just showing her in her own words, own video of her. It wasn't like she was at Woodstock burning a bra or burning an American flag when she was 19. This was last year and 5 years ago. That and a combination of what Brian Kemp said. Great interview about ground game. Excellent.
I agree. Governor Kemp is dead on. All right. Now, one person I did speak to about Kamala in her own words is my old friend James Carville about the state of the Democratic Party. Here's what he had to say. James Carville, sir. You know what it's like? You know, when I tell people on my radio show, I'm friends with James Carville. How many debates have we done around the country together? We did a debate. Tim Russert once moderated. Was that not a great day? We had a great time.
Sure.
All right.
You know, before we get started and get down to the nitty-gritty, I just want to say something. I respect your longevity and your relevance. I may not agree with you, but I've seen a lot of pretenders and a lot of contenders come through Fox News over this century, and no one has been more relevant and survived longer than you have. So
I don't know what that means.
Hats off to you.
No, I
proceed
appreciate
with the questions.
But we've also had fun, but we don't agree. We just don't. But I will say this. You know, for example, I'm going to play a clip. Bill and Hillary Clinton. Okay, and this is them talking about abortion. And I won't play it, but they also, Bill Clinton famously said the era of big government is over, the end of welfare as we know it. But here's Bill and Hillary on abortion, And as I ask it, keep in mind that neither Tim Walz or Kamala Harris want any restrictions on abortion at all, none whatsoever. That in the case of Walz, I mean, he wants gender-affirming care provided to children without parental consent, and he wanted to put feminine hygiene products in boys' bathrooms in schools. Listen, but here's Bill and Hillary.
Our vision should be of an America where abortion is safe and legal, but rare.
I have worked for many years is to make abortion safe, legal, and rare.
Our people have genuine and deeply felt differences on the subject of abortion, even if abortion is safe, legal, and rare.
Well, I believe abortion should be safe, legal, and rare.
So we've known each other all this time. I don't see James Carville as a radical Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, Bernie Sanders, left-wing, lunatic. And you kind of said as much yourself. I mean, if the country knows who they really are, can they win?
Well, certainly they can win, and I agree with everything that President and Mrs. Clinton said. I think abortion should be safe, legal, and hopefully it'll be rare. And if we have aggressive contraception and aggressive availability, we can do that. Actually, abortion rate, the number of abortions gone up since this idiotic Dobbs decision. And I think that Roe v. Wade is right. It takes into account certain rights in the first trimester, certain rights in the second, certain rights in the third trimester. And I will disagree with you vehemently and friendly on one thing. I think offering tampons to students is one of the best ideas I've ever heard. Utah.
To boys in the bathrooms?
Tampons. It had nothing to do with the boys in the bathroom.
James, they changed the language. They changed the language.
You know what? It doesn't matter. There should be young people who are going through embarrassing enough to be a young girl to have to go through this. I am wholeheartedly for that. I don't care if they put it in the library, wherever they put it.
You want it now in the library?
That argument. I'm really for it. Yes, I don't care where it is.
But wait a minute. But you're Mary, good parents. You love your kids. Would you want gender-affirming care without you being consulted? We'll make those decisions. I don't really think about that very often. I think that Governor Rhodes is a patriot. I think he's a soldier. I think he's a football coach. He's a hunter. He's done some tremendous things. And if we're going to sit here and nitpick every little thing he did, and this and that, and I'm very comfortable with tampons being offered free to students in school. I'm totally 100%. All right, so let's not belabor the point. You're okay with it in boys' bathrooms. Okay. You have no problem with it. Gender-affirming care. Forget what the parents want.
You can put it in the cafeteria for all I care.
Okay, let me ask you this. We've got to have the courage to stop using the term radical Islamic terrorism and illegal alien. Let me play it for you.
We must have the courage to object when they use that term, radical Islamic terrorism, which ignores how Muslims have overwhelmingly been the greatest victims of terror. Also have the courage to reject that term illegal alien. I have seen some of the worst of criminal behavior. I have seen the worst of crime. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Do you think that's a little out of the mainstream to not say radical Islamic terrorism or illegal aliens? Who attacked us on 9/11? Well, who's entering our country illegally?
Okay, let's back up. In the last shootings in Buffalo, in Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, the guy that shot at your favorite President Donald Trump, all of these shootings have something in common. They're all by white males who could get an assault weapon. I'd rather use the term radical terrorist. I would prefer to leave the term Islamic out of it because there's so many good people who follow the religion of Islam, and I wouldn't want to do anything that would bring any
word radical delineates.
As opposed to the term.
The word radical delineates
again,
between Muslims and radical Islamists. That's very clear.
I would just say radical terrorist, but that's
all right,
something
that's
I prefer. Whether I would call someone, I don't think any human being is an illegal. But I do think you should have border laws. I wouldn't mind saying that they're undocumented. But I just wouldn't call another human being an alien. That's just, maybe that's the Catholic in me. I don't know. But I don't like the term alien applied to another human being.
By the way, the term illegal alien happens to be a government term, the one that they put in all their government documents. Anyway, James is a character. More of my interview with James Carville tomorrow night. But first, joining us now, Fox News contributor Charlie Hurt, alongside with the host of Tomi Lahren is Fearless on Outkick. Tommy, you know, I don't know how you ducked and you dodged and you weaved your way out of this, but I don't think we didn't notice as Charlie and I sit here. But we noticed.
When we got home.
Well, listen, Sean, I'm very excited to hear Vice President Kamala Harris speak tonight. I know she's been preparing this for quite some time. I hope that the teleprompter holds strong because, Sean, if that teleprompter does not hold strong tonight, I think we're about to be unburdened by what has been, and the passage of time is going to be quite rough for the current Vice President. So I hope they don't have any technical difficulties or we might see the real Kamala Harris come out once again. 2019 Kamala Harris might make a reappearance.
Yeah, but you know, Tommy raises a good point. Do you know over fake news CNN, I think it was Aaron Burnett said, well, maybe they claim they're journalists. Maybe they should stick with the strategy of not doing an interview or answering a question. You know, I'll give James Carville, although I don't understand putting feminine hygiene products in a cafeteria.
In the cafeteria.
That kind of, you know, really?
You think we could at least draw the line there?
Yeah, we could have.
But maybe not with these people.
Wait till part 2 tomorrow.
Right.
But in all seriousness, they have been hiding. They have been ducking, dodging. The media is complicit, compliant. They are an extension of their press office. So far, they've gotten away with it. Whatever we're going to see tonight is all written, you know, perfected by others. She did release an economic plan, the highest tax increase in American and world history. That says a lot.
Yeah, and what's so extraordinary about that is that CNN does claim to be a news operation. You would think at the very least CNN would be clamoring to get a real unscripted stuff from her, but of course they're not because they're helping her run her campaign. But from her perspective, I don't blame her. It's working for her. Why would she expose herself to embarrassing herself like that when she can do these scripted events and rely on CNN to do?
You don't blame her, but it's not fair to the country.
It's terrible for the voter.
And they're also not showing her and what she has said, sponsoring the Green New Deal in the Senate, Medicare for all, no private health care, decriminalize illegal immigrants, free health care, housing, education, no fracking, no drilling. I mean, the list is exhausted.
Yeah, and this line of attack that we're hearing from Democrats, she's only been the nominee for 30 days. Give her a second. It's like, well, first of all, that's your fault. That's not our fault. And the second thing is the people who are, as you point out, the people who are hurt by this are the American people, the voters who need to be informed in order to cast their ballots in November.
And I think this is the big challenge, I would argue, Tommy, for the Trump campaign, and that is that you have what is, frankly, a treasure trove of material radicalism on tape from both Kamala and Tim Walz that if the American people see, I am convinced beyond any doubt in my heart and mind, they would never vote for this.
Right. I think that's why it's so important to not only get out the vote, but also be spending money on these ad buys and just show Kamala in her own words. That's really all the Trump campaign has to do is put Kamala in her own words. And it's not unfair because she hasn't given us any of her current or up-to-date policy positions. When you go to KamalaHarris.com, you get a place to donate. You get a place to see puff pieces on her and Tim Walz, but you don't see any policies. I don't expect many policies tonight. This is essentially a concert series we've been experiencing all week long. It might have been fun at first on Monday night, maybe Tuesday, but when it comes to Thursday, it's insulting to the American people. What is Beyonce going to do to lower the price of your gas, your food, your groceries, your housing? Absolutely nothing. What's Kamala going to do with the speech that she's prepared for 2 days? Absolutely nothing to help average Americans. And I hope average Americans are paying attention to the lack of substance we've been given all week long.
Well said. Last word, Charlie.
Yeah, and I think the event that President Trump did at the border today is a perfect event. He was talking about things people care about. He stayed on message, and it was a very powerful event.
And the victims of unvetted Harris-Biden illegals were there.
The Biden-Harris victims were there, and they need to highlight those victims. They're direct victims directly of these policies.
And you know what? They have blood on their hands. I've said it before.
I agree.
America needs to hear from them. All of that would have been preventable. All right. Thank you, Charlie. Tommy, thank you. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have left this evening. Please stay with the Fox News channel for continuing coverage of the DNC. Don't forget to set your DVRs so you never, ever, ever, ever miss an episode of Hannity. You can use anytime, every time, all the time. FoxNews.com. Go to Hannity.com. And in the meantime, from Chicago, by Chicago, the hot dogs are great. Let not your heart be troubled. Brett Baer, Martha McCallum, they take it from here. Have a great night.
History in the making here in Chicago. Vice President Kamala Harris said she'll deliver a speech she'd not planned on doing just a few short weeks ago. Big night here in Chicago. Good evening, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum.
And I'm Brett Baer. Welcome to Democracy 24 coverage of the final night of the Democratic National Convention live from the United Center in Chicago. Right now, we have Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, another up-and-comer in the Democratic Party. Let's listen into the floor.
Women across America, we just GSD. Get stuff done. At 29, I joined the sandwich generation. Sandwiched between working and raising my newborn and caring for my mom, who was dying from brain cancer. It was hard, but not extraordinary. It's life. Those nights reminded me who I was fighting for. People just trying to make it. Kamala Harris knows who she's fighting for, too. She took care of her mom, who also battled cancer. As president, she'll fight to lower the cost of health care and elder care for every family. She's lived a life like ours. She knows us. Donald Trump doesn't know you at all. You think he understands that when your car breaks down, you can't get to work? No. His first word was probably chauffeur. You think he's ever had to take items out of the cart before checking out? Hell, you think he's ever been to a grocery store? That's what the chauffeur is for. But Kamala Harris, she gets us. She sees us. She is us. Look, we've all lived through a lot of history over the past few years. Floods and fires, an attempted coup, a plot, and a pandemic. It's exhausting. We don't know what the next 4 years will bring. But what we do know is this. Through it all, your life won't stop. You're going to have to get to work, pick up the kids, and pay your bills. And then one day, when you're just trying to get everyone out the door,
doing herself.
a news alert goes off. Something happened. Something hit the fan. You'll ask, is my family going to be okay? And then you'll ask, who the hell is in charge? What if it's him? What if it's that man from Mar-a-Lago? I know, in a crisis, we need someone strong enough to come up with a plan, to tell the truth, and to bring people together. Right now, before the crisis, is when we get to choose. Why wouldn't we choose the leader who's tough, tested, and a total badass? I know who I want as our commander-in-chief. America, let's choose Kamala Harris.
Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, again, a star in the Democratic Party, pointedly making some remarks against the former President Donald Trump. Welcome back. We are just getting started on this final night of the convention, and to do that, Peter Ducey is live on the convention floor with a little flavor. Peter.
And, Brett, it makes sense, but this is by far the most crowded the floor has been of the 4 nights. It is like we are, would you say it's like we're standing in a crowded subway car?
Yes.
It is, at rush hour, right. And we can pan around just to see there
Jesus
are
Christ.
a lot more passes handed out to come to
This
the
is
floor.
going to be the
See
end of the
that
United
there
States
are
if the Democrats
chairs.
win.
So far, everybody has
Kamala
seemed like
Harris
they are
is the
very engaged,
worst
very
vice
excited.
president.
There are a lot of whispers about people
Yeah,
trying to
she
figure out
is.
who the celebrity surprise is.
Dear
Have you guys heard there
Lord.
might be a surprise tonight?
It's almost over,
Beyonce's
guys.
in the building. Okay, that's a single source. Do we have a second source on that? Okay, all right. Here, they think that Beyonce's in the building. The Rhode Island section. If there's a problem with Beyonce, visit Rhode Island. Brett.
Peter, we got to get that confirmed. The whole sign thing was really threw us off last night.
2 sources, buddy.
That's good.
We will get a second source on that tonight, too. Don't you worry.
All right.
We want you to go find Beyonce and ask her personally.
There you go.
Can you take care of that? All right, let's bring in our panel. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, and Harold Ford Jr. Great to have all of you with us tonight. We have been here all week watching this unfold. Britt, you have seen a lot of candidates come out on this big night. It's a life-changing moment for them, one way or the other.
And unusually big for her because she's been such a relatively invisible figure throughout most of her vice presidency, and certainly not the kind of figure that you'd want to be in terms of how the public regarded him. They didn't see much of her, and a lot of what they saw was statements that were denounced as word salad and so on. I can't help but think also, Martha, that for all the excitement here tonight, could this not possibly be the last of these? I mean, there was a time when the nominees were chosen at the convention with a vote on the floor. Uncertainty would abound up until the moment when the vote was taken. Then, when that subsided, after the primaries began to dominate the choices, you had fights over seating some delegation against another when there were controversies about that. There were fights over planks in the party platform. There's none of that anymore. Everything of any consequence has been decided and acted upon before we get here. So what we get is a 4-night show to promote the candidates. This is true in both parties.
Right, absolutely.
And there's one reason why all these people are here now, and it's not because she's speaking, and it's not because she's the nominee. It's because we are here. We in the media, whose booths ring this tier of this convention hall. And what I would say about it is, if we stopped coming, they wouldn't have this. They could. It wouldn't be worth it. So the question I have
what are you
is,
trying to tell us? You're done?
Yeah. I'm going to retire myself and retire this tradition. But as long as we keep coming, they'll keep having it. But remember, we are being used as an outlet for a 4-day commercial for a political party. Both parties do this.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. We just want to confirm we're going to take all of a number of different speeches and obviously focus on Vice President Harris's speech and all the balloon dropping and ceremonies around that. But we've just confirmed that former President Donald Trump will be joining us on the phone to react real time after that moment of the balloon drop and the celebration right here on Fox. So we'll have an interview with the former president immediately after. Dana, interesting. The campaign obviously putting him out there. He also has a press conference in Arizona tomorrow, and there's a lot of speculation that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. may get out and maybe endorse him there.
Well, I thought it was smart of the campaign to have J.D. Vance join us last night, right afterwards, especially when Tim Walz, the vice presidential nominee on the Democratic side, really tried to demean him and insult him for going to Yale of all things, even though he went there on the merits and didn't grow up in a wealthy household, and neither did Tim Walz. Tonight, I'm feeling like we are a long way from Monday night. So just 3 nights ago, Joe Biden made everybody stay here very late. Maybe it wasn't his fault that it was late, but he gave an hour-long speech that was a lot of yelling. It was interrupted by applause lines because I think everybody here was like, we are almost done with this part. They wanted to thank him. They do feel grateful. They talk a lot about joy in here. It's not just joy, it's relief. Because if Joe Biden were the one giving the speech tonight, this room would be about a quarter full, I think, and there would not be any of this enthusiasm. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in 32 days is to lock down, not just the nomination, but to raise up the enthusiasm and the fundraising. She could not have had a better setup. But as I said before, everything gets harder for her after tonight.
Yeah, Harold, I remember you saying in Milwaukee that you felt like it was one of the best conventions you had ever seen. And so you have this enormous enthusiasm in Milwaukee, and now you've got it again here in Chicago. So what is that? How does that feed the process from here? Because there have been a lot of sleepy conventions that they tried to juice up. These are both real movement sort of energy on both sides.
The unity in Milwaukee was really amazing to me. We remember that we can't even really recall because so many events have taken place. President Trump was shot that Saturday, and Monday he comes into that hall. And the unity in the Republican Party, I remarked that week, was as good as I've ever seen at a convention. I've been blessed to go to a dozen or more, not as many as my great pal across the desk here. But a couple things have struck me. The number of American flags, the number of Go USA signs, and the patriotism in the room. The number of veterans who've been on the stage speaking and the number of veterans, military veterans in the audience, I think is something that's good for America. After 9/11, so many young men and women Americans decided to go serve their country in the military. Now, so many have come back and are serving in government, which I think is a good thing, too. We've seen the bench for the Democrats, Beshear, Whitmer, Cooper, Shapiro, my friend Wes Moore. This is a good thing for the Democratic Party, and I think it's a good thing for politics because you have young people in it. But let's be clear. We came here to see the Taylor Swift of the night, the Beyonce of the night, the Stones. I wish he was still alive. Prince. It's Kamala Harris's show tonight. If she does well tonight, this will have been a smashing success of a convention. And then we get on to the issues. And that's where I think this campaign will be joined.
You know, notably, one of the big luminaries that wasn't on the stage asked to speak was California Governor Gavin Newsom.
And he's one of our stars. Let me be clear about that.
And I asked him about that on Special Report. He said he did all that he was asked to do. So how about that? Let's go to Bill Hemmer down on the floor. Hey, Bill.
Hey, guys. Good evening to you. Adam Kinzinger from Illinois had a lot of choice things to say about Donald Trump over the past couple of years, and he's on the stage here tonight. This is my 5th Democratic convention. I have never seen such an obvious display of patriotism of red, white, and blue in any of the 5 conventions I've been to on the Democratic side until tonight. The flag waving, the music, the signs that say USA. There's a clear objective to try and get that middle part of America to convince them that they are just as patriotic as a lot of people watching at home tonight. CBS did a poll recently. They found more than a third of Americans did not know what Kamala Harris stands for. In a matter of minutes, she's going to have that opportunity. She will say in part, after seeing some of these excerpts, she will call Donald Trump an unserious man. She will say, consider the power after the Supreme Court just gave him immunity from criminal prosecution. Imagine the power he would have if he were back in the White House. She'll talk about the personal effect of her when a friend came to her and talked about a sexual abuse at the hands of a family member. And that is what drove her into the legal field and drove her into the world of law. Climate change is making a comeback tonight, guys. I know I've talked about this a lot over the past couple of nights, but clean air, clean water was kind of the line that Donald Trump had 8 years ago. We've heard a lot of that tonight for the first time, really, in the 4 nights here. What we have not heard is the word fracking all week, and you have to think that's a nod to Pennsylvania, trying to make sure that does not come into the headlines. We were given word a short time ago that Joe Biden, on that vacation in California, after he left here about midnight on Monday night, called Kamala Harris earlier tonight, along with Joe Biden, and wish her good luck in her speech. Last point. Donald Trump was on Fox and Friends earlier today, way before the sun came up here in Chicago. And he said, I was mentioned 271 times last night. He's being sarcastic. I tell you, based on the speakers we've heard so far tonight, we may have passed that 271 thus far. One bit of good news for the planners, they figured it out. It took them 4 nights, but Kamala Harris will speak, and the 10 p.m., the coveted 10 p.m. Eastern time slot for the finale here in Chicago. Brett, Martha, back to you.
Anybody down there saying Beyonce? I mean, do we have the second source?
No, we do not. We've heard the rumors, but listen, 4 hours ago it was Taylor Swift, and I don't know if that's going to happen either. So.
All right, Bill, we'll wait patiently. By the way, the former president, we said he's going to join us on the phone.
Yep.
He's been active on Truth Social. Just in the past few minutes, he said, thank you, Brian Kemp of Georgia, the governor of Georgia, for all of your help and support, where a win is so important. As you remember, there was a little tiff between the governor of Georgia and the former president. Looks like that is getting mended quickly, at least over Truth Social.
Yeah, seems like a good idea. Georgia's a very important state, and they're both on the same side politically. So we'll talk to the former president and the current GOP candidate for the next presidency just a little bit later tonight. But let's bring in Kellyanne Conway and Jessica Tarlov with a look ahead for tonight. Jessica, let me start with you. You know, your thoughts about what we're going to hear tonight. You know, we've heard about a lot of joy. We haven't heard a lot of, and I know you've heard this, a lot of specifics on policy. What do you think is the most important thing for her to get across tonight? She stands on the stage on her own steam as the vice president who wants to be president tonight.
I think that she has to seem like a serious person. I think that's still a conception about her from the 2019 primary heading into the vice presidency, where people, even some Democrats, didn't think that she was necessarily up to the job. And then the fact that she hasn't been as front and center during the Biden administration, and I don't know whose decision that was, but she had been kind of held behind closed doors until the Dobbs decision. The folks don't know her for more than the clips necessarily, right? Talking about the passage of time. And I think that she's going to stand up there on her own. She's going to deliver her remarks. It's supposed to be 30 to 40 minutes. We're going to hear more about her backstory, but I think also what her values are, what was important to her about what she accomplished during the vice presidency, and then about her vision for the future. I'm not saying it's going to be heavy on policy, saying this is exactly how I'm going to do it, but she is going to cast that forward-looking vision.
Let's listen in to Maya Harris. This is Kamala Harris's sister.
But she stayed here to build a life. Her name was Dr. Shamala Gopalan Harris. But we called her Mommy. Mommy was so many things to so many people. A civil rights activist, a scientist, a devoted mother to her 2 little girls. But most of all, Mommy was a trailblazer who defied the odds and defined herself. And when it came to Kamala and me, Mommy had great expectations for us, but she had even greater expectations of us. She raised us to believe that we could be and do anything. And we believed her. You see, Mommy understood the power and the possibility that come with knowing and showing who you truly are. She knew we could be the authors of our own stories, just as she'd been the author of her own. Mommy's journey and the opportunity that she wanted for Kamala and me, that's a distinctly American story. We may all have different histories, different struggles, or different perspectives, but what binds us together is the fervent desire to be free, to fulfill our God-given potential. Kamala's entire life has been about fighting for each of us to have that freedom. And like so many Americans, Kamala knows what it's like to be underestimated and be counted out. She knows what it's like to be the underdog and yet still beat the odds. And now, she has created so much electricity, so much optimism, so much joy throughout the nation, and it is why we need her leadership in this historic moment. We are living in a time when some are trying to divide us, to separate us in ways that make it difficult for us to come together. Well, look, my sister rejects that view. Where others push darkness, Kamala sees promise. Where others feel detachment, Kamala fosters connection. Where others want to drag us back to the past, my sister says, hold up now, we are not going back. Because Kamala understands we have so much more in common than what separates us. She knows the measure of our success isn't just winning an election. It's about who we bring along and lift up in the process. And so as I look out at all of you today and take in this incredible moment, I so wish that Mommy could be here tonight. I can just see her smiling, saying how proud she is of Kamala. And then, without missing a beat, she say, that's enough, you got work to do. She would tell all of us to roll up our sleeves and get to work, to elect a leader who sees the potential in each of us, a leader who cares for all of us, a leader who fights for every one of us. Our Democratic nominee, my big sister, the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Younger sister, Maya Harris, delivering a speech on behalf of her sister. The big night, obviously, for that family.
Yeah, they're very politically involved in all of this. She's married to Tony West, her husband, and they are very much a part of the campaign inner workings. Let's bring in Kellyanne Conway for some thoughts on moving up to this moment. Obviously, you're filling in a lot of the pieces of the family story. She talked a lot about her mother, who raised Kamala, and her sister Maya.
It's a beautiful, moving tribute. We've heard lots of people speaking for and about Kamala Harris throughout the week. I think that's wonderful. I will say that we all have two lobes of the brain. On the one hand, we can say, wow, this is an impressive woman of academic and professional accomplishments and an amazing American dream story for her parents. And on the other side of the brain, say, I don't think she's ready to be commander-in-chief, or I'm a little unsteady about her new tax plan or this price gouging nonsense. And that really is what the voter does. The voter tries to reconcile her two lobes of the brain to make a choice. I want to say something else. Kamala Harris risks tonight being the 10th or 14th most persuasive, compelling, and memorable speaker of her own convention. We've had some pretty big heavyweight speeches here. We've had Oprah and the Obamas and the others. And I just want to remind everybody, on November 5th, 2016, Jay-Z and Beyonce did a concert in Ohio for Hillary. She lost the state by 8 points 3 days later. It's difficult to transfer even this kind of energy and enthusiasm and your own popularity to someone else. Vibes are not votes, and they certainly don't put food on the table and pay the mortgage and the rent.
Okay, Kellyanne with vibes are not votes. I'm going to write that one down. Could be a bumper sticker. Our panel's back. Britt, Dana, Harold Ford Jr. What about that? Vibes are not votes, Harold.
They're not. Kellyanne and I have a difference of opinion maybe about the candidates in this race, but she's smart about these things. This is our pageantry here, and we've had a good one. I talked about some of the speakers. We've had a lot of cops and sheriffs and law enforcement on the stage trying to counter a narrative that will be talked about, that will be trying to be advanced during the campaign, that we're soft when things are weak on things. I think people are going to look tonight. We may not get the substance that Kellyanne is speaking about this evening, but it'll come. But we're going to get a chance to hear that bio again, see her temperament, because a lot of the country doesn't know her. We have to remember she serves at the pleasure of the president, and she's now the nominee. So even some of the criticism leveled at her because of her affiliation with this administration, I think some of that is going to begin to whittle away even this evening. And if she's able to answer the tough questions that Dana, my friends on the 5, we raise often. This will be a very different race as we head into the fall.
Let me say one thing about what we're not seeing. We are not seeing these protests that were forecast to overtake this this convention. And in part, the reason that happened is because of the Chicago Police Department, the Superintendent Snelling, the federal authorities working with the Chicago Police. They did a fantastic job, and that is not a story here, even though we thought it might be coming into
Yeah,
this.
they talked about tens of thousands of protesters that would potentially be coming. Also, the weather's been amazing. It's great weather for protesting if that's what you're committed to. So it raises questions about how committed these uncommitted voters really are. There were about 5,000 people out there, a handful of arrests, really not a big event.
And if the change of the ticket, Britt, changed the passion on that issue. You know, if taking President Biden off the top of the ticket changed the anti-Israel protest fire.
It suggests the extent to which some people, at least, are not going to hold her accountable for the foreign policy or perhaps other policies of the administration that they do not like because of the main issue of Israel versus the Palestinians in Gaza. So she gets a break on that, at least from these people, which is fortunate because a disrupted convention would have been an embarrassment to the party and a symbol of disunity, which is the one thing they're trying very hard not to project, and so far successfully.
And Brett, we haven't seen it in the arena either. You've not seen Palestinian flags or even
a couple small times, but not big.
Not many at all.
I'll tell you what I have seen, buttons that say, I am a for Israel Democrat. And we've heard no one, Harold, talk about Israel on this stage, talk about any of the issues that are going on in the world.
Josh Shapiro mentioned it, or one or two others, but to your point, we've not heard an elaboration on any of this. But I think we're getting a lot of it here, a little bit of it tonight. But when the race gets joined, we're going to hear a lot of it over the next few weeks.
We're going to tune into this video. It's said to be a biographical video of Vice President Harris.
I grew up in a tight-knit neighborhood. It was the kind of place where your neighbor would look after you when school let out, where your first grade teacher would show up at your law school graduation. It's where Kamala Harris learned what it means to be in the middle class, making every paycheck count. She was raised by a working mom who taught her about standing up for what's right and protecting the people you love.
Kamala carries the lessons of our mother, the fighting spirit of our mother, the compassion.
She was all of 5 feet tall. If you met her, you would have thought she was 7 feet tall. And our mother, if I'd ever come home complaining about anything, she wouldn't have it. The first thing she'd say is, well, just stop the complaining. Just tell me what you're going to do about it.
And since she was a young girl, Kamala Harris has been fighting for families like the ones she grew up with.
That is Kamala. She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing up for what she thinks is right. She has been that way our whole lives. Being a protector is what led her to become a prosecutor. Looking back now, I could say it was her calling.
As a courtroom prosecutor, she went after predators who targeted women and children, and fraudsters who ripped off working families. And she put dangerous gang members and human traffickers behind bars.
We didn't have partnerships with DOJ or FBI or DEA or any of those law enforcement agencies. Now, we all work collaboratively. She was the person who built the foundation in how we do criminal justice in America.
As Attorney General of California, she held the big Wall Street banks accountable for fraud, winning $20 billion for California families. She took on one of the largest for-profit colleges that was scamming students. And in the Senate, she fought for her constituents with the determination of a prosecutor, standing up for reproductive freedom.
Can you think of any laws that give the government the power to make decisions about the male body?
I'm not thinking of any right now, Senator.
She fought to keep our children safe from the terror of gun violence.
How many of you guys had to have a drill where you learned about how you need to hide in a closet or crouch in a corner in the event that there is a mass shooter? Look at that. Look at that.
On the Intelligence Committee, she defended our nation against foreign adversaries. And in 2020, she made history as the first woman to be elected Vice President of the United States. She cast the tie-breaking vote to deliver urgent relief to the American people during the pandemic. She beat Big Pharma to lower prescription drug costs and capped the cost of insulin. and led the fight to restore reproductive rights after Roe v. Wade was overturned.
We have worked too hard and fought too long to see our daughters grow up in a world with fewer rights than our mothers.
Because she's never been afraid to stand up to powerful interests.
Sometimes people will open the door for you and leave it open. Sometimes they won't. And then you need to kick that door down. Excuse my language.
Now, she's running for president, still fighting for families like the one she grew up with.
Our campaign is about saying we trust the people. We're saying we just want fairness. We want dignity for all people. And we are a work in progress. We haven't yet quite reached all of those ideals, but we will die trying because we love our country. We believe in our country. We're not falling for these folks who are trying to divide us, trying to pull us apart. We know what we stand for, and we stand for the people, and we stand for the dignity of work, and we stand for freedom. We stand for justice. We stand for equality. And so we will fight for all of it.
That's who Kamala Harris is. That's what she believes, and that's what she'll fight for every day.
Keep on running, cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
Please welcome the Democratic nominee for president, Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Boo! Kamala! Boo! Kamala! Boo! Thumbs down! Boo! Thumbs down! Stay tuned for more. I did my monologue and about iTunes and radio. Thank you, ZhpXnews.
Please, thank you so very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right. So let me start by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much. To our President Joe Biden, when I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both. And to Coach Tim Walz, you are going to be an incredible vice president. And to the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Shamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you." From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working-class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood, and all of them family by love. taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley, those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. And with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power. I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations, a president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner Bill of Rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy, and neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn, but we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. Future. Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences But the consequences
Donald Trump is the most serious man
back
in the
in
world.
the White House are extremely serious.
We need a bullying on J. Trump to get us out of this damn thing she started
Consider
over there.
not only
Over
the
there.
chaos and calamity when
She
he was
started
in
bullshit.
office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy.
She lies to you
His
always.
explicit
Do not vote for
intent
her.
to deploy our active duty military against our own
For somebody else.
citizens.
She's lying like a script.
Consider the
Vote for Donald J.
power
Trump.
he
November
will
5th.
have,
Like the purge.
especially after the United States
November 5th.
Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails. And how he would use the immense powers of the
Your way you spin it.
presidency of the United
That's what
States.
she's doing. Spray it on.
Not to improve your life,
And more.
not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself. And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors.
No, Project
And its
25
sum
is not
total
his.
is to
His
pull our
baby
country
at all.
back to the
Sorry.
past.
Bunch of damn fucking
But
lies.
America,
Right there.
we are not
Lie,
going
lie,
back.
lie.
We
Like
are not
a
going
dog.
back. We are not going back. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. We are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and child care for our children. America, we are not going back.
You go in it by spending a lot of that money. We don't have. We don't have all that money you're trying to pay.
We are charting a
We are
new
broke.
way forward. Forward
We
to
are
a
broke.
future with a strong and growing middle
We
class,
are
because
broke.
we know a strong middle class has always
We
been
are
critical to
bankruptcy.
America's
Chapter
success.
whatever it is.
And building that middle class
Chapter
will
11,
be a
chapter
defining
7,
goal of my
all the chapters.
presidency.
We filed over the years. We are bankrupt.
And I'll
Because of
tell
you,
you, this
Democrat
is
people.
personal for me. The middle class
We are broke.
is where I come from. My
'Cause you're
mother
woke.
kept a strict
There
budget.
you go.
We lived within our means,
Here's your sign.
yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because, as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed.
No, you ain't gonna see not this year.
Whether
You
you
ain't gonna
live
never
in a
gonna see this
rural
year.
area, small town, or big city.
All you think you
And
gonna
as
do is
president,
about
I
not
will
bad
bring
off,
together
spread rumors,
labor and workers
lies,
and small business
and a lot of
owners
BS.
and entrepreneurs and
So,
American
your Democrat
companies
friends, your
to
Democrat
create
people,
jobs, to grow our economy,
go hit
and
the-
to
go hit the
lower the
bricks.
cost of
You're done.
everyday needs like health care and housing and groceries.
So,
We will
time to go,
provide
Democrat.
access to capital for
Time to
small
go.
business owners and entrepreneurs
Gotta find
and
more jobs.
founders. And
Quit
we
using
will
the
end
government
America's
for
housing
statistics.
shortage and protect Social Security
Yeah,
and
you're
Medicare.
in it because we spent too much money. So,
Now compare that
So,
to Donald
you-
Trump, because I think everyone here
Donald
knows
J. Trump
he
gonna save
doesn't
Social
actually
Security.
fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class.
Yes, he does
Instead,
fight
he
for the middle
fights for
class. He
himself and
drives
his
wages
billionaire friends.
up.
And he will give them another round of tax breaks that
No,
will
Kamala,
add
you just
up to $5 trillion to the national
dissonant
debt.
woman.
And all the while,
What you are,
he
dissonant.
intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices
No,
on middle-class
lower
families
prices.
by almost $4,000
Last
a year.
sack of shit.
Well, instead of a
Last
Trump
sack of shit.
tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut
No,
that will
we're not.
benefit more than 100
But you're
million
what it'll be so damn
Americans.
jacked up, it'll be pathetic. Astronomical. It'll be about
I believe
11%.
America cannot
On a
truly
dollar
be prosperous unless
I know for a clear
Americans
fact.
are fully
Writing's-
able to
writing
make
is on the
their
wall.
own decisions about their own lives,
You don't raise
especially
taxes
on matters
on the
of
middle
heart
class.
and home.
You are yourself. You're whoever
But
his name is.
tonight,
Oh, wait a minute.
In America,
Tim
too
Tampon.
many women are not able to make those
Tim Tampon.
decisions. And let's
you
be
go.
clear about how we got here. Donald Trump
say
handpicked
the back
members
to
of
you
the
yet?
United States Supreme Court to take
Don't.
away
Don't pay your
reproductive
job.
freedom.
Go work or no.
And now
Where they don't pay you
he
checks.
brags about it.
Go work
In
for
his
Walmart.
words, quote, I
Where
did
they
it
let you go
and
with
I'm
milk for
proud
you.
to have done it, end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled
Be back to
across our country,
ZhpXnews,
and women have told
where
me
the
their stories.
news is the truth.
Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force
Ain't gonna ban it
states
totally.
to
He's gonna
report
make sure-
on women's miscarriages and abortions.
Make sure they do what they need to do.
Simply put, they are out of their minds. And one must asked, why
They're a bunch of
exactly
lies,
is
Kamala
it
Harris.
that
Bunch
they
of lies.
don't trust women?
You like this cup of coffee?
Well, we trust women. We trust
I
women.
like your cup of coffee here. Cup of lies.
And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law.
Oh, we don't need you to do that. The state needs to have that power. The state.
In this election, many other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the freedom
Yep, all talk and no action. That's what she is. Kamala Harris, no talk.
Let me be clear.
All about talk and no
And
action.
let me be clear.
BS.
After
What she is.
decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security,
All talk,
especially
no
at our
action.
border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and
people, don't believe
conservative
her.
Republicans to
Believe in
write the
Donald J. Trump.
strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it.
Believe in Donald
But Donald Trump believes a border deal
Much
would
lies.
hurt his
That's over there.
campaign.
Lies, lies, lies.
So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal.
If it's
Well,
how-
I refuse to
music.
play politics with our security.
At the end of
And
this.
here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law.
No, we don't need that. Sorry.
I
We don't need that. Need all your BS.
I know we can live
Sorry.
up to our
Don't need it.
proud heritage as a nation of
You're lying,
immigrants
suck of
and
shit.
reform our broken immigration system.
Go
We can
Go home.
create
Go
an
your home
earned
state.
pathway to citizenship and secure our border.
Go home, your own state. You try to tell them what to do. I don't think it'll work.
And America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values
without
abroad.
you at the helm of it.
As Vice President,
fuck everything up.
I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened
with
our
the new
alliances,
code,
and
you'll
engaged
mess it up
with our
about
brave troops
after about-
overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America
2 seconds,
always
you messed it
has
up.
the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
Yeah, your fighting force will be a tampon,
And I will
dresses
fulfill
and whatever
our
else.
sacred
No.
obligation to care for our
You'll dress
troops
the soldiers up,
and
didn't
their
you?
families, and
All right.
I will always honor and never
Is I'm right,
disparage
people?
their service and their
I'm right, ain't I, people?
sacrifice.
You'll dress them up as girls. You dress them up as girls. Put the man on and girls. There'll be girls after that.
That we lead
Share my
the
screen,
world
people. Hey,
into
share
the
it.
future on
Make sure it
space
gets out
and
there.
artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the
I'm just getting
competition
warmed up.
for the 21st century, and that we
my
strengthen,
stream.
not abdicate, our global leadership.
I'm getting warmed up here.
Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies, said Russia could, quote, do whatever the
That's why I
hell
posted
they
on X.
want.
Murder. Take
5
care of it.
days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response over 50 countries to defend against
war.
Putin's aggression.
Nuclear war. That's what you're
As
gonna do.
president, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO
We don't need him. We don't need him out there here. That caused enough trouble. We need to be put on hold for a little while.
With respect
Like say
to the
2
war
months
in Gaza,
until we get our shit together.
President Biden and I are working around the clock.
No, you're not.
Because
He's
now
sleeping.
is the time to
His
get a
office hours
hostage
is
deal and a ceasefire deal
8:05.
done.
You know, 8.
And let me be clear, I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7. Including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives
holding
lost.
money back.
Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking.
They are our brothers and
President
sisters.
Biden and I are working to end this war
Israel
such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released,
Yeah,
the
with their
suffering
plan.
in Gaza ends,
I believe in
and the
Donald J.
Palestinian
Trump's plan.
people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. And know this, I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I
Iran
will
was
not
bankrupt.
cozy up to tyrants and dictators
Iran
like Kim
was
Jong-un,
bankrupt
who are
when Donald Trump
rooting
was in
for
office.
Trump.
They were bankrupt. They didn't have any money until we stood on about the money.
Because, you know,
Over
they
billions of
know,
dollars. I think it's about
they
50 millions of dollars.
he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know Trump won't hold
Yes.
autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself.
Yes, right.
And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals,
Yeah, you'll fuck it
because
all up in
in
about
the
2 seconds.
enduring
So,
struggle
don't even try.
between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs.
You're homeless? You want to take to be homeless? You'll put it there. You're a deep state. Deep
So
state.
fellow Americans,
You're a deep state.
I love our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go,
Everywhere we go.
everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward.
Like at, what about that called?
Ready
Trying to
for the
think.
next step in the
I'll play that
incredible journey
after this.
that is America.
I'll
I
play
see
it
an
afterward.
America where we hold fast
And I'll play that after
to the
the
fearless
music. I'm
belief
fixing to play.
that built our nation and inspired the world. That here, in this country,
I can play
anything
right
is
now.
possible. That nothing is out of reach.
If they bring it up on
An
my phone.
America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us. That none of us has to fail for all of us to succeed. And that in unity there is strength. You know, our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are. America, let us show each other and the world who we are and what we stand for. Freedom, opportunity, compassion, dignity, fairness, and endless possibilities.
I thank you.
We
Just hold on.
are the
I'll be back.
heirs to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty, we must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American. So let's get out there. Let's fight for it. Let's get out there.
Quit using Trump permanent language.
And together,
Not Trump.
let us write
You're yourself.
the next great
You're yourself.
chapter in
Go
the
on.
most extraordinary story ever told. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you all.
Yeah, you're copying and paste. That's what you are. You're copying Donald J. Trump stuff and remixing it around. Oh. Go on back to past hill. Quit getting us in trouble. Go away. I got it, people.
I'ma keep running 'cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
That's what she's trying to say.
Channel 9 News tell me I'm moving backwards. 8 blacks left, death is around the corner. 7 misleading statements by my persona. 6 headlights waving in my direction. 5-4 asking me what's in my possession. Yeah, I keep running, jumping the aqueducts, fire hydrants and hazardous smoke alarms on the back of us. But mama don't drive for me, ride for me, drive for me, live for me, breathe for me, sing for me, honestly guiding me.
100,000 balloons here at the end of the Democratic
She's trying to
National
say, but
Convention,
she can't say it
falling
right,
from the
so
ceiling,
I had
from
to
the
play it.
courthouse to the White House. Vice President Kamala Harris saying she has always fought for the people, starting with a long part of this speech about the biography, saying the future is always worth fighting for. Spent a lot of time on Donald Trump, but perhaps the strongest part of this speech was on foreign policy, where she laid out her stands with Ukraine. She will always stand with Israel's right to fight for itself, but also is condemning the actions and killings in Gaza, wanting that ceasefire to come and the hostages to be released. She said, in the enduring struggle between tyranny, I know where I stand and where the United States of America belongs. That perhaps the strongest part of this speech, a forceful speech in which she's making the case that she is the nominee.
So she spoke for about 37.5 minutes, and she really hit her stride when she got to those issues. When she started to talk about foreign policy, it seemed like she was connecting with the speech in a stronger way, and people responded to it in an enormous way. She got the biggest applause, I think, of the whole speech when she said that the Palestinian people have a right to safety and self-determination. But a lot of questions raised in a lot of this about Ukraine, for example, and we can get into this. But she said we always stand with Ukraine, and yet they withheld weapons that were needed. And the president that she worked under said a minor incursion essentially would be allowed, and that's how it got rolling. So there's a lot to talk about in this speech. Let's start to do that with our panel.
Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr. Britt, seen a lot of these speeches. This one was 37 minutes, kind of hit its marks.
Well, you're right about the forceful which it was delivered. It was a forceful speech, delivered very crisply, very professionally, with emphasis. There was no stumbling, fumbling, or any of that. It is, however, I think, on paper at least, a speech that Joe Biden could have given. What Joe Biden could not have done at any point, in my view, in his presidency was to deliver the speech with the force and effect that she delivered this speech tonight. It was very strong.
So, Dana, in many ways, we've watched her try to step into Donald Trump's territory on a lot of things, in terms of middle-class tax cuts, in terms of how she would deal with, giving money back to people. She said that she would build the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. That has not happened under the administration that she has worked in. Your thoughts?
Well, it is interesting now. She was given this amazing opportunity to reintroduce herself to the American people yet again, and she got there eventually on foreign policy. But I got to say, the beginning of the speech was like a winding up an old car, and she went through her bio again, and she has an amazing story. But the story had been told by her husband, by the Obamas, by her sister, by the video that preceded it. So she started at 10:33, 10:39. I put my pen down and I waited. Then she got to this part. She talks about wanting to chart a new way forward. And then this crowd knows when we fight, we win. And they have these beautiful moments in this hall. And I have to say also that when she came out and she said, this is the kind of commander-in-chief I would be on foreign policy, that's when I picked my pen back up. I will finish with this. Kamala Harris is trying to tie Donald Trump to Project 2025, something he did not lead, something he has stated that he does not want, something that he has rejected. And yet the media lets him, basically, lets her get away with flip-flopping on issues without ever having to explain it.
We've talked a lot, Harold, about what you said was the patriotism that we've seen in this convention, the effort perhaps to show that there's a lot of pride in being an American, and those lines were in this speech. It seemed to me that those were specifically aimed at the Nikki Haley Republicans around the country.
There's no doubt. I think, first of all, I agree with everything everyone has said. This was a very good speech. Dana said earlier today, and even I think a day or so ago, that she had to deliver, that all of these people had to deliver. She gave us a really, really good speech tonight. 37.5 minutes, though, I think is the real highlight. You look at what happened at the Republican convention with President Trump's speech. You look at what happened the last 3 nights. We finished here on time in many, many ways. And I would agree with you. The foreign policy part of it, she started at 11:02. Or 11:02 East Coast time, saying the strongest, I'm committed to maintaining the strongest and most lethal fighting force in the world. At 11:03, she said Ukraine, 11:04 Israel. This was a good start for this campaign. Now they got to get on the economic issues, which will be joined here very soon.
Brett, was there a moment in this speech beyond the foreign policy point that struck you?
Well, I was struck most of all by her overall delivery, her sense of timing. Obviously, this is a partisan audience. They were poised to love whatever she said. She delivered it in such a way. I think she got about as much in terms of momentum from the crowd as you could get. And, you know, keeping in mind that this is a partisan audience, they were here to cheer her, and they did.
Joining us now by phone, the 45th President of the United States, former President Donald Trump.
Yay,
Donald
J. Trump.
Joining us. You were truth socialing
Stay tuned.
along this speech. What is your first reaction to it real time tonight?
Well, the biggest reaction is why didn't she do the things that she's complaining about? All of these things that she talked about, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do everything. But she didn't do any of it. She could have done it 3.5 years ago. She could do it tonight by leaving the auditorium and going to Washington, D.C. and closing the border. She doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border and created the safest border we've ever had in the history of our country. She could have done all of these things, and she could still do them. She's got 4.5, 5 months left. She can go there right now. She can do all of the things, many of the things that she's talking about and complaining about. It was a lot of complaining. She didn't talk about China. She didn't talk about fracking. She didn't talk about crime. She didn't talk about 70% of our people are living in poverty. She didn't talk about housing, really. The trade deficit. She didn't talk about child trafficking that she's allowed to happen because she was the border czar and she presided over the weakest border in the history of our country. It's an invasion. I was there today, as you know, Brett. It's an invasion of our country taking place at our border, our southern border. It's a total invasion. And now it's starting at our northern border also, through Canada. And she didn't talk about any of that because she talks, but she doesn't do. It's no action. But, you know, look, other than that, it was a nice-looking room.
Mr. President, Martha McCallum here. She said that she is promising middle-class tax cuts, and she says that if you are elected, it will cost Americans $3,900 more a year in increased taxes. She's tying all of that to this Project 2025. That's where that number is coming from. What do you say to that?
Well, she knows I have nothing to do with Project 25. They throw it out. A group of people got together. They did a thing. I haven't even seen it. I don't want to see it. I told them specifically, I don't want to see it. People know where I stand. I lower taxes. She's raising taxes. She's going to give a tax increase of 4 to 5 times what people and companies are paying right now. The country will go into a depression if they do it. She didn't talk about interest rates. I mean, the interest rates are now getting close to record rates. People can't do business. Nobody can borrow money. People can't go to the American dream and buy a house because they can't afford the interest rates. And even if they could, the money isn't available. She didn't talk about any of that. Now, if she got in, look, she's a Marxist. She always was. She always will be. She's going to leave the border open. I was there today, and the Border Patrol, as you know, gave me total endorsements and all of that. I've gotten endorsed by almost every major police group in the United States. But she is a Marxist with open borders. She's not going to have any fracking in Pennsylvania. She's going to close down the oil and gas industry, and our country is going to go bust. She didn't talk about the $35 trillion, which I was going to start paying off with liquid gold that we have right under our feet. We were going to start paying off debt, lowering taxes still further. And, you know, she wants to raise the taxes on corporations. What they're going to do is pick up and move to another country, like the pharmaceutical industry moved to Ireland and they moved to other places. Many of these industries will they're international companies. if she raises taxes like she wants to do on companies, there go those jobs. I'm more interested in the jobs than the companies, but there go those jobs. And what's going to happen, Martha, they're going to pick up, they're going to move to another country, they're going to pick up and move to another country where they're going to be promised taxes at half the numbers that she's talking about and more than that.
Mr. President, on the issue of immigration, Vice President Harris, like many Democrats in this hall throughout this week, have used the bipartisan Senate bill and your efforts to lobby Republicans not to move forward with that, to use the issue in this election as part of this speech. She said she will sign that bipartisan bill. She, to your point, doesn't talk about executive orders that could have been launched in the beginning of the Biden administration. But how do you respond to that? And are you ready to debate Kamala Harris on September 10th, given what you heard tonight?
Well, number one debate on September 4th at Fox, and she turned it down. Because as you know, Brett, I was willing to debate with you and Martha. Well, I was going to debate on September 4th. She turned it down. And I'm willing to debate on, I don't like ABC. I think ABC is probably the worst of the group. But I'm willing to do ABC. I was willing to do CNN with Joe Biden, and you saw what happened there. I mean, CNN does not treat me or Republicans very good. But I was willing to do it because it was the only way I could get to debate him and ask him how that turned out. But look, I am willing to debate, and I think we should do much more than one debate. But you know better than anybody, I'm ready, willing, and able because I told you yes, and she turned you down.
And on the immigration issue?
On the immigration, it's very simple. The bill was horrible. It would have allowed millions of people to pour into our country. Would have been horrible. It was a horrible bill. It was a joke. She doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border. I had the safest border in the history of our country. I closed it up. As president, now she'll have to get Joe to do it, but she could probably have a lot to do with that, right? Now Joe's missing. He's on a beach in California. But you know what? All she has to do, or all he has to do, is say, I want to close the border. The border is closed as of now. They don't need bills. They don't want to close the border. I stood at the border today in 100-degree weather, and I will tell you, it's a dangerous place. And I was being told by Secret Service and a lot of other law enforcement, sir, it's really dangerous here. I think it's time to leave. You wouldn't believe the things that I saw at that border. She's the border czar. Now she wants to deny that, but she's the border. In any event, she was in charge of the border. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border so unsafe as this one. 20 million people have poured into our country, many of them from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylum, and record number of terrorists. And other countries are releasing their prisoners from their jails. They're emptying out their jails into the United States of America because of her incompetence and her bad border policies. She is a horrible, horrible person to run this country. We won't have a country if she gets elected.
Let me ask you this, sir. There has been a huge appeal and momentum for women voters. She's trying to pull the youth vote, the Hispanic vote, the black vote back in her direction. Polls show that she's having some success in that at this point. So what are you going to do? What's your strategy to rebuild the momentum that you had with those voters?
No, she's not having success. I'm having success. I'm doing great with the Hispanic voters. I'm doing great with black men. I'm doing great with women because women want safety. They want safety. And they don't have safety when they have somebody allowing 20 million people into our country, many of them very dangerous people. No, it's only in your eyes that they have that, Martha. We're doing very well in the polls. We're leading in most of the polls. And in the swing states, we're leading in almost every one of them.
Mr. President,
Michigan,
let me interrupt.
The auto workers are voting for me because you're not going to have an auto industry if she gets elected. They're going to all electric cars. All electric cars are going to be made in China. And you're not going to have, you literally will not have an auto industry. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed of themselves. They sold the workers down the tubes.
Two quick things as we wrap up here, Mr. President. Tomorrow, do you expect to be endorsed by Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? And are you making a specific effort in Georgia to make up, if you will, with the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp?
Well, I just saw Brian on a very good man. Did you ever hear of a man named Sean Hannity? And he was interviewed by Sean Hannity, and he was very nice, and he said he wants Trump to win, and he's going to work with me 100%, and I think we're going to have a very good relationship with Brian Kemp, and that was on just before you people went on with that speech that we just listened to.
And RFK Jr.?
It just happened, and as far as RFK, I've had a great relationship with him over the years. I respect him. He respects me. I have no idea if he's going to endorse me. I know he's got a news conference. We happen to be in the same state. Arizona will be in the same state, but in quite different parts of the state. But it's possible we will be meeting tomorrow, and we'll be discussing it. He said, look, he was treated very unfairly by the Democrats. He would have beaten Joe Biden in a Democrat primary. I have no doubt about it. And they made it absolutely impossible for him. They made it that you have to get 60, 70% of the vote just to get in. And you know what?
President.
In the end, the Democrats did the same thing to Joe Biden. They threw Joe Biden out of the party.
And that's
they
why
did
we
the
saw a
same
different
thing
night
as they did to RFK.
Mr. President, thank you so
very
much
sir.
for the time. We appreciate that live feedback.
Stay right
Thank
there.
you.
Live edition of Gutfeld is coming up. Thank you so much for joining us from Chicago. It's been a great week.
Good night.
Thank you, people. Vote for Donald J. Trump. Yeah, vote for Donald J. Trump and make America great again. And get rid of all this BS Democrat bullshit. They'll do us some justice. Try to make everything great again. And we'll do all right. We'll do great. And we'll have everything we want. Taxes be cut be cut drastically for everybody. And we'll work to save ourselves. We'll work together. We'll work together. Work harder. Work smarter, not harder. And that is the damn truth of the matter. And that's be a wrap for this hustle of the week. Here's the special music, then the end it.
Yeah, it's the mayor of Magaville, baby. Hey, you know who we voting for? We voting Donald Trump, baby. America needs saving. America needs saving. We voting Trump, baby. November 5th, we going crazy. November 5th, we going crazy. Red pill poppin', swerving in the Trump. Republican 4G, Antifa knows what's up. Red, white, and blue, MAGA nation, throw it up. Black, white, and brown, all about a vote for Trump. Democrat party gon' take your freedom. Indicting our president cause they can't beat it. It's a two-tier justice system. Put America first, we the victims. FJB, 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 FJB. Let's go, Brandon, sing it. We voting Donald Trump, baby. America needs saving. America needs saving. We voting Trump, baby. November 5th, we going crazy. November 5th, we going crazy. Now I pledge allegiance to vote for Trump. There's a red wave coming, you gon' surf for what? And God I trust to take the devil away. Lock Joe Biden up and throw the key away. Your propaganda ain't gonna work on me. Bidenomics is like you working for free. I demand reparations from every idiot that voted for Joe Biden, boy, period. Period, Sleepy Joe is a fraud. And the bloodbath in the Oval Office. The media is the enemy of the people. The Democrats and the fake news always cheat. FJB, 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 FJB. Let's go, Brandon, cigarette. We voting Donald Trump, baby. America needs saving. America needs saving. We voted Trump, baby. November 5th, we going crazy. November 5th, we going crazy.
And that is a wrap. That is a wrap. Yep, that is a wrap. People, this hustle is done in the books. It's time to vote Donald J. Trump in office. Thank you. Have a nice night. We love you.